Hello everyone. Today, a very interesting story awaits you. And before it starts, I would like to ask you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. When the young man suddenly came to his senses, he had absolutely no idea where he was. Approaching the mirror to examine himself, the guy was horrified by who it was in the reflection. After this, our hero began to realize and remember that he seemed to have died and been reborn. His name is Lu Min, and he was a programmer. The young man worked very hard and was constantly faced with stupid requests, to such an extent that one day I almost died in front of the computer. The customer wanted the application background to change color depending on the user's mood. When you're in a good mood, it's red. When you're sad, it's dark blue. When you're excited, it's purple. Lou felt like he had a headache from working so late at night. But suddenly, his brain seemed to turn off and his consciousness began to fade. The next morning, the sales manager will find that he is dead and will be very scared. It turns out that not only did he die, but his soul was transferred into the body of another person. In this case, he had a chance to start a new life. Suddenly, he was transported into the subconscious of the previous owner of the shell and realized that there were memories floating around him that could be viewed. It was incredible, like a movie that contains a whole life. Everything that happened can be seen at any time. Lou is a technical college student. He has a good family, healthy parents, and a sister. Our hero liked this characteristic, but it was interesting why he entered such an educational institution. His elder sister Lu Yan suddenly appeared, and the young man admired her beauty. For reasons unknown to him, the guy experienced strange emotions when thinking about her. Then, the young man decided to check something, so he lifted the blanket that was lying on the bed. Under it was a considerable number of erotic magazines. Min was at first taken aback by what he saw, after which I thought that it was quite normal for a child to have strange thoughts with such an older sister, especially for a guy in his teens. But the boy understood that this was wrong, so he wanted to leave this place. He reached a relatively remote town. If Lou succeeds in the future, he will be able to help his sister, so he decided to become a map maker. Our hero did not understand what it was all about and why he decided to do it. Then a card appeared in his hands, and it dawned on the young man that he had found himself in a completely different world. In this universe, everything, from heaven to earth, is literally saturated with powerful energy. This is why there are thousands of different types of cultivation. It was fun for some to enjoy the sight of blood after a fight. Most often, this was done by men. Others were against assault, so they preferred to use spells. Being a card maker isn't a bad thing. To put it simply, such people seal various abilities, illusions, and images into blank cards. If the master is strong, he can seal anything. Our hero admired how cool it was. This is the original card in his hands. Every creator has one, and any skill that is needed can be sealed into it. This is reminiscent of recording on a disc. One can say that they are colleagues from the previous owner of this body. Lu Min only owned a 1-star card. It contains energy that is somewhat similar to chakra. In terms of power level, it is somewhere at the entry level. We can say that he is already on his way to conquering the world. His big sister will come to visit him soon, so he can't lose face. In order to show that everything was fine with him, the baby did something that no adequate person would dare to do. He took out a loan to own his own card store. The young man immediately began looking for his phone number in order to see how much he owed. I was lucky that the smartphone did not have a password, and it could be unlocked using a fingerprint. Seeing a bunch of zeros, the guy was completely horrified. How could you borrow so much to open a store? He had never seen such amounts in his life. In theory, in order to take money from a loan shark, you need to pledge something. What did he offer him? Therefore, I decided to go into his subconscious again in order to find out more details. There, he found photographs of his sister in erotic outfits. This was the guarantee. He was extremely outraged by what was happening to the current generation. Our hero swore a lot, kicked the door, and yelled that it wasn't enough for him to die at work, but he was also stuck in the body of this thick-headed guy. Now his debts are through the roof. It's just terrible. Suddenly, the same door that was damaged by him opened. Lou decided to go see what was there. It turned out to be the same store with cards, and Min now understood what he had invested his whole life on. Opening another door, our hero found himself on a busy street. There were shouts that you could buy 2 cards and get the third as a gift. Their store had everything, discounts up to 50%. Limited offer. Everything is already on display, all you have to do is buy it. High quality, retail prices. bargaining is inappropriate since they sell for pennies anyway. Our hero looked around and saw that there were a huge number of such shops. There were queues everywhere. Everyone here is just obsessed with these cards. It's amazing that his store is staying afloat at all when there is such competition everywhere. Suddenly, he heard a girl asking her boss if she could get a fantasy card. Pointing his finger at Lou's store, the man exclaimed how this card joint still hasn't gone bankrupt. The companion asked him to speak more quietly since the owner could hear everything, after which they simply walked by, continuing the dialogue they were having before. Suddenly, the young man's phone rang and his voice assistant said that he had one unread message. At first, the young man did not understand what it was all about. 3D hologram or something, until a huge projection of some guy appeared, yelling that his time was running out. Let him prepare Vaseline if he doesn't repay the debt on time. After some time, Lou found instructions for creating a base map. If you follow the diagram, you will be able to create a new one. The plan itself is similar to a mini program, so you can try it. First, you need to take a base map. Through the tip of the pen, enclose the energy of the body into it, which will become dark lines. All this is reminiscent of coding small operations like addition, division, and the like. Programmers learn this easily at the beginning of their training. Creating maps is the same programming, but in a different world. When the final touch was applied, everything was ready. But it turned out to be some kind of complete nonsense. Selling only 1-star cards will not pay off your debts. Even for 20 hours of creating cards, the young man will receive only 100 yuan. It's all very difficult. Suddenly, Chao Xiaopan appeared, who is an illusionist and classmate of our hero at a technical college. The young man began fanning himself with his hand and asking why it was so hot. The air conditioner had died or something. Having learned that he had such a profession, Lou came up with a wonderful idea. Therefore, he exclaimed that you are welcome. He was just remembering him. The friend immediately said that there was no need to remember about him. Let him deal with his debts on his own. Min exclaimed, "What does debt have to do with it? Let him just help him create a fantasy map." Chao replied that there was no problem, but what would happen to him for this? So be it. In honor of their bright friendship, he will give him a discount. Therefore, he only charged 999 yuan. Let him say what kind of illusion he needs. Maybe Little Sister, or Loli, or the Queen of the series. Then I decided that first I needed to calculate the profit. Our hero could not stand it and shouted what they were doing there at the Faculty of Illusions. Let him help him create a fruit one. Then he began to explain that everything should be a standard size. Fruits that gradually fall down. Not all at once, but accelerating. The interlocutor asked what is the point of all this, because it should satisfy people's needs, and this is too simple. Lou objected that there was no need to think about it now. He didn't care what he created. Xiaopan did not argue with him, so he immediately started creating. During the process, he hesitantly asked a bunch of questions about whether everything was going as it should. Lou encouraged him and said that everything was fine. Then he couldn't stand it and yelled at him to do everything more harshly. "It's not a bomb, it won't explode anyway. Stop shaking already." The guy was indignant that he wasn't afraid. He just felt sorry for the energy. Our hero said that if he fails now, he will pay for everything from his own pocket. The young man exclaimed that he would have said that before. Then he started sealing it. When Min caught the card, he thought to himself that the illusion was successfully completed. This means that next time he will be able to recreate it himself. His first card was ready and it turned out pretty good to begin with. A friend said that such illusions are useless. Who would even buy them? Lou replied that it was none of his business and he had already transferred the money. Chao said that's fine. Then he'll go finish the noodles because he forgot about them yesterday. The young man shouted after him so that he would not move his horses because of the delay. The guy responded by saying that next time he would not receive any discounts. Finally, he added that he had no idea what he was up to, but would look forward to the results. 2 weeks later, the young man noted that there were so many people ahead. He wondered why. There seems to be some problems. Are the cards really defective again? You have to come closer to take a look. Then the young man took his beloved by the hand and they headed towards that store. From there came shouts that clients were not losing anything. There was no deception. Let them see what they are capable of. The secret of the mighty ninjas. Those who have already tried this method have become stronger, more resilient, and faster. In front of them is the first cultivation map in history. Just 100 yuan per try, no cheating. If someone can hold out for 100 seconds, then they will be given 1,000 yuan. And for those who stay at the top for 7 days in a row, there is a reward of 10,000 yuan. Those present were confused and discussed whether it could really help increase speed or whether it was a scam. As a result, a voice was heard that said that it wanted to try. And our hero said that finally a real man had appeared. Let him follow him, since the test can be passed in the store. The man who stood opposite him did not understand why they were calling him somewhere. It turned out that it was a short guy whom Lou simply didn't notice right away, and he indignantly told him to open his eyes wider. Min immediately apologized for the misunderstanding. The young man said that he did not need 10,000 yuan, since he already had enough money. However, if his cultivation card turns out to be a scam, he will report to the Consumer Association. The young man convinced him that he would definitely not regret it. After which, he proceeded to activate the Fruit Ninja card. After the end of the countdown, the young man found himself in some room. He was outraged by the disgusting quality, since there were solid pixels. Any beginner can do better. This place doesn't deserve even a second of his precious time. A complete scam. While he continued to mutter that he needed to call the Consumer Association, watermelons began to fall on him from above. Gradually, a huge crowd of onlookers began to gather. Some were recommended this place by friends, while others saw the news on a social media feed. People pushed each other because they wanted to try to pass the test. Everyone offered a lot of money and tried to fend off competitors. Meanwhile, the man asked in surprise what kind of cultivation card it was. Do such things really exist? This is the first time he's heard about it. He was informed that after launching the map, watermelons began to fall from the sky. Each time the rate of fall and quantity increases. If a person is hit 3 times, the round is considered over. The current record is 34 seconds. The market literally exploded. This is very interesting to everyone. In just a few hours, a map creator named Lu Min earned almost 100,000 yuan. This number only continues to grow. The design may be simple, but the mechanics are very interesting. Everything is thought out down to the smallest detail. Getting people involved, increasing the difficulty, marketing strategy, and most importantly, he's not selling this card. Since when did such a talented businessman show up in their city? Aides responded that they had never heard of him. Little is known about this guy. It seems like a small area, but there was a lot of noise. All because of some 1-star card in a worthless store. This is simply an ideal opportunity for business development. Since the locals liked it so much, it means it should work in other countries too. If a man gets his hands on this card, he can send it to their headquarters. After which he ordered the car to be prepared because he wants to take possession of this card at any cost. Meanwhile, the other man was surprised that this guy could earn so much money in just one go. For a large chain of card stores, this eatery is like garbage. But everything is much more interesting than originally expected. Is she sure he's a newbie? The assistant replied that, yes. The owner of the Crystal Cards card store, Qian Chun, exclaimed that this was good. Then let him immediately find out which of the illusionists helped him. Meanwhile, our hero said that it was already late and it was time to close. People were disappointed that they stood for more than an hour, and it turned out that it was in vain. Finally, one of them said that they would definitely return, so let him prepare more cards. Lou noted that they would spread the news about his card to all their friends. Fruit Ninja brought him a fortune. Now with peace of mind, you can close up and go to bed. Tomorrow will be a hard day. Suddenly, someone came into the store and said hello. Min immediately began to say that the card had used up its energy for today. Let it come tomorrow. But when I saw a huge tiger, I was terribly scared. After which he greeted him back and muttered what a beautiful kitty. The stranger immediately began to calm the animal and say that his name was Qian Shenqiai. He is the manager of Echi. The young man noted to himself that this was the largest chain of card stores in the city. Then he exclaimed, "Welcome." What brought him to this modest shop? The man replied that his fame as the Fruit Ninja had already spread throughout the city. It's amazing because he's so young and already making such progress. The guy stated that he decided to meet him personally and at the same time took this huge dog with him. The manager objected that it was a tiger, but our hero replied that it didn't matter. Qian stated that he would speak directly because time is money. His company wants to buy the plan and design of the card for 100,000 yuan. How does he like such an offer? The guy replied that he must be joking. Today alone, the net profit of his store was much more than 100,000. Was he really going to buy it cheap? Passing by him, the man said that it's true, but don't let him think that everything is so simple. His card may be original, but the design and illusion itself are pretty mediocre. Shen Xiai is sincerely admired by his ingenuity because, in fact, the young man is not selling a map, but experience. However, how long does he think it will take him to create a copy? When the young man asked how long, the man replied that it was 1 day. This is the maximum, and if you make some investments, it will only take a couple of hours. To pay, you will need no more than 200,000 yuan. His partners are of the same opinion. Tomorrow, all the stores will be filled with Fruit Ninja, and his career will go to the bottom. Our hero was horrified. How could this be? He wanted to use this card in order to pay off his debt as soon as possible. The manager continued to say that the market is a battlefield. Winners and losers change all the time. In one day, a person can either get rich or lose everything. Cruel but exciting. Only successful people can afford such entertainment. Let him think. This is his business card. Just don't delay your answer. In a couple of hours, he won't need his card anymore. The man hopes that he will make the right decision. After he left, our hero immediately tore up this business card and thought to himself that nothing would work out for him since he already had an action plan. Suddenly, Qiao ran into the store and immediately asked what this man was doing here. Lu replied that he wanted to buy the Fruit Ninja, but he refused him. And what was his friend doing here? Xiaopan said he wanted to share the news. The owner of Crystal Cards himself came to him. Chan Chun offered him 100,000 for the illusion that his card was created from. He was finally recognized, but he didn't agree, since friends are more valuable than any money. Our hero started shaking him by the shoulders and shouting that he was a fool because he had to sell. That's 100,000. The young man muttered in frustration, "Isn't this his secret development?" After some time, Lu explained that he had prepared as many as 300 cards to stage today's performance. However, I couldn't even imagine that Qiao was so stupid, but still a very good friend. Let him hurry up and contact that person. We need to sell his illusion before it's too late, because tomorrow it may not be possible. The young man replied that he understood. But why did he then refuse to sell his drawings? Our hero exclaimed that he did not intend to answer since this was already a big secret. The next day, there were shouts from everywhere that training with the Fruit Ninja card cost 80 yuan. Shrimp Ninja costs 40 yuan. The top 3 will receive a plate of shrimp as a gift. Sapphire Fruit Ninja for 350,000, the lowest price. Let them not miss the sensation and pass by. The update for the Fruit Ninja card is already on the market. Everyone is invited to try their luck. When the boss was asked what the headquarters responded, the man said that the pre-order had already been placed. Tomorrow, the card will appear in all their branches. The assistant exclaimed that the news was excellent. Let him accept his congratulations. Shen Xiai thinks that in the near future, he will be promoted to headquarters manager or even given a stake in the company. He has dreamed about this for a very long time, and soon his goal will be achieved. Business is business. It doesn't matter who came up with it. The main thing is who will make the most money, and that person will be him. Suddenly, an out-of-breath man ran in and said that there was some news. Qian asked not to panic and tell what happened. The assistant, trying to catch his breath, picked up the tablet and declared that this information was simply incredible. The manager began to get nervous and asked to tell me what it was. There is nothing to worry about because they are a big company. Then the manager could not stand it and decided to see for himself what happened. What he saw shocked him, and he immediately lost consciousness. The employees began to panic that they needed to call an ambulance and perform artificial respiration. It turned out that our hero posted detailed instructions on the drawings of the Fruit Ninja online. Meanwhile, Chan Chun also watched this video where the young man said that the card was originally intended for commercial sales. But he heard that people were very interested in her. That is why, after thinking carefully, I decided that it would be a good idea to reveal the drawings and design of the card. You don't need an illusionist for this. You can create it yourself by simply following the drawings. Children are their future, so they must be well developed physically. This card is his gift to them. The man muttered that the money spent on financing hundreds of card players and 48 illusionists had simply sunk into oblivion, after which he forcefully threw the tablet on the floor and exclaimed that he would still get this Lu Min from him. The video of our hero was in first place on the network and gained a large number of views. Xiaopan exclaimed that now absolutely the entire internet knows about him. This is simply amazing. But is he confident in his actions, since he has significantly offended the titans of the market? What will the guy do now? The young man replied that there was no need to worry. As long as they have money, it will not be lost, and he will not be touched. By the way, he has one request for him. The young man asked, which one, the next bestseller or what? Min replied that he actually wasn't finished with that yet. It's time to move on to the final step. Qiao suspected that he was again up to something dubious and clarified whether it was the last one. Lu replied that yes. This is the most important part of the plan. Has he heard about hype, earnings, and advertising via the internet? The Fruit Ninja card is now famous and has gained incredible popularity. The creators of the cards have developed new versions based on the drawings of our hero. That's how he became a celebrity. Various videos mentioning the young man began to appear on the internet. The man stated that he created his own card and wanted to fight Lu. There were also fans who tried their best to attract attention, saying that they loved him very much. Some conducted live broadcasts where they reported that today they would talk about Min. There was also a TV show where they invited two famous card masters and asked them what they thought about this card. One replied that according to the analysis, the card does not deserve its popularity. She is wretched, and her creator is even worse. Messy, unstructured lines, but to his credit, he's good at business. Another picked up that the guy is just cannon fodder from a technical school on energy cards. He doesn't have the slightest makings of a map maker. How can he compete with the industry giants? No matter how inventive he is, he cannot hide his mediocre abilities. The success of this card is truly a complete coincidence. Don't watch him closely. Its illusion is too simple. Its structure is lame. Such cards do not last long on the market, and the veteran creators don't care about them, even if it caused such a stir. Although the old man was very interested in this Lu Min, we need to see what the outcome will be. Meanwhile, the videographer set up the camera and said it was time to start. The girl said that a strange feeling enveloped her. She felt so hot, as if she was burning from the inside. What can help her feel better? Suddenly, our hero appeared in the frame and said that the new ice cream would instantly cool her down. Let her try it herself. The director exclaimed that it was filmed. It was just perfect. You don't even need to reshoot anything. Lu is simply a professional. I can't even believe that it's his first time acting in a commercial because he has so much charisma. The young man immediately asked what about the fee. He was told that everything would be paid in the near future. A little later, when Xiaopan saw that he had 500,000 in his account, he exclaimed that this was a fortune. The brother's popularity is growing exponentially. It's much easier to act in advertising than to create maps. They will earn a tidy sum and open a new store, and he will become his right hand. The young man replied that, of course, they would earn 100 million and put it in the bank at interest. But let him hold his horses. To stay afloat, you need to constantly create new products. However, he has no fresh ideas yet. Therefore, you need to return to the store to study the maps. Chow replied that at least they covered his debts. Even he made a small profit. He has another commercial shoot scheduled for tomorrow. He will now catch a taxi to go to the store. You need to have a good rest, as there is a lot of work tomorrow. The young man replied that it was not necessary. Let him go on his own, but he still wants to take a walk around the city. Otherwise, he hasn't had time to do this since he moved here. When asked if he had moved, our hero replied that he had blurted out too much and should not take it into account. When he left, Lu noted that the debt problem had been resolved. Now you need to save up money for a deposit. There really are a lot of interesting things in this world that don't exist on Earth. But by and large, everything around is the same. Since his past life went to one place, he will climb to the top in this one. A month later, the guy found a fragment and noted to himself that its texture was so complex. It seems that you can get a decent amount for it. While he was talking about the fact that maybe there was a surviving map somewhere, not far from him, a large number of people lay under the rubble. Meanwhile, our hero stopped the car and asked his friend to help bring it back. Otherwise, you will need to pay for another full day of rent. Xiaopan exclaimed, wasn't he going to buy it? The guy replied that he couldn't yet, since he couldn't afford it. Few people need his services anymore, Suddenly, a male voice came from the side saying that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The young man noted to himself that this was Shishanju, a local punk who always hangs around the outskirts of the city. He had already encountered the former Lu Min in the past and robbed him of his money several times. The young man said that this is the city center. Isn't he afraid that they will call the police? The punk exclaimed that there was no need. He's not here for what the guy thought. Shah came to sell something, and he seems to be very interested in it. These turned out to be fragments of the map. As a result of battles and experiments, many cards cannot cope with the load. They are simply torn apart. Although the pieces were no longer a complete map, they still exuded faint energy lines. This meant creators could study them to improve their designs. These two pieces are clearly special. When asked where he got it from, Shanju replied that it was part of the legendary small golden card. A couple of days ago, there was a major clash on the street, as a result of which a lot of people died. Of course, many cards were damaged. He only picked up these two fragments. They have quite interesting patterns on them. Lu asked how much the punk wanted for them. He noted to himself that it was clearly not just that he was crucifying himself here. In any case, he wants to raise the price higher. After he offered 250,000, the man replied that they had agreed. The young man was very surprised that she agreed so quickly and did not even bargain. After some time, our hero tried to figure out the patterns on these fragments. He didn't understand anything at all, and it made him terribly angry. Is it possible that the level of these lines is too complex for him? It is not possible to determine either the category or the rating. Why did this punk slip it to him? Then he decided to try to make this map whole, using the base one, and then insert it into the activator and see what comes out of it. Perhaps there will be some sense, but there was absolutely no reaction, and this greatly disappointed our hero. Suddenly, someone came up from behind the young man and began to blow lightly into his ear. Turning around, Lu saw some girl who exclaimed that he was caught and tried to kiss him. Min noted that even though it was an illusion, it was somehow too realistic. He's not used to this. The young man asked if perhaps she would move a little, but the girl only giggled in response. Paying attention to her large breasts, the young man decided to try her by touch. The guy couldn't believe his luck. It was a real touch. His heart is beating like crazy. It seems he is in heaven. In his previous life, he never had the opportunity to experience the delights of a woman's body. But now, such an opportunity has arisen. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the knife and exclaimed that he should do whatever he wanted with her. But after a moment, the hologram simply disappeared. The guy was indignant that everything was lost at such an interesting moment. There doesn't seem to be enough energy to maintain the illusion of the fragment. This is very cruel. What did the punk slip him? Who would even use such a card on the battlefield? Then he remembered another fragment. This pattern will be more complex than the previous one. Then he dreamed that there would be a whole harem there. This time, he will definitely not miss his chance. But when the card was activated, the young man noted that something was wrong. It was unclear what was happening around. Our hero's body literally blurred before our eyes, after which he suddenly moved into a huge space unknown to him. The young man hit the ground so hard that it felt like his guts were twisted inside. When Lu raised his head up, he saw a huge monster in front of him. The guy didn't understand where he ended up. Isn't this a fragment from a low-ranking card? Looking at this giant, the young man came to the conclusion that now he would come to an end. But suddenly, not far from him, he saw some kind of black cat that glowed with red light. The animal suddenly jumped onto the monster's back and summoned a huge red tiger, which immediately grabbed the otherworldly creature with its sharp fangs and destroyed it. Our hero did not understand at all what was going on here and barely managed to jump to the side when the lifeless body of the monster began to fall to the ground. After all this action, the black cat came close to Min, who had already begun to say goodbye to life. Gradually, she became a huge beast and put her paw on our hero's head. He couldn't move at all. Perhaps the kitty thinks he is an enemy. But suddenly, she took on her normal form. Therefore, the guy began to calm her down and say that he was not going to offend her. It is written on his face that he is innocence itself. The young man came here completely by accident and did not want to disturb anyone. It would be nice to become friends with her. When the animal came close to his face, our hero thought that perhaps she did not understand him. Suddenly, the shell that was around began to crack for unknown reasons. Then it dawned on the guy that the card's energy had run out. Thank God this happened. because he no longer knew what else to say, after which he exclaimed, "Goodbye, little Blackie." Finally, he added that he hates cats. When he returned to his territory, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he had almost moved his horses. I saw these cards in the coffin. Punk will definitely get it from him. But turning his head to the side, he saw the same cat that was in the other world. Lou didn't understand how this cat was able to get out of the illusion. How is this even possible? When the animal rushed towards him, the young man immediately began to lament that he adored cats, and that what he had said earlier was not true. Suddenly, the animal jumped straight into his open mouth. The young man did not even have time to prevent this. A moment later, Min found himself in an incomprehensible open space. But he made the assumption that this is a sea of consciousness, the place where the original map is kept and is priceless to the creator. Almost all the accumulated energy is stored here. This place is as necessary as the human brain. After all, without a sea of consciousness, the creator simply will not be able to work on maps. But why did he come here? Perhaps this is a repository for his original map. Suddenly, right in front of him, he saw what he was looking for, and a black cat sitting next to her. The animal sharply opened its mouth and began to hiss. It was clearly unfriendly. After that, she grabbed her huge fangs into the original card of our hero. The young man shouted what the cat was doing and rushed towards her to stop her. He did not have time to overtake her, since his body was pierced through by a large number of arrows. The animal's tail, which also turned into an arrow, stopped a millimeter from his face. But suddenly, the black cat fell to the floor. It seemed as if her strength had left her. Looking at her closely, the guy realized that she had been wounded in a previous illusion. The injury appears to be serious. Then he approached her and said that there was no need to be afraid. He has very little energy, but he will try to cure him. Then he went up to the map and noted that it was some kind of tin. Will it be possible to fix it at all now? Although it seems to work that way. But just in case, I told the cat not to bite everything anymore because she's not a dog. Otherwise, next time he will definitely take 3 skins off her. Let him meow in response if he understands, or take silence as a sign of consent. Meanwhile, someone was beating the punk to get information out of him. Falling to the ground, Sha exclaimed that he had already told everything. He has no idea what fragment they are talking about. In the last month alone, more than 10,000 of them were bought from him, so he really doesn't remember. The young man begged to be spared, but the monsters ignored his request and simply crushed him. Looking at the card with the image of a black cat, the creature wondered if it was really too late. The map only made sense because of her. Where is she now? Who took her? The next day, our hero went outside and noted to himself that the time had come for new achievements. Then I noticed that again, this card store across the street started its promotion early in the morning. How can you not love your colleagues so much? Locals were talking about being robbed the night before. It seems that even all the guards were killed. And the worst thing is that almost all the card shops in this area were destroyed in one night. I wonder who dared to encroach on their stores. Rumor has it that this man is so strong that he can even summon a black swamp giant. The rescuer asked everyone to disperse. It is enough to accidentally wave your hand and walls can collapse on them. Law enforcement officers will do them a favor if they come here. The young man was completely horrified by this picture. Is this world really that chaotic? But yesterday, he fell asleep right in the store. However, how did it happen that only his premises were not touched? This is very strange. Suddenly, the voice of his friend was heard, who said that there was something strange about this. His barn is so small that it was simply not noticed. When asked what he forgot here at such a time, Xiaopan replied that he did not come for money. Let him not worry. He has something interesting for him. The academy announced the start of internships outside of it. He was so afraid that no one would tell him about this that he brought a blank form himself. When it comes to good things, Qiao always thinks about him. When the young man bowed and thanked him, the guy said that there was no need for that. This is what best friends should do. But then our hero simply threw away this leaflet. Xiaopan exclaimed in surprise why he did this. Lu noted to himself that this was hard labor. Min has already participated in one of these internships. From practice, there is only one name. In fact, the academy simply supplies the plant with free labor. Judging by his memoirs, he then diligently dug up a whole cart of ore to transfer it to the plant. However, in response, I heard only one simple phrase from the manager, +5 points. Chow said that the internship is taking place in a famous mine. Rumor has it that there are enough power stones there for cultivators throughout the country to practice for 10 years. The guy said that there was no need to pick him up, since he wouldn't participate anyway. Then he asked if he had any battle cards that consumed about 60 energy points. This area is no longer safe, and security is just an empty phrase. Lu must practice refining and making cards to increase his strength and endurance. Reaching into his pocket, the friend exclaimed that he had contacted the right person. This is a 1-star spirit card called Wild Charge. It is used to attack and consumes exactly 60 units. He can sell it to his brother for 998 yen. Let him remember to look for him if any business matters arise. Having found this card on the internet, the young man saw that the drawing costs 1,000 and the card itself costs 50. The young man was angry that his so-called friend was using him again. But oh well, it will still be more profitable to buy a drawing, and he will deal with it later. It's curious. Even if the energy fluctuations of this card are not great, its creation can be equated in cost to 3 watermelon ninjas. It seems like the rate of increase will be much faster. Today's energy was enough to create a whole pile. The effect was really good. The energy increased by 0.05%. Even if the result is good, you will have to take an energy replenishment card to continue training. And this is somehow too expensive. These cards are not easy to make, and it's also difficult to sell. A real waste. Then it dawned on him that he could take the catalyst to activate it. After this, use the original seal for encapsulation training. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Encapsulation requires 60 units. This is exactly the amount of energy in it. She must time the burst of abilities, and then the original card will be released at the right moment. This is the only way to achieve success in encapsulation. One mistake can turn into failure, especially for those who have the ability to cause enormous damage. Get distracted for a second, and your writing is lost. To become a powerful map maker, you need to master this technique. A moment later, the countdown began, and it was announced that the original card had awakened. After that, a huge bull appeared in front of him, looking quite terrifying. The young man was taken aback by how his original card looked, since he didn't expect this at all. It seemed like he was going to die, after which he quickly sealed it and exhaled with relief. It was very scary. I almost shit myself. But when I looked at it, I saw that it was not completely closed. What's wrong with her? Has that cat really ruined her? But the drawing on the reverse side is the same as on the drawing. This means that the problem is not with him, but then what is it? Then it dawned on him that the reason was segmental coverage. Because some abilities are too strong, a high-level card creator came up with the segment covering technique. As the name suggests, the card packaging is divided into many pieces that eventually reveal the entire card. Therefore, our hero decided to try again and activated the original card again. As the huge wild boar rushed towards him, the young man immediately began the sealing process. In the end, it worked. It turned out to be a very cool print. The 2 bull cards actually merged into one. Brother Cat is simply a miracle. It looks like this really can be considered a gift. Thank you very much. Then the guy thought about how each coverage segment is a separate ability. It turns out that his original map can encapsulate 7 of them, because the black cat divided its front part into 7 parts, which means that 7 cards can be reunited. After he performed the sealing the required number of times, the pattern merged together. The young man could not be happier, because this was the first card in his career as a creator. But after paying attention to her updated drawing, I realized that something had gone wrong. Lu did not understand why the formidable wild bull became like a pink toy. Did the merger fail? It requires 300 units of energy to activate. He can't even use it now. However, by creating this card, Lu still increased his energy reserves. The speed of improvement is 100 times higher than that of the watermelon ninja. It is generally unknown how powerful this bull is, but it requires as many as 300 units. It looks like all he needs is to raise his energy to that number. Then I thought about what to call it. What came to his mind was a thunderous bull. Amiro Mine, located in the southern part of Sinmin City, is at an altitude of 4,800 m above sea level and is known as Sinmin Lava. There are more than 300 mines in it. The students were brought to the Resni plant, which produces energy ore, where their internship will take place. Some guys were happy and looking forward to practice. There was such fresh air and beautiful nature around. Miss Anne, who is a 3-star elemental teacher, said that all the snacks and game consoles would have to be put away. Otherwise, she would do it for them. The guy asked if there really were entertainment and recreation areas in this area. The girl replied that maybe it was her first time here too. Our hero noticed that one of the young men looked at her with loving eyes and tried to kiss her from a distance. Therefore, the young man began to smack his ear and say, "I love you so much, Miss Anne." The guy immediately got angry and exclaimed irritably what he wanted from him. Min was a little taken aback by this reaction because he only wanted to joke with him. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard asking what the two of them were still doing. They are about to be distributed among the dorms. The teacher wants the kids to get ready and go there, the young man said with relief that he had escaped, after which he thanked the guy for helping him out. Saya Yui, who is an archer by profession, replied that no gratitude was needed, but he would not advise interfering with this student. The guy is really tough, even he has to avoid him. Our hero noted to himself that the bow and arrows look impressive, but why is there only one in the quiver? After which the guys met, and the archer stated that his specialty is creating cards because he has a lot of them in his hands. When it came time to inspect everything, the guys noted that the products were actually divided by type. There's even legendary food to cultivate. This is food prepared from meat, which contains powerful energy and alcoholic herb as a side dish. They have a very beneficial effect on further cultivation. The dormitory is divided into levels. The highest one can be exchanged for a training room. This room is specially prepared for development. The concentration of energy in the room is extremely high. There was also equipment for virtual fantasy games, and it was from the premium segment. This is a completely realistic gaming device. The man said that the plant is striving to humanize management. To do this, they need to exchange energy stones obtained during the internship. For every 100 G, they will receive points. They can be exchanged for entertainment. The more the guys work, the more they will get. There are no restrictions. As long as they have enough points, they can enjoy whatever they want. The guys were amazed that it was so simple. All they need to do is dig. Now they will squeeze out all the ore. The young man was touched by this gathering of newcomers who still did not understand where they had ended up. Saya noted that he looks quite calm. Has he been here before? Our hero replied that he came here when he was a freshman. Yui said that he personally only pretends to be calm. In fact, his heart is beating like crazy. Grandfather always said that a real man should not be afraid, even if the mountain collapses. Min suspected something was wrong and came to the conclusion that he had well-developed intuition. It's best to stay away from this guy altogether. No one must find out about his intentions to steal the mine. Otherwise, the whole plan will go to one place. The next day, the teacher announced that the first day of mountain practice was declared open. Their motto is to hammer the mine. The interior is divided into 2 zones. The outer is the mining zone and the inner, which is full of complex tunnels intertwined with each other. After a while, the guy admired that Chan Lion had already dug up a whole bag of energy stones in just one morning. Do you really need talent for mining? The young man replied that he was not so bad. It's better to look in the other direction. There's a part left that hasn't been dug up yet. The sophomores who come here for practice are just a bunch of trash. Why did he take instant noodles with him? Is he really afraid that he won't be able to afford food for the stones? Others noted that he didn't really dig anything up. I just spent an hour fiddling with one piece of ore, and nothing came of it. Chan stated that he had collected enough power stones to exchange for food for cultivation. Others also decided that they could return. Although they don't count on food for cultivation, a regular one should be enough for a large portion. Suddenly, a girl approached our hero and noted that he really hadn't dug up a single piece. The young man replied that he was embarrassed, but he had not yet mastered this skill. The girl explained that if the hand, simultaneously with the energy of the stone, has poor control of the force, then this always leads to interruptions in the supply of energy. She was the same at the beginning. The more she worried, the more she failed. But if you calm down, you will be able to concentrate. For example, think about something good. The girl will give him a couple of crystals. Let him go eat something first. Finally, she told him to try hard tomorrow and he will succeed. When the guy was left alone, he exclaimed that everyone had finally left. Now it's time for his show. He realized something this morning. To absorb energy, you simply need to touch the energy stone. In this case, there is no need to dig it up. Then, absorbing energy, you need to draw a simple energy map. Having accumulated a certain amount, the young man will be able to move on to the next step. Use the card's energy to replenish his own, and then consume it to draw complex patterns on the Thundering Bull cards. Take ore to get energy cards and absorb them to create bull cards. After a while, our hero exclaimed that this was simply amazing. So many cards made in just a few hours. The young man's core energy increased by more than 30 points. Suddenly, he noticed that a large crowd of people was walking towards him. Did they really find out about everything? But, to his great relief, they simply passed by without saying anything to him. The young man came to the conclusion that these employees are responsible for mining. But why are these guys here? They should be resting at this time. And the last two people don't look like miners at all. The girl especially looks unusual. Suddenly he was already asleep, wondering if they were stealing in the mines by chance, just like he had just done. Although it doesn't matter at all, the main thing is that these guys ignore him and don't tell anyone. He's already so tired and wants to sleep. It is better to find a place where you can rest so that you can continue tomorrow. The next day, the students were indignant that all these entertainment centers were just window dressing. The cheapest lunch costs 5 points. At the current pace, you will have to work 10 hours a day for food. They can't even afford to eat, let alone training meals and gyms. They need to complain about this plant when they return to the academy. One of the guys said not to worry about it. Their first day of work just wasn't going well. It might not be that difficult, actually. The teacher exclaimed that there was no need to lose heart. The purpose of their internship is practice and learning, as well as life experience. The guy immediately exclaimed that Miss Anne was right. They are here to practice, not to enjoy. So let everyone cheer up and move forward. Other students immediately supported him and shouted that it was time to get to work. You need to work harder. When they got to the place where they were yesterday, they could not understand what had happened there. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that he was done with these 2 points. Energy increased by tens of points. At this rate, before the end of the internship, Lou will surpass the 300 mark. Then he will try this card. Suddenly he found himself near a tunnel with minerals. At the top, it was written that it was dangerous and entry was prohibited. The biggest danger in such a mine is a collapse. The probability of collapse is much higher than usual. As for other dangers, you can go in and take a look. After which he decided to go there and see everything with his own eyes, since he had absolutely nothing to lose. It was a little creepy in the mine area. To avoid colliding with the workers, the only option was to leave the main road and use various intersections. It is unknown how far he climbed, but he never came across a vein. What to do now? Go back to the mining zone or move on? Suddenly, he came across some kind of tent. Does this mean that there are people like him who plan everything in advance and take advantage of the opportunity? When Min loudly asked who was there, but there was no answer, he decided to take a look for himself. What he saw inside shocked him. The fat man Chan and Sinya were lying there, holding hands. The young man asked if he liked this girl who was next to him. Xiaopei replied that he actually knew that this internship was very hard, so he came to console the disappointed students. Our hero squeezed her cheeks and replied that he didn't think it was that simple. He made a real erotic doll. The young woman exclaimed that no, she's just a doll and he doesn't do anything with her. Lu asked why Chan was making excuses since Min had not said anything like that yet. The friend explained that he really liked Sinya, but was afraid to approach her. That's why I came up with this way to fill the long, lonely nights. Our hero interrupted him, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that he was going to make a new card later, and he needed an illusionist so the guy could help him. The fat man was indignant that he actually wanted to pour out to him what was going on in his soul. How can you be so heartless? Min asked if he wanted Lu to tell the girl everything, told her how much he liked her and how he made a doll like her to sleep with. The friend immediately replied that it was not necessary. It's just an illusion, so there's no problem. The guy is sure that he can help him. He will also do it for free because they are friends with him. Our hero replied that he was saying everything correctly. Then he asked if he knew the route of the mining area where the larger mines were located. After some time, the young man exclaimed, "What a blessed place! There are too many minerals there. The energy here is 10 times cleaner than outside." He feels this field that fills the cave. With this amount of ore, in less than 2 days, Lu would have reached his goal of 300 points. From now on, Min will live here and make cards, eat, drink and sleep. Nobody will bother him. A friend warned him that he had to be careful that the miners didn't find him. They are very close to the next mining site. The workers at that site work 24 hours a day, so there is no need to let your guard down. In the meantime, the employee said that he needed to stop. They dug to the indicated point and there is nothing there. The girl ordered them to continue. The guy was indignant that the depth had reached the safe mining zone. Further digging may cause the shaft support points to become unbalanced. There is a high probability that it will collapse. It's too dangerous. If an accident occurs, he will not be able to explain it to the company. The girl said that in this case, they would not receive a penny. The worker was indignant as to why this was so. They agreed. He and the guys took a lot of risks. The girl replied that the risk was worth the investment. If they continue to dig, they will pay 5 times more. It was the 4th day of practice in the mine. The guys were very tired and hungry. Everyone thought this was the worst period of their lives. The teacher asked if anyone had seen our hero. The young men replied that they had not seen it today. If this is the sophomore who ate noodles a couple of days ago, he may have just run away. Miss Anne grabbed her head and said it was her fault. The first practice in her life turned out to be very problematic. During the search, Chan said that this mining area is not where they should be. Does he really think this guy is here? Yu replied that he was not sure, but they have already checked everything except this part. Therefore, it is logical that a young man could end up here. The student exclaimed that he should not be deceived, since he did not need problems with his mentor. Meanwhile, Min finished creating the 300th map. It took him 4 days. Now we finally have the required number of points. This means he can use his original card, the Thundering Bull. Just as the young man was about to test it, the guys appeared and greeted him. The guy said that he thought he was a bad person. Lu is really trying to steal the stones. Our hero muttered what a coincidence it was that he met the two of them. He was lost, were they too? Qian told him to shut up and stop pretending. The guy is a thief, which means, according to the article, 1,356 of the mineral code. After which, he fell silent and asked his companion to tell him what was next. Saya continued that this section states that energy mines are the property of the state. Any person who digs and steals them without permission should be punished. The young man asked what they were talking about. What evidence do they have? The young man replied that there was no need to worry. They were there. He simply recorded from a distance the process of stealing the stones and making his cards. All this was recorded in high definition. Our hero thought that he couldn't believe that these two most problematic guys caught him too. Then he asked how they knew. They could have just stumbled upon him. Yui replied that he had been following him since day 1. After listening to him, he realized that Min was well aware of their practice and he immediately disappeared, so he attracted his attention. Later, when the guy was mining, he discovered that in the initial external places, there was 15% empty ore. Lu is really very smart because such a small percentage is not so noticeable. But in the depths of the mine, the price of empty ore became increasingly higher. Perhaps the young man did not think that people would dig so deep. Also, in all these places, he found empty noodle boxes. After thinking about it all, the young man was almost sure that he did it all. Mysterious second-year student. Our hero thought to himself that this was inevitable. This guy's a real pain in the ass. All the cards he had in stock were used up. Its base energy of 300 units is enough for only 1 summon of this card. If anyone sees this video, they will simply go to jail. It is necessary to take away the phone and destroy it. The young man decided to go all in, so he took out his card and began to say the words of appeal. After this action, the young man suddenly announced that he had deleted everything. No need to be nervous. Chan exclaimed why he deleted everything. The guy replied that he just wanted to test his intuition and it did not let him down. They shouldn't send him to jail. The young man exclaimed that he was doing wrong and would tell the teacher about everything. Yui protested that he had no proof, but he didn't care. Suddenly, everything around began to shake, and the guys did not understand what was happening. Lu shouted for them to hurry up. The mining area is an emergency-prone area. A collapse has begun. When huge cobblestones began to fall from the ceiling, our hero shouted, "Why did they get up? Let him act quickly." The worker immediately began radioing that the mine would soon collapse. It is necessary to save yourself who can. Not all the employees made it in time, so they ended up under the rubble and died instantly. The head of the team looked down and it immediately became clear to him what the customers wanted to dig up. The girl said that this was the very place. They had finally found it. This was the gate. Meanwhile, the guys ran, dodging stones. Our hero shouted that he warned them that this place could collapse. Qian stated that it must have something to do with him stealing ore. Min objected. What does this have to do with him if he didn't even use a pickaxe? First, they need to get out of here alive, and then they will talk about it to everyone. The young man thought to himself that he didn't know if the videos were really deleted or if they were lies. That guy is completely unpredictable. One can only hope that at the most critical moment, he will not blackmail him. At this time, the head of the brigade received payment into his bank account, and he said that now they need to discuss how they will divide the treasure. The girl was indignant in what sense? It is not a treasure and its contents will not bring them any benefit. The man objected how they could know this, since the gate had not yet opened. In any case, they need to cooperate. Otherwise, they will post on the internet that they are digging for treasure here. Many people will be interested in this. The customer sighed heavily and replied that she should publish it. It doesn't matter to her at all. The worker shouted that he would really do this. Her companion clarified whether she would really allow him to do this. After thinking a little, the girl stopped abruptly and ordered him to destroy everyone so that there would be no witnesses left. The miner began to shout what he was even up to because there were many more of them. What does he hope for? The man silently grabbed his head with one hand and crushed his helmet. The employee immediately began to say that he would not do anything. Let him be released. The young man asked where his courage had gone, because there were many more of them. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking that these gates could not be opened so easily. It looks like it will take a lot of effort to do this. Suddenly, one of the workers flew past her at great speed and crashed into a stone wall. Her companion said that there was not a single worthy opponent. All these guys are weaklings. All they can do is dig mines. Then the man heard some fuss behind the stone and realized that he had not figured out everyone yet. There is always a fish that slips through the net. What kind of coward is this sitting here? While Siopan was crawling and begging him not to kill, the big guy said that a boy had appeared here and said that he was a student. What to do with it? The girl replied that there was some kind of barrier on the gate that she had not seen before. It will take some time to break it. Before that, let him get rid of the bodies of the workers, disguising them as victims of the collapse so as not to create unnecessary problems. As for the uninvited guest, let him be buried with the others. When they grabbed him by the leg and began to drag him, Chow shouted that he was an illusionist and knew the spell on this gate. One day, a guy read this in an ancient book called Heavenly Gatekeepers of Paradise. The spell is called Haotsivhg, and he knows how to break it. This word means to do everything for yourself. Regular charms have codes, keys, calculations, and so on, but these are completely different. The master who created them loves to be original, and an ordinary person cannot destroy them. The girl told him to tell him how to break them. If he helps them, then not only will they not kill him, but they will also make a deal. Inside the gate, the young man can take whatever he wants except one item or ask for money. The man told him not to worry because his sister was a man of her word. Xiaopan said that then let them listen to him carefully. Nothing will break this spell except a strong attack. The person who broke the spell did so in the first place because he used various methods that did not work. In a fit of anger, he used force and hit them, so they broke. The girl immediately told Brother Fu to try it. The companion replied that, okay, strong attacks are his job. Then he approached them and dealt the most powerful blow he could. Why did they say that it didn't work? This guy lied to them. The young man objected that this was not a lie. Brother, although he is strong, it is obvious that teamwork is necessary and not a single person is needed. This, like a percussion instrument, must have a sense of rhythm. There are many of his classmates here. Although they are not very strong, together they will, of course, open them. The man muttered that it looked like he was just stalling for time, so he offered to kill him. But the girl thought to herself that the book Heavenly Gates of Paradise really exists, since she heard about it from her master. Therefore, she answered that she believed him, but if she tried to escape, they would first kill him and then all her classmates. Chiao noted that this was all a lie, which even he believed. As soon as he meets his classmates, he will be safe. Although they are not strong, it seems to him that the teacher is unusual. Although she looks weak, she is a 3-star master. Even if he loses, he will gain time so that they can call for help. If these guys see that the situation is bad, then they will not have time to kill him, as they will simply run away. He is very smart, as they say. Everything depends on the people who are nearby. Recently, Xiao Pan was with Brother Lu and his IQ became higher. Meanwhile, the guys reached the only exit and saw that it was completely blocked. All his classmates gathered around him, led by Miss Anne. A little later, it turned out that the network was not receiving anything at all. Therefore, it is impossible to contact someone outside. The woman said that there was no need to worry. Those upstairs should know about the accident. If you can't contact them, they will send help. Fortunately, there were no casualties, so all we can do is wait. When Yui said that he should hope nothing bad happens again, Qian screamed at him to shut his mouth. Our hero thought to himself that the situation had developed in such a way that no one cared about him right now. Therefore, the guys will not report anything for some time. But why does the young man experience a constant feeling of anxiety, as if he had missed something? Then it dawned on him that the fat man was nowhere to be found. He wasn't with them, and he wasn't with his classmates either. But suddenly his friend appeared, accompanied by 2 people he had seen earlier. Our hero was delighted, immediately grabbed him by the neck and exclaimed that he was still alive, because Lu thought he was dead. Let him tell you what he had to go through with his plump face and clumsy body. The young man replied that it was a very long story. It all started when he met these 2 miners. When he explained everything, the guys admired that Xiao Pan had found a secret world. It's no wonder the mine collapsed so badly. After they started asking where he was, the guy asked to calm down and let him tell him everything to the end. Min thought that in the memories of the previous owner of the body, this place was described as legendary. The secret world is a cave prepared by powerful monks for cultivation. They developed over many years, fed on energy, and were finally preserved intact. The result is a real treasure cave. Most of the secret worlds found are full of spells and traps, but in order to obtain the treasures and secrets left by their predecessors, people try to go through them. Every time a secret world is created, it creates a huge sensation and drives countless practitioners crazy. The fat man should be glad that he found the secret world, but the expression on his face proves otherwise. When he finished explaining everything, all his classmates exclaimed that they would definitely help him. He thought to himself that he didn't expect the exit to be blocked, so he ended up in trouble. Now we need to think what to do next. Meanwhile, our hero began to walk around and sniff everything. When asked what it does, Lu replied that it simply has a special ability to enhance perception. He has a very good sense of smell. The guy smells a faint aroma of flowers on her, and there is also something similar to cinnamon. But one scent is different from all the others. It is sharper and not particularly pleasant, and that is blood. The guys didn't understand in what sense because they don't feel anything. He has a dog's nose or something. However, considering that all the miners they were with died under the rubble, it is only natural that there would be some blood on them. The guy objected that there was no blood on it. The young man thought to himself whether his brother really wanted to be killed. What is he even trying to achieve now? Our hero continued that all the workers were killed, but 2 turned out to be okay. This is very suspicious. Let this incredible beauty explain to everyone why the pungent smell of blood emanates from her. Unexpectedly, the girl bowed, asked for forgiveness, and said that she was simply going through women's days. The guys immediately shouted that he was a fraudster. What an even improved perception. It was all a waste of time. After which they exclaimed that it was time to continue working since they still had a lot to dig up. The teacher shouted after them not to do anything for now. It's too early to know what dangers might be inside or wait for help to arrive. But the guys shouted that when help came, the secret world would probably be divided between the leaders and then they would get nothing. Yui asked, "What kind of enhancement of feelings is this? Why have I never heard of this before? What is it?" Lu replied that he had never heard of such a thing either. He came up with this because he wanted to piss her off and see what the problem was. He doesn't know what happened yet, but he's sure it's not that simple. These people are hiding something anyway. What does Chiao think about this? The young man replied that his keen instincts as an archer told him that now was the time to hurry to keep up with the pack. Meanwhile, the guys were amazed that they were seeing something like this for the first time. This is simply incredible. In order to open them, a powerful attack is required. So what are they all waiting for? It's time to get started. Xiao Pan asked everyone to calm down and told them to follow his movements. Now they will begin a rhythmic attack, and these gates will be opened by a beautiful melody. After which he began to make some strange movements and list out loud all the notes he knew. Then he sharply yelled for them to open these gates to countless treasures to the best of the best. All the students immediately began to activate their most powerful attacks in order to perform a strike at the same time. A thick column of black smoke had already appeared around the passage, and absolutely nothing was visible. Qiao noted to himself that his brilliant plan had failed. What to do now? Then he mentally turned to Min so that he would come to his aid. When everyone's strength ran out and they saw that the gate remained intact, they did not understand how this could even happen. Xiao Pan muttered that it was normal that the gate did not open. Please let him listen to him. Then he fell to his knees and screamed that he had lied to them. The guy has no idea how to open this gate. Those present immediately began beating him and shouting that all their strength had gone down the drain. How dare he lie to them? Now he will feel everyone's wrath. Few noted that this fat man really was leading them by the nose. What should they do next? The girl replied that she would find a way to open the gate, and he could deal with everyone else. But the one whose name is Lu Min should not be touched. She needs the guy alive. Let him take him home after all this. The man exclaimed in surprise, why did she really like him? The girl asked him not to talk nonsense. She will cut off his limbs, gouge out his eyes, tear out his tongue, and then put him in a vase and watch him slowly die. When asked if he knew how to open them, our hero replied that, of course, for him it was just a trifle. Yui may or may not believe that the seal of this gate may seem complicated to him, but is actually as simple and straightforward as mathematics. Everything has its own rules. As long as a person knows these rules, that is, knows how to find the answer. First, one must allow the body's energy to enter the seal and follow the path of the seal to find out its structure. According to our hero, he is not faced with spells, but rather with data, and they are a simple task for him, an experienced programmer. Suddenly, something dawned on the young man, and he moved. Yui didn't understand when Lu managed to disappear so suddenly. The young man himself was confused about what had happened and where he was at the moment. Could it be that the so-called enchantment is just a portal? He started the mechanism and was teleported to the secret world. If this is really the case, then it turns out that he is completely alone in this place. Now all the treasures in the secret zone belong only to him. Min is fabulously rich. The young man was very happy and shouted loudly, but apparently did not even suspect that he was in a huge labyrinth. After some time, the guy noticed that there were high walls everywhere. How a secret world can be like a labyrinth. Suddenly, he came across a chest on his way, and our hero decided that there were treasures there. But when he opened it, he was very disappointed. There was only a piece of paper there. It said it was a labyrinth of fantasy. To overcome the gate of enchantment, you need to find a way out of it. There are no food supplies or important things here, so you need to find a way out for the rest of your life. It dawned on the young man that this was not a secret world, but that everything around him was just an illusion. It's very troublesome. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. The entrance to the gate can only be opened by finding a way out of the labyrinth. It just seemed to him that it was all simple. An endless labyrinth exists only in computer games and does not exist in reality. But in this world, it can be built with the help of illusions. Theoretically, you can solve it by focusing on one point. The search area is constantly expanding, so his circle continues to grow. Eventually, a solution will be found. The search time depends on how far the person is from the center point. If he is far from the exit, then the search may be endless, which means that the end of his life will come. Suddenly, the young man began to feel sick, and a black substance began to come out of his mouth. It turned out to be the same black cat. His injury seems to have healed, as he looks much stronger than last time. He then noticed that the animal was holding his original card in its mouth. When he started to run away, the guy was outraged that the cat was even doing this. How can one abandon him when he sees that the young man is in trouble? The cat can go wherever he wants, but there is no need to take his card. His life depends on it. Meanwhile, the girl thought to herself that there was a trap hidden in the gate. Respecting the identity of the creator, she did not dare to enter without a plan. But that guy suddenly disappeared. Did he really let her go? The so-called Fat Man attack is initially the most successful way to overcome the barrier, but it is obvious that the strength of these students is not enough. After all, the man who created it all is a legend. What to do now? Is it worth the risk in going into this trap? Xiao Pan shouted for everyone to listen to him. The young man was forced to do this. The guys were indignant. What nonsense! Who forced him? All their energy was wasted because of him. Suddenly, this all-powerful thug appeared behind the guy, and he began to realize that it seemed that the end had come for him. But he was lucky, as everyone present began shouting that the gates were opening. The students immediately began to run there, saying that the internship had really not been in vain. There are surprises, dangers, and treasures. The girl didn't understand how it happened, why they suddenly opened. Was it really that guy who did it? Meanwhile, Min tried to kiss the cat and said that he was a beautiful little kitten. The young man thought that the animal decided to abandon him. But what a big misunderstanding it was. How did she know that the exit was right here? Can he give him the card? We need to discuss this. The guy will buy her a fish later. And there is also canned food and catnip. In any case, buy whatever she wants. Our hero can also buy her a small cat so that he will always be with her. The black cat was tired of listening to all this nonsense, so she hit him in the face with her tail as hard as she could. The guys looked around in surprise and wondered if this was a secret world. Why is it so dark there? You can't see anything at all. How can he be so small? Rather, it's just a small secret room and there's nothing interesting there. Suddenly, a bright light began to break through from the towers that stood around the guys. Right in front of them, on a pedestal, the students saw a map that seemed to be unusual. It is obvious that it is not for nothing that she is locked in such a secret room. There must be a downside. They had also never seen such a pattern. The color and texture were different from those that fell into their hands. It is unlikely to be legendary, but it clearly should bring in a considerable amount of money. Then the guys decided that they needed to take it and sell it when they left there. Then divide the money equally between everyone, and this will be compensation for the internship at the mine. But Fu suddenly appeared, grabbed one of them by the head, and slammed his face into the floor with all his might. Then he added that he was very sorry, but they had no right to touch this thing. His name is Hunmin. He is a 3-star energy warrior. This card belongs to him. If the guys want to survive, let them get out of here. The disciples understood that they could not cope with him, since they were only 1-star cultivators. Moreover, the difference is so huge that this man feels like a wolf among sheep. However, there is a type of power called teamwork. A group of 1-star is the brightest in the night sky. When the young man realized that he had started running towards him alone, he suddenly froze. Then he asked what they were afraid of, since there were already more of them. Others responded that he was stupid. The guys are 2 stars behind him. It's impossible to beat him. The young man exclaimed, "Who knows if he is real or fake? How could a miner become a 3-star warrior?" From behind, the voice of a teacher was heard, who said that they were not miners at all, but had simply come for this map. The students immediately began to complain to her that this guy wanted to take the card and was also killing their classmates. She is also a true 3-star elementalist. The woman told everyone to calm down and added that everything would be sorted out now. The man grabbed his head and noted that he was inattentive. He didn't think there was a 3-star elementalist here. Miss Anne said that she found the miners who appeared to have been killed in an accident. Almost all of them were wounded in battle. Obviously, this has something to do with him. So, specialized inspectors should deal with these things. This is not in her competence, but he kidnapped and intimidated her students, and she cannot forgive this. Flexing his fists, Fu said that at the beginning he wanted her to open the gate. He would have taken the card and just left. But since the woman stood in his way, Hunmin is forced to destroy everyone. At the last moment, the teacher managed to jump to the side and dodge his attack, after which I decided to use one of my strongest techniques, wind shot. The attack turned out to be so powerful that the man was simply blown away from the place where he stood. The guys were shocked. Could this person really be their teacher, who is usually kind to them? They simply couldn't believe their eyes. The woman is truly a goddess who descended from heaven to earth. As the smoke began to clear, Fu appeared and said that her momentum and strength are very good, but unfortunately her 3 stars and his 3 stars are very different. Hunmin is a true 3-star warrior who has fought on the battlefield thousands of times. He's not just a university teacher. Seeing his energy armor, Miss Anne was horrified how this was possible, how he managed to master it. A normal energy warrior can only combine energy in a local area to form a protective energy shield. And energy armor is an improved version of the basic concentration ability, which can only be upgraded after using it. This type of armor covers the entire body for complete protection. It's hard to do any real damage without a powerful single-point attack. But her attack was of a different type, and this is very bad. It is now not clear how to get out of a dangerous situation. Among the students, there are people with one-point attack ability, such as Yui, but this is clearly not enough to damage him. While the woman was thinking about how she could protect all the students, the enemy flew up to her and grabbed her by the face, after which he stated that life on the battlefield can change very quickly. Here, you either have to fight or die. Her head now belongs to him, and he will simply tear it off. Suddenly, Qian appeared and screamed at the top of his lungs to let her go immediately. When he first started going to school, everyone made fun of his appearance. He was depressed, inferior, and helpless. Only the teacher patted him on the head and kindly told him that he didn't need to worry about what other people thought. If he becomes strong enough, no one will dare to laugh at him anymore. On the contrary, they will appreciate him and be friends with him. She was the one who inspired him. The woman allowed him to continue to work on himself so that the guy became one of the best in the group. How dare Fu treat her like that in front of his eyes? The opponent asked if he had gone crazy for an hour. When the young man shouted that his opponent was about to die, the guys also decided that he had lost his mind and needed to run away from here. The fat man asked what was going on. Xiao asked not to ask unnecessary questions and just close his eyes. When a guy is very angry, he can rage and fall into unconsciousness. So he is capable of doing something terrible that even he cannot control. This is the genetic inheritance of the light element that belongs to his family. With such force, he once sent the master to the hospital. After a bright flash, the young man fell to the ground in an unconscious state. His classmates did not understand whether he had finished, and whether it was already possible to open his eyes, or whether it was better not to do so for now. This guy's move is incredibly powerful, but it has a fatal flaw. That is, if you just close your eyes, there will be no damage. That's why Xiao is the first in the group, and Qian is only the second. But this man definitely did not understand this, so while the young man attacked him, his eyes were open. But then the archer saw that it didn't work. The enemy's eyes just turned bloodshot. Fu didn't understand what it was just now. The light actually penetrated his armor and hit him directly. It's good that he was able to cover most of the organs with energy. Otherwise, the brain, heart, and all internal organs would be destroyed. Yuri noted to himself that the enemy had suffered a serious internal injury, which caused the protection of the energy armor to weaken. Now was just the perfect moment to shoot an arrow at him. While she was heading towards her opponent, Xiao's childhood memories came back to her mind. The kid said that his grandfather said that in battle, it is not the enemy that is important, but himself. What does this mean? The man replied that it was like a clear lake in which everything was reflected like a mirror. When a person faces a strong opponent, victory or defeat, life or death is a matter of a moment. Therefore, in addition to good skills, you also need to be able to wait calmly. In this way, you can instantly bring your entire body into action when the crucial moment comes. One step and you win. The boy replied that he still didn't understand anything. Grandfather laughed and said that there was no need to worry. The grandson will understand everything when the time comes. The bow and arrow are the most valuable gifts that the man left him before his death. And although there is only one arrow, it has two extremely special abilities. The first is that it is very expensive, and the second is freezing. When it hit the chest area, the man muttered that he was amazed how these children could attack like that in turns. But he received too many of these wounds from arrows, so he doesn't feel them. But gradually, the enemy's body began to be frozen by ice, and it was impossible to prevent this. The icy effect only spread to the hand. When his entire arm was frozen, it immediately broke into pieces. The students never expected to see something like this. Could they really defeat a 3-star warrior? The man became completely furious and shouted that he would now destroy this pile of scum. When the fat man told him to do this again, Yui replied that he could only do this once a day. Fu rushed towards them and shouted that he had been in many battles, so he could not lose to a bunch of garbage. He will tear everyone apart. His classmates were shocked. He didn't have a hand. Whoever stops him now can only run. Suddenly, our hero appeared, shouting for them all to move aside and let him do something. Then he took out the Thundering Bull card. A moment later, a crowd of wild boars appeared and immediately rushed towards the enemy. After a short period of time, deathly silence hung in the secret room. When the smoke began to clear and the 3-star elementalist's leg appeared, the guys began to rejoice that they had won. After which they ran to the young man and said that he was simply an incredible master. What kind of bulls were they just now? They had never seen such a map in their lives. The guy said that he independently improved the Wild Rush card. Anyone who wants can buy now. If you take 2, you get 1 free. 20% discount when buying 10. While classmates were learning all the nuances, the archer came up and picked up the very card that started the fight. Suddenly, the girl who originally commanded all these excavations appeared behind him. Without thinking twice, the young man shouted the name of our hero and threw this card in his direction, after which the woman kicked him and the young man flew to the side. The guys noted that this was the same evil miner girl. It's obvious that they are together. That big guy worked for her. She killed their classmate with 1 blow and became so terrifying in appearance. But there is no need to be afraid because Lou has a backpack full of cards. When asked what it was, the fat man replied that the only treasure was in this secret room. They dug here under the guise of miners to get it. The young man noted to himself that this map looked quite unusual. The pattern on the back is actually something special. Then he said that there was no need to worry. He'll figure it out. Let a friend drag the wounded out of here and return for him. When the woman was about to attack him, the young man put his hand forward and asked her to stop. As she knows, card masters have a very simple way of fighting. Just use a bunch of cards to first wear down and then defeat your opponent. But they can avoid it. She had just seen the power of his thundering bulls, and he had a whole backpack of such cards. However, the guy is a businessman, and they, of course, care about peace and prosperity. So they try to solve problems peacefully if possible. As they say, every path leads to its own outcome. Therefore, he offers to give her this card and he will take his classmates and leave. After thinking a little, the woman agreed and added that he was quite smart. Lou noted to himself that he was able to bring his maximum points to 300 for using the card, but there was none to replenish energy. He cannot use the Wild Charge card without energy. It seems that the guy won't even be able to overtake those students who are standing behind him. Then the young man quickly threw the card to her and added that they would see each other again, after which he rushed to run, shouting to his classmates so that they should not stand rooted to the spot, but also run away. On the way, the fat man asked if he really gave her the card. The young man shouted at Xiaopan not to talk, but to just run. Meanwhile, the woman looked at what she was given and saw that it was the Thundering Bull card. She sharply crumpled it in her hand and hissed that she would destroy this boy. Lou thought to himself that he ran away by deceiving her, but she would definitely come for him. So, it won't harm others. The terrain in the mine is difficult. You need to hide and just wait for the rescuers to arrive. And the fat man and his classmates believed that he threw the card to her, not knowing that he kept it for himself. But when they reached the gate, they saw that it was closed. No one understood exactly when this happened. Xiao reported that the woman was running after them. She has a serious intent to kill. The young man realized that his plan had failed, and now he had absolutely no idea what to do. The guys calmed each other down and shouted for our hero to quickly use his pile of cards. But the guy asked for forgiveness and said that he could not use Thunderballs. He ran out of energy and he didn't take any energy cards with him. The students started screaming in what sense? Why doesn't the card creator have energy replenishment? After which they began to find out if anyone had them at all, but it turned out that they did not. Suddenly, Min remembered the black cat. Let it help him, because the life of its bearer is at stake. Hearing the call for help, the animal only just approached his original card and grabbed it with his teeth again. The young man did not understand at all how this should help him in this situation. Meanwhile, they were already caught up with an angry woman from whom powerful energy emanated. It's as if energy clots are coming out of it, and the air around it is compressed and takes shape. She's very strong. The girl hissed that he was very arrogant. How dare a guy deceive her again and again? She would allow him to silently watch his classmates die before his eyes, and after them, it would be his turn. The fat man shouted for the young man to do something, but he objected that in his opinion, it could be done here. With a pained expression on his face, Xiaopan threw the energy card towards him. Our hero was indignant why he didn't tell about her earlier. Still, they asked who had it. The illusionist replied that he thought everything would be fine. Does he even know how much it costs? It took him years to charge it. Min will be obliged to compensate its cost. A charge card is a special type of energy card. They have 3 stars and can be found in the store. It itself does not contain energy and requires constant recharging from the card owner. However, practitioners rarely charge themselves due to the enormous losses they incur during training. However, those at the bottom of the hierarchy continue to charge them and then sell them at a high price. Simply put, it's like a disposable battery for a cultivator, a very valuable treasure. Our hero was filled with energy. It was like a river that flows into the sea. More precisely, on the contrary, the sea into the river with huge waves. After which the young man began to summon all the thundering bulls that he only had. They instantly knocked the woman off her feet and began to trample her one after another. There was such a huge number of them that the walls began to crack and the ceiling began to collapse from their stomping. The guys realized that they needed to escape as quickly as possible, otherwise they would simply be buried alive here. The young man came forward, holding a map in his hands, and shouted that he would break through the gate. "Let them get out of the way." The fat man corrected him that it was the bulls who would break through, not him. Our hero told him to close his mouth and not interfere. When he finally made a passage with the help of thunderous bulls, he shouted that the exit was open. Let them get out of the room quickly. When the last person ran outside, the entrance was completely blocked with stones. Min noted to himself that this girl was buried alive. But if she had remained alive, it would have been even worse. To die in this way at such a young age is of course not very good, but what can you do? On the way, he shouted for everyone to move and run to the excavation site, since everything here would collapse soon. Meanwhile, stones were falling on the woman, and she did not even have the strength to dodge them. After another hit, she fell to the ground, but was able to reach her backpack. The girl managed to reach the button and activate the transition card. The countdown began immediately. But suddenly, a huge boulder fell on top of her, which did not leave a single chance of survival. The guys were already wildly tired, but they almost reached the excavation site. There was still quite a bit left. Suddenly, a rescue team appeared in front of them. The students were very happy that these people were finally here. They immediately reported that the passage was open, after which they began to move the victims onto stretchers. At this time, the woman moved into some forest and noted to herself that, fortunately, she had a teleportation card with her. Otherwise, she would have died there. She will definitely find that boy and destroy him, because she really wants to take revenge for everything he did. After some time, the guys reached the recreation room in the mine management department. Our hero approached the fat man and said that he was blessed by God, so he did not die. "Why is he still moping?" The guy asked not to laugh at him, since there was nothing funny. Lou asked if he was still worried about that card. The young man knows that this was the energy that Xiaopan had accumulated through training over the years and wanted to sell it at a high price. The young man replied that, yes, he wanted to save some money to buy a house. This was his plan for the future. Min noted to himself that he didn't know that the financial problems of boys in this world were so complicated. Then he handed him some piece of paper and said that this was compensation for the fact that he gave away the energy card. It turned out to be the phone number of the girl he really liked, so much so that he had to make a doll similar to her. After the mine collapsed, the internship ended. The next day, the students were evacuated by bus. To soothe broken hearts, the school compensated with money. According to our hero's calculations, he could skip classes for a long time. The school also presented some with official awards for their bravery. It turned out to be an ordinary certificate, which outraged him. It's amazing how stingy educational institutions can be. When he was working on projects, from requirements analysis to overhead design of every module, even every function, he had to write a lot of reports to his clueless boss. But it helped him develop the skill of analysis and summing up. Each Thundering Bull card has a high level of skill built into it. After making hundreds of these cards, he became very good at drawing patterns. He plans to create more new decks in the coming days. Constantly improved energy, energy recovery speed, and transportation speed. Thus, he became stronger. When his phone rang, the guy picked it up without looking and asked what was needed from him so late. Xiaopan countered that it was only noon. Qiao asked how he plans to use his certificate. Lu didn't understand what he was talking about at first. The young man explained that this was an award given to them by the school. This is a good thing. It can be exchanged for vocational training or even a referral from the director. Our hero asked in surprise whether he was really that valuable. The interlocutor replied that, yes, Lou thought it was just trash. It looks like he hasn't fully inherited some personal skills. Someday, he will have to conduct a thorough investigation because he needs to take everything more seriously. Then, he said that he obviously didn't call him to ask what Min was going to do with the reward. The friend replied that there was bad and good news that he wanted to share with him. Yesterday, the school sent a team to the mine to search for missing students. Our hero asked if not all the students were alive. The teacher counted everyone. What could have happened? Xiaopan exclaimed why he was so stupid. The students are alive, but the treasure from the same room is missing. The real purpose of the school is the map. It will be very disappointing when they finally find her, because they lost 100 million. Hearing this figure, the young man was taken aback by how much it actually cost. Chao added that he also heard from classmates that this card is not ordinary. She's like a legacy or something. While our hero was looking for his bag with this card, he simultaneously asked what good news he had. The interlocutor replied that he would finally have a date with Sinya. He had been waiting for it for so long. Hearing this, Lu abruptly hung up, and Xiaopan was indignant that he wanted to ask him for advice on what to do at the meeting. After finishing the conversation, the young man found the same card and could not believe that he was holding so much money in his hands. Then it dawned on him that there must be information about her on the internet anyway. Then he started typing in a request, a card with a picture of the moon. There are only 7 such cards. It's called Shadow Moon. They caused fierce competition among cultivators from all over the world. There were even deaths. In the first academy, the 5th star student Swordmaster, Wu Hunfei, was the first to receive this card and create his own companion card. Our hero noted that the sister of the owner of this body studies there. It belongs to the heritage set. The young man could not believe that the card was so valuable. Essentially, it is used to transmit to students. This is usually the greatest legacy that great masters who have left this world leave to their descendants. A great mentor puts in his experience, his life's work and other things, and then commissions the card maker to make a special one. It contains a lot of knowledge from predecessors. By inheriting a card, a person can slowly learn to understand it until he grows into a true master. This card-making technique is complex. In order to separate the stripes into parts, you need to make sure that the separated strips form a single whole and are not destroyed as a result of energy instability. These patterns are enclosed in separate cards, and one technique is added. The maps that are created by this technology are very valuable. No wonder those two were so eager to get her. This thing is worth about 100 million, maybe even more. But this is all too dangerous and complicated. If people find out that he has it, the guy could die at any moment. He must have all the cards from the set, but even just one can cause battles. If it were possible to obtain everything, it would become a cataclysm similar to the great techniques of the 7 Dragon Balls. He doesn't have the strength to fight for the rest of the cards right now. Based on the information on the internet, the one in his hands is the legacy of a swordmaster. The sword cultivator's legacy is of no use to him at all. This will not help the map creator at all. What should I do with her now? Try to sell her something, but as soon as they find out that he has it, they will simply kill him. Then it dawned on him that if he was unable to use it, he needed to give it to someone who could. His sister Lu Yan is a member of the First Academy and also practices swords. According to little Lu Min's memories, this girl is a real demon. She is incredibly talented and defeats her enemies very quickly. After which, I quickly collected the parcel and called a courier to send her the card as soon as possible. He felt better that he got rid of her and possible death. But it's a pity that it didn't work out to sell. In the end, he will benefit from giving the card to his sister. Suddenly, he sneezed sharply and wondered what it was. Got a cold, or someone remembers. Meanwhile, on a date at a restaurant, the girl said that she liked Lu Min, and the brother approached the woman who was standing on the balcony, threw a blanket over her, and asked if she was afraid of catching a cold late in the evening. She immediately asked him for forgiveness for not being able to get this card for him. The guy replied that his sister did everything she could. Why does she blame herself? There are many things that have their own destiny. If it doesn't work out, then that's how it should be. The girl objected that the boy was just a 1-star, so he was easy to find. But the young man interrupted her and said that it was not necessary. It's not about this young man, it's about who is behind him. This is his sister, Lu Yan. The girl clarified whether it was the one who is known as the brilliant swordsman of the First Academy, the demonic sword, and his classmate. The young man replied that a couple of 1-star trainees had defeated an experienced 3-star fighter and forced her to use a teleportation card to escape. This is not a simple matter and not a coincidence. If his guesses are correct, then Lu Min's sister should have the shadow card. Don't let the girl worry, she can't do all this. It's better to go and have a good rest. The sister asked if her brother was really going to refuse this card. The guy replied that the legacy of the Shadow Moon ancestors is a dream come true for sword cultivators. 7 cards of the Shadow Moon, 7 signs of inheritance, 7 bearers fighting for the highest right of inheritance. Although the competition promises to be fierce, the winner remains to be seen. One of the 7 cards must belong to him. Tian Lan, the young master of the Gao clan, a 5-star cultivator and heir to his family's seal, added that even if he had to kill, he would receive this card. The First Academy is the best in the world, a centuries-old tradition of excellence with the strongest faculty and a wide range of disciplines. The best of the best study here. At this time, the college conducts a special selection process. The initiator of the event was Vu Hunfi, the first holder of the Shadow Moon card, a 5-star sword training student. The goal is to find the creator of the map to help complete the legacy. Since it contains various prohibitions, it is especially important to have a strong map creator. The main criteria are high fame, well-created maps, and a recommendation from a member of the First Academy. After this, voting will be held for the most popular candidate. Meanwhile, Lu Yan walked down the corridor and the students admired how beautiful she was. The best in this academy. Vu Hunfi, a student of the 1st Cadet Academy, a 5-star sword cultivator, was freaking out that he had chosen such a non-entity as his companion. He'll kill him. The director of the Card Manufacturers Association said that while the result was somewhat unexpected, it was not accepted. The head of the First Academy grabbed his head and exclaimed that this was a complete headache. When Lu appeared in the room, the young man asked what she was doing here. What business could she have in this place? The girl said that there was a public election. Her brother was elected according to the rules they established. Why is he now saying that he will not accept these results? The guy hissed. If she hadn't been there with her sword, spreading the word, people wouldn't have known that her brother made that watermelon ninja deck. He's a 1-star map creator, and he's just getting started. The guy is at the school level. Who needs the founder of the watermelon ninjas? Does the girl even know how much the young man spent on the Shadow Moon card? How dare she make fun of him like that? Yan responded that he organized the event, set the terms, and entered into a contract with the Card Manufacturers Association. Does he really want to interrupt his action? When Hunfi shouted that he would do just that, our hero's sister ordered him to shut his mouth. After her energy burst, it became very cold, and everything around began to be covered with a thin layer of ice. Those present were shocked that she had reached such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. Vu said that she should know well what her brother is like, why she so wants him to become his ally. The girl replied that she knew her brother and she needed to show him the world. This will allow him to learn a lot. Therefore, let him stop what he's doing now and finish what he started. Otherwise, you will pay. The head of the First Academy said that after all, this inheritance is for sword cultivators, which is very important to Hunfi. The young man replied that he understood everything. This issue could not be resolved by ordinary conversations. Therefore, he will say frankly that he will never agree for her windbag brother to become his assistant. As for the price, I'd like to know what she wants him to do. The man shouted nervously that a major battle was about to happen. It is necessary to immediately call the security team to control the situation. But suddenly, the young man handed her a one-time token that could be exchanged for a month of exclusive lessons from any of their teachers, even retired teachers. He had to work hard to get it, but he never used it. Let him give it to his brother as compensation. The girl noted that this was a great thing. Where did he get it? The young man replied that he bought it and spent a lot of money. Lu replied that, okay, so be it. She will take him for the sake of her younger brother, although she does not want to. The guy was indignant. What nonsense. Why does she sound like she's at a disadvantage? Looking after her, He thought to himself that he should not think that they were finished. When Vu accepts the inheritance, he will make her regret it. Suddenly, Lu stopped and said that she had one more thing to say before she left. The young man was indignant that she should not dare try to blackmail him anymore. But the girl replied that it had nothing to do with him. This morning, the girl suddenly received a package. It contained a completely unexpected gift. This is a shadow moon card. Everyone knows very well that there are very few of them, and it is almost impossible to get them. While those present shouted that this was simply impossible, she added that from now on she would also be one of the leaders of the legacy. Therefore, he solemnly declares that he chooses his younger brother as an ally. The school where our hero studies, although it is an old educational institution, is now unknown due to its decline. One of the guys said that Lu Min was practicing with all his might. He waved his hands like a goddess of mercy, and tens of thousands of attack cards appeared in response. Then there were screams and cries. The earth and mountains collapsed, the sea dried up, and the rocks were broken, and the wind raged. This guy buried a mine and dozens of enemies. Meanwhile, the man examined his file and said that first there was a watermelon ninja, and then an unknown bull card. If once is an accident, then twice is proof of talent. But this is not surprising. He is Lu Yon's brother after all. No matter how talented his sister is, his brother is no less capable. Miss Anne said that this incident at the mine also shows the potential of this student. This morning, Yui and others exchanged rewards for training so they can reach the next level. Lu Min has been living outside of school for the past few days and has not used his certificate yet. The guy is the most powerful card maker in the school and one of the best in the city. She is sure that our hero will choose his training. The man put his hand on her shoulder and said that he understood her feelings well. He will take very good care of it. And also about his studies, training, his life schedule, his future, his goals, everything will be arranged for him. Finally, Director Qian Fen added that he would be fully responsible for it. Suddenly, a guy ran into the room and said that a Lu Min certificate had appeared. The director asked why he didn't receive a notification and whether he had chosen another teacher. The young man said that he did not choose anything. When asked what he meant by choosing nothing, the student said that Lu had sold the reward that he had been given. Meanwhile, our hero stretched and noted that after 2 days of rest, all fatigue had passed. His sister called him on the phone and said that she had a gift for him. But since she has already taken the card, she will not refuse it. Thanks to Lightning Flight, he has taken a completely different path and has a more suitable training style for making maps. He doesn't even need a teacher to guide him. Not to mention the limited strength of the school teachers. Even if you allow them to teach you, it may not help. Therefore, it would be better to study on your own. It so happened that the school principal's award was sold for a lot of money. He can use them for further training. Then I decided that it was necessary to develop further. If you merge 7 bull cards, you will get a thundering bull. What happens if you merge 7 thundering bull cards into one? The young man was simply breathtaking at the thought of what could come of this. Therefore, it needs to be done quickly. I wonder what will come of this, after all, 7 powerful cards. Of course, bumping into stores is also a problem. Before creation, the card must be sealed. Before sealing it, the guy must activate the original card before the bull appears. When the young man pressed the activation button, a huge formation appeared and he immediately began sealing. Feeling the strongest energy, our hero realized that this was a completely new card. Cross engraving is what we call true map-making technology. The energy requirement is 1,000 points. He thought she would be more demanding. Apparently, this is due to the optimization of map creation technology. However, the young man could not understand where the bulls were. Has some kind of mistake occurred? You need to test it first and see. Find a safe place for the experiment. After which he came to the Association of Map Creators to the testing ground. At the counter, he said that he would like to test his card. When asked what star rating it had, Min replied that he makes cards with 1 star. The girl said that the total cost from his side was 100 yuan. Let him use Lane A for the 1-star testing room. The young man objected that he would like to go to the testing area of AU200 Boy U200 B2 star cards. I thought to myself that this new species would probably be too powerful for a 1-star room. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind and said that there was no need to be so arrogant. Then he needs to check whether he meets the requirements for a 2-star test site. He is the head of the testing department, and it is his right and responsibility to evaluate the determination of a 1-star recruit to pass the test to gain access to the room above. Lou, a small beetle, can only achieve stability by being grounded. Let him be honest and test the card in the room of 1 star. The young man was outraged why at that age he still considered him a little bug. He said out loud that the elder was right, but the guy was afraid that the card he was testing this time was very powerful. But the head of the department turned to him and hissed that he would not allow him to go to the 2-star room. Our hero replied that, okay, in this case he will go to the room with 1. The man told the administrator that the boys today are not very bright, but she is very self-confident. If someone has any skills, going out in the future will only hurt everyone. Entering the room, the young man was very surprised that there were so few people there. When asked to get out of the way, the young man said that he was simply surprised that there were so few visitors around. The old man noted that he was clearly new here. It's just that many people bribe the manager to let them into rooms of 2 and 3 stars. Our hero noted to himself that it was now clear why he was not allowed through. But since you're already here, you need to choose a normal place so as not to disturb anyone. Why did I turn to the old man and ask him to step away for a minute? Because I'm not sure how powerful his card will be. The man stated that there must be something wrong with him. There is plenty of space around, or he even has to use 2 urinals in the toilet. Our hero laughed, but thought to himself that it was their own fault. He hopes that this field will be enough for him to test the card. When the young man began to call the card and apply it to himself, no one appeared at all. Lou didn't understand what was happening. Was this card really broken? But suddenly, frighteningly sized bulls appeared behind them and asked if they should kill that old man. Those present in the hall immediately began to run away in different directions, shouting where these monsters came from. As the creatures began to hit the ground with their hammers, the walls around them began to crumble into crumbs. Meanwhile, people in the hall also did not understand what was happening. Where did such a powerful earthquake come from? When our hero looked at the map, he saw that the destruction caused by these monsters was drawn there. The guy shouted, "Did anyone see this? Where did these monsters come from? Almost trampled to death." Min exclaimed that this was simply outrageous. The association doesn't even treat them, the 1-star newcomers, as people. He noted to himself that it seemed they didn't understand anything. It looks like a dream, after which it is very difficult to believe in reality. The head of the testing department immediately appeared and shouted who had done this. How could 1-star's test room be destroyed? The guys began to explain that huge monsters that looked like minotaurs appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the entire room. It was terrible. They almost got killed. The man said that the system will still show who did it, but if they confess, the punishment will be much less. They don't want to complicate the situation. The young men screamed in what sense? They are victims, and they were not even asked if anyone was injured. Really, they don't think anything of it because they have 1 star. These indignant voices were interrupted by the old man, who raised his hand and declared that he knew who. Then he pointed his finger at our hero and said that it was he who called the monster that destroyed the room. The manager looked carefully at the young man and asked if he had anything to tell him. Min replied, "If he wants to talk about it, then fine." The young man just wanted to test the card. Their testing rooms are outdated and easily destroyed. How long has this space not been serviced? Grandpa countered that, however, the card he had just tested was clearly well above the 1-star level. Lou pointed his finger at the manager and said that they should tell him all this because our hero asked to go to the testing room of 2 stars when he arrived here, but he was not allowed. There are cameras and wiretapping everywhere, so everything can be double-checked. Not only does he despise him as a person, but he didn't even care about everyone's safety. Doesn't he think it's too much? They are the creators of 1-star cards. In his opinion, they did not deserve to go to higher-ranking rooms. Does he really think that 1-star creators are just some kind of trash? Everyone present supported him and shouted that not taking them seriously was too much. They, 1-stars, also have dreams. The man noted to himself that this guy is quite interesting, but should not underestimate him, after which he bowed and began to ask for forgiveness. This time, there really was an accident. This is all caused by their negligence and arrogance. As compensation, they can receive 10 energy cards at the reception. Also, Mr. Lumin can visit 2- and 3-star testing rooms for free next time. To himself, the head of the testing department thought that he was not finished with him yet. The guy will answer for everything. After some time, our hero thought about how they could be so strong that even on the map, only destruction was visible. On the front side, there should be 3 bulls depicted. Then I decided to turn to the black cat. Lou apologized for interrupting her lunch break, but he wanted to ask something. Are the changes to the front of the card related to the lightning crack? The animal silently turned over on its other side and didn't answer him at all. Min realized that there would be no point. Therefore, he wished a speedy recovery and said goodbye. He then began to think that he needed to practice creating and improving maps more often for the sake of the future. No more hassles. This is a lesson that needs to be learned well. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and an irritated voice shouted that there was no need to pretend that he was not there. Let him open it immediately. The young man did not understand who was already trying to create problems for him in the middle of such a beautiful day. When our hero opened the door, he saw a man who said his name was Qian Yunshan. When he pulled out a watermelon ninja card and asked if it belonged to him, the guy noticed that there were a lot of people standing behind him. Therefore, I hoped that nothing would happen. After which he exclaimed that apparently they want to buy more cards. Let them pass, please, or Lou can take it out. But the man shouted that he was an injured parent. His child was a good student who loved to study and work. I could have easily passed the exams, but because of his card, I didn't even get in. People picked up that children in their time needed discipline. All these games, cartoons and comics should be banned. While the angry father was shouting that he was killing the future of all children with his unprofessional cards, our hero said that he would bring him a cup of tea. Asking how many cards his child uses per day, the guy pressed the button to call security. The man yelled that he didn't know, somewhere around 40. Min objected that if you use so many cards a day, you can die. Qian countered that he was using flimsy arguments and twisted logic. Yunshan actually just wanted to scare him, but he didn't think that the guy would want to be beaten. He then charged at the young man, who had prepared the Thundering Bull card just in case. When the man came close to him, energy discharges began to hit his body. It turned out to be a representative of the security service who arrived in time to help. He apologized for being a little late. The guy replied that everything was fine, if only they would give him compensation for the damage caused to the store. After some time, Qian said that this was shameful. There are many ways to ruin his life, so why do it? The interlocutor ignored this and said that the boy was quite unusual. The next morning, our hero went outside and exclaimed that he was ready for hard work. But then he noticed that a girl was sitting near his store. The young man cleared his throat and asked if the little girl knew that it was impolite to chew gum while someone was chanting a slogan. Why did she even come so early? Really? To buy a branded watermelon ninja card. After asking whether his name was Lu Min, the little girl took out a letter from her backpack and handed it to him. It said that this is the person who caused problems yesterday. He is too poor to pay him back, so he decides to send his daughter to work in his store. The young man did not expect such a turn of events and asked if she was really going to work here. The girl replied that yes, her father told her to help him in everything and obey. It's very hot here. Why doesn't he turn on the air conditioning? Our hero wondered if his competitors really wanted to corrupt his mind with beauty. This is good or bad for him. Then something occurred to the young man, and he asked her what her name was. The girl replied that it was Qian Yuebai. Then he asked if she shouldn't be at school. The girl is so young and talented, so she should already choose a profession. She replied that she was able to skip 1 year and went to high school. Our hero looked into her eyes, put his hand on her shoulder and told her to become a map maker. The girl, throwing the glass in the trash, replied that no, they are very poor, weak and lonely. Lou noted that this hit him right in the heart. Everyone laughed at him and said that he was getting older, but he never found anyone. He is a map creator, but for so many years, he has achieved nothing. When Qian asked what was happening to him, the guy replied that he just got a speck in his eye. Her father told her to obey him in everything, so let him take it and draw. This will be her basic job in the store. When she objected that she didn't know how to do this, the young man said that she couldn't help him. After which he asked if Yuobei had ever thought about becoming a sword cultivator. The girl exclaimed that of course. The young man added that then first you need to become a map maker. Since it can fit any skills into cards, so can the skills of a sword cultivator. She will be able to create cards with different skills. There's nothing a map maker can't handle. The baby asked whether in the future she could become the same as his older sister. Lu replied that she must understand that in this world there is no such thing as being a genius. Yan overcame many obstacles to become stronger. He knows how much she gave to reach this level. Therefore, if she is willing to learn, she will endure all the pain and work hard to invest in her sword skills. After which, he will surpass his sister. The girl immediately asked when she should start. She wants to learn how to card sword skills. The guy replied that he would now show her how to create a base map. He has notes with a lot of advice and thoughts. Qian can read all of this and slowly begin to study. Let him not be shy and ask the young man if he doesn't know or doesn't understand something. After some time, the young man thought that he had not appeared until now, which means he really left this girl to him. Lu still hopes that the father will take his daughter, otherwise he will not be able to sleep. Suddenly, the girl came out to him and asked him what to do next after she put energy into the card. When can she learn sword skills? Our hero thought to himself why there's such a huge difference between them. Why are there so many people who are more talented than him? Next, his friend Siopan appeared, who began to greet him from afar and ask how he was doing. When the little girl screamed that it was the fat man, he turned sharply back and tried to hide. Min immediately ran, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back, asking if they knew each other. Qian replied that he was caught stealing exam papers from her father's office and was severely beaten. The young man wondered if it was really the director. Somehow this is too strange. Then he asked if her father was Yuan-chan. The girl replied that no, it was her uncle. Chiao exclaimed that her dad is Fen, doesn't he know? Yes, the guy realized that this was all organized by the school director. The man used this actor to send his daughter to him. Maybe it's all because of his beauty. You need to meet him. Then he said that his brother would help the fat man today. When he asked for her father's phone number, the girl silently handed him the smartphone. Then he dialed the number and said that he had his daughter. Let him transfer 300,000 yuan now, or he will kill her. The man immediately asked if it was Lu Min. The young man said that he did not expect him to guess so quickly, when he's going to pick up his daughter. The director asked what the problem was. His daughter was naughty or scary or stupid. Our hero grabbed his head and thought, why all these questions? None of this applies. After which he said that he doesn't even know him, but he trusts his daughter. Why is that? The man replied that he knew little. Some time ago, the police solved the watermelon ninja incident in which the very delicate work of the map maker was discovered. Plus, his older sister had a moon map since her first college. Yesterday, the Mapmakers Association called to say that a student had destroyed their one-star test site, and it turns out it was a student from his school. Also, when he was a child, he liked to watch his older sister take a bath, and his father beat him for it. Our hero fell to his knees and muttered that he had never met a person with such great power. Honestly, he's making it too difficult for him. He noted to himself that the school director clearly knew the parents of the previous owner of this body. Fen said that he has some small problems, so he will leave his daughter with him for now. She's able to survive and take care of herself, so there is no need to worry about anything. Let him just say what he wants. The young man replied that he had not thought about it yet, so he would let him know later. Then he hung up. The young man muttered that he would get a reward after all. The fat man noted that it didn't seem to help him at all. Lu exclaimed that he actually understands this is the strategy. The girl said that if everything was fine, then she went to study. Min said that she promised her father to look after her for a while, but he is sure that he cannot do it, just like she thinks he should choose as a reward. When the fat man whispered that she was too young for him, our hero pushed him aside. The girl replied that he can choose money, but there is an option to get many other things that he will always have. Our hero clarified what, in her opinion, would be useful for him. The little girl pointed to the book and said that this was a good option. Not all cards will be as easy as Fruit Ninja. With this encryption technology, you don't have to worry about light piracy. It is quite expensive. The cheapest level is 60,000. After which, the young man grabbed the phone and immediately told the director that he wanted to get encryption technology for the cards. The man agreed, but said that he had a condition. He must teach his daughter the skill of creating cards. It is safer than other professions. He doesn't need her to be like her mother. After hanging up, the young man asked if her father had given her any other instructions. Qian replied that, no, only that she should listen to him, although I previously emphasized that map creators have special power. Lu himself confirmed this by saying that she could learn the skills of a sword cultivator using the cards. That's why he wants to try himself in them. Min replied that he was correct. He is sure that she will succeed. From now on, she will be his student. The guy then turned his attention to his friend and asked why he hadn't left yet. What is he still doing here? Xiaopan replied that he was not going to lie. His level of illusion is not what it used to be. The basic idea is to allow the illusion to change color depending on the user's mood. The young man felt as if he had been electrocuted. This is what he did before his death, after which he exclaimed that the fat man should show it quickly and let Yubai study and write everything down. Suddenly, a rather cute puppy materialized in front of them. This is absolutely not what they expected to see. When our hero said that there is no need to say that this is an ordinary dog, his friend shouted to the animal, "Go ahead." Then he exclaimed that he was changing his eye color. They became a slightly different color, isn't that cool? When his mood changes, the dog's level of arousal changes. Lu replied that everything was clear to him, let him turn off this illusion. If happy, then it means being happy colors. If they are sad, they will be cold. If there is excitement, then hot colors. In short, this is very great progress. Min started leading him to the door and saying that this is cool. Qiao continued to say that there was no need to worry because it would master the color-changing technique later. It will be very soon. The guy pushed him out into the street and abruptly closed the door. I thought to myself that this was truly hopeless. The girl reported that her father responded to the message. It must be an encryption technique. The young man exclaimed that this was wonderful. Her dad solves things pretty quickly. When the guy tried to open an application of another level, a ban popped up. Therefore, he exclaimed that her father was even stingier than himself. But okay, let him forget about it. At least he saved 60,000. By the way, how much energy is in her card? Whereby pulled it forward and showed that the level was 100. When she saw his disappointed expression, she asked if it was too little. Min thought to himself that initially the map of the previous owner of the body contained only 15 energies. He hates all people who are born geniuses. Then he said that it was a little low, so soon he would have to teach her how to engrave. The little girl exclaimed that she would try even harder. Then I ran to train. Lu noted to himself, if she tries even harder, how will he be able to live? Then I decided that it was better to hurry up and learn de-encryption. All encryption methods have their own characteristics and algorithms. According to the programmer, 3 thoughts should be located on 3 modules. Energetic with negative energy. Encryption module with a negative expensive encryption algorithm. Energy release module with negative encryption release function. The core should be a thermal module, which is, to put it mildly, an encrypted wire. After some time it was ready. The encryption layer covers the original core of the card. The front side no longer seems so dark. It's just a castle that needs to be opened with several levels. It was too easy. It doesn't seem like this technique is anything special. The point is that the encrypted path is not as good as the map-restricted pattern. Encryption only covers the top layer. Too much unnecessary garbage. But still, encryption card D is very powerful. What will happen if he combines identical cards, as he did with the bull? After which I decided to try, but as expected, it was the same as before. Nothing has changed yet. When the young man picked up the last card, he said that all hope lay in it. While he was looking at what he had done, the voice of a girl was heard, who asked why he was not resting at such a late time. The young man replied that he had discovered some problems that required further study. She can start by learning how to make energy maps herself. Today, he plans to stay up all night to do something important. Qian exclaimed that the master really works hard, so she too will redouble her efforts. The next morning, she brought breakfast to his office and told him to eat and rest a little. Is everything okay with him? Our hero replied that everything was fine. Don't let her worry, everything is fine with her teacher. Have him call the fat guy and tell him he has a new idea for a map. With this, he will definitely become rich. After a short period of time, the guys have already started creating a new map, just like they did with the Fruit Ninja. The result is a new map featuring a huge whale. Yubai asked what its trick was. Our hero exclaimed that this is the culmination of her master's wisdom, which is unprecedented and unprecedented. With this card, they will definitely become rich. The girl replied that she meant what this card could be used for. Let him explain. The guy told her to remember everything that was happening now. Then he asked how things were going with the energy cards. The little girl began to shake out a huge number of cards in front of him and say that she tried. Isn't she learning too slowly? The young man was taken aback by such a volume, but muttered that it was not as good as he would like, but not bad. The fat man thoughtfully asked what his success was when he first started. The young man immediately punched him in the face and said that he had memory problems. Lou then decided to explain what this card does. There are 2 arrows on it. One of them is filled with energy, which is energy nutrition. The other arrow is the card's activation, which means it must be activated. While eating the cookies, the girl muttered that it was like feeding a dog to let it out. The young man corrected her and said that it didn't look like a dog, but like a sea creature. The young man named this card Kun. It includes the results of his hard work over the past few days. This is his first combination card. This is a combination of summoning cultivation. The more energy you pour in, the stronger the Kun cultivation. This is a one-time challenge, but it can also help you land an incredible blow in a dangerous moment. Xiao Pan immediately asked when they would start selling it. The guy replied that there was no need to rush, since this encryption technology only protected against small pirate workshops. A serious map maker can decipher this map in a couple of minutes. Therefore, we need to come up with something. A friend asked what if we did it like the Fruit Ninja. Suddenly, Qian said that you can get a copyright certificate from the Map Creators Union. Then, these people will not dare to create maps like theirs. The young man said it was a great idea. A card like Fruit Ninja would not be recognized, but unlike him, this one is much cooler. As they ran to the computer, Yuebai added that before receiving a certificate, they must join the Map Makers Union. During registration, the question came up about who invited the candidate. Our hero wrote that Qian Fen and added that it was good to have such an influential father. But after sending the questionnaire, a refusal letter arrived almost instantly. The guys didn't understand why. Lou immediately dialed the director and said that he had applied to join the Union of Mapmakers, but he received a refusal. Why does this happen? The man began to explain what it was because he made a Fruit Ninja. In the Union, mapmakers admire her every day. They all want to be popular and make more money. In any case, it seems that this is not a very successful work. The Union believes that it ruined the ethics of the creators with its Fruit Ninjas. The girl exclaimed what this had to do with the teacher. They are simply those who want to imitate him. Xiaopan asked what they could do. If you can't join the union, you can't apply for copyright. How can they make a lot of money now? Our hero replied that money can still be earned. Do these people really think it's that easy to be an independent map maker? He will also show them real art. A few weeks later, the young man reached out and exclaimed that they had now done enough. It's time to make serious money. From the side came the tired voice of a little girl who asked if they could eat first. Our hero replied that today would be a great day, so he would prepare something for her himself. To celebrate the creation of the Kun card, you need to eat fish, based on the topic. While the girl admired how delicious it looked, Xiaopan exclaimed how Min knew he liked fish. The guy replied that he actually only called him to discuss the price of a new card. This fish was prepared for Yuebai, so let him roll his lip back. Taking the fish in her hands, the little one said that the teacher works harder than anyone, so he should try it too. While he was wondering what to answer, everyone started eating. The young man was indignant that he and the fat man first needed to come up with a price for the new card. After some time, they already started advertising. People can get an incredible 2 cards for one price. You can't miss this, only 2,000. One of the clients was outraged that this was too high a price for the card. What's so special about it? Our hero turned to the Yuebei secretary and asked to explain everything. The girl said that this is the newest monster card that you can download yourself. Theoretically, it can be upgraded to the 6th star. The stronger the cultivator's abilities, the more powerful the summoned monster, and killing a 4-star with 2 stars is no longer a dream. Some wanted to buy a card with a girl. Some doubted and wondered if this was not the same company that produces the Fruit Ninja gaming cards. Suddenly, the voice of a young man was heard from the crowd, who shouted that he wanted to buy 10 pieces at once. When he asked whether payment by card was possible, the young man replied that of course. Everything is for his convenience. Clients whispered that it looked like some kind of scam, but you can try to take it. It turned out that it was a fat man who, using an illusion, changed his appearance. Yuebai said that even after this performance, only 5 people bought cards. Will they succeed? Our hero replied that she didn't understand much. This was just the first step towards their excellent advertising. After a short period of time, a huge crowd gathered near the store, wanting to purchase the Kun card. From afar, a mysterious stranger watched all this and thought about what he had done this time. He was informed that this time it was not a Fruit Ninja type trick. Let him look at the map more carefully. The man was surprised how the creator of cards with only 1 star could learn this. After this, the president of the Mapmakers Union, Qian Yan, said that he needed to talk to him. Therefore, let him be brought to him. When our hero was called in the middle of the night, he walked and could not understand what all this mystery was about. Qian met him in his office and told him that he was the president of the Union of Mapmakers of this city. Lu replied that he had never heard of him, but was glad to meet him. Apparently, he is some not particularly well-known person. The man muttered that it was nothing, just wanted to ask him about the recently released Kun card. He created it himself or someone helped. Does he know that combining cards is a skill that only creators of cards with 4 or more stars can learn? Suddenly, the young man wondered why there was a layer on top of a layer of encryption. This is actually a real map layer. The surface is not large enough to make many engravings there. Therefore, in order to place a bunch of engravings, another layer is needed. The more complex the map, the more layers it has, and the layer connecting the first and last is the key to the composite map. If not for the merger, he would not have been able to see this detail. It is unknown how long it would have taken him to get to where he is now. This is all thanks to the cat, so you can't take her anywhere. He can't let these old men suspect anything. Then he said that he knew that he could not hide it. His sister helped him and showed him some lamination techniques. The man thought to himself that he couldn't believe that he had forgotten that this boy was Yan's brother. He said out loud that the card is a game card, like the previous one, but there are significant differences between them. Fruit Ninja is not made with this lamination technology, but it is good in its own way. This map is also an engraving that is not too technical for advanced map makers. But his basic drawing is surprisingly close to perfection, so the young man is simply magnificent. Let him continue in the same spirit. The director asked how his daughter was doing there. When he teaches her the lamination technique, the guy muttered that he was just going to teach her today. After which he exclaimed, could they not put pressure on him? If there are no more questions, then it's time for him to go. After these words, the young man quickly ran to the door and slammed it behind him. The man asked how he could even send his daughter to someone else's house. His mind was clearly clouded. The director objected that he didn't do it just like that. Meanwhile, other observers noted that Lu Min has once again created an incredible map. This time, everything should be calm. The man stated that he needed this card. Let them not come back until they receive it. Qian stated that the teacher had returned, what her father asked her to do in the union. The guy exclaimed that he couldn't believe he forgot to ask about joining. These 2 old men are just crazy. Yue Bai said they believe they will sell out of all 300 cards tomorrow. Why don't they continue to work overtime today to create more? The young man replied that it was better for her to rest for a couple of days. I thought to myself that they sold almost 300 cards. Taking into account the costs of 100,000, the income comes out to about 500,000. There has never been so much work in his life as lately. But if he does not register copyright, sooner or later his invention will be copied. The little girl asked if he even had breaks, or if he always worked overtime. Our hero replied that he needed to think about copyrights. After some time, a notification arrived that he had been accepted into the Association of Map Creators. But for some reason, the young man directed the mouse arrow to the reject button. The girl did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Shen Xiai spoke about how a successful businessman like him could miss out on such an opportunity. The essence of this card is activation and release. Such a map can be made if you find a good map maker who knows this technique. Although the cost of breaking double encryption and hiring an advanced creator is a bit expensive, but on the black market, such a hacked card can be bought for 10,000. On the other side of the city, a young man was asking what card could have such power. Chen Tihan replied that the master's skill and insight were truly exceptional. Only his map cannot become a copyright due to their rules. The HR inspector for the Mapmakers Association added that since there are many different maps to create and copyrights, if not limited, there will be an endless supply in stock. so he can make a request and she will do her best to help him reach the top. Our hero said that he needed a copyright certificate. They need to look at it deeper and more perspective. Is his kun an ordinary card? Has she read the latest news? The creator of the one-star map nearly turned the map creator industry on its head. This is the world's first pet card. This reached the entire world of cultivators who became very interested in her. He's not going to remain a one-star map maker. What about her? Does she want to remain a personnel inspector for the rest of her life? For some reason, map creators have always been underfoot by other professions. Why do they put them at nothing? Suddenly, the girl broke her pencil and screamed that no, map makers are not the worst profession. A voice came from the surveillance camera and told her to give him the certificate. You can make an exception to the rule. They, the map makers, really have to prove their worth to everyone. It was the head of the Map Makers Association named Xiao Yan. The director exclaimed how he liked this guy. He's great, isn't he? After some time, the little girl said that her teacher was a great fellow. I convinced them the first time. The young man replied that she wasn't worth this flattery. Then he asked if she had the data about Kun ready. When the girl replied that everything was ready and she had passed, our hero muttered that the next step would be to announce her. Meanwhile, Kian said that Lu's capabilities are limited, so he does not pose a threat. Being efficient means creating production quickly. He wants to get back the money he lost earlier. 4-star Yubei card maker said if he could find out how much a man wants to sell a Kun card for. The manager replied that for 10,000, and what happened? The guy replied that he had just seen the copyright for the Kun card and its type in the association's file cabinet. The man became completely furious and shouted how such a map received copyright. How is this possible? With the discovery of copyright, the Kun card fever broke out in full force. Many imitative versions of this card have also appeared. 20 days later, Uebai reported that the package had arrived. The young man said to put it somewhere and come to him. Let him look at the data. Each design costs 5,000, and after deducting the association's share and taxes, they will receive $1 million. Uebai added that there will be a constant flow of funding for this project in the future. While the baby was happy, the guy thought to himself that it was 10 days of work, 15 hours a day. If he had done it alone, it would have taken much longer. So the young man asked what the baby wanted. The teacher will do anything for her. Cheon stated that she wanted to learn the skills of a sword cultivator. Her desire has not changed from the very beginning. When our hero asked how much energy she had at the moment, the girl replied that 150. The guy stated that she was still too weak, so he would teach her some basic techniques. This way, she can quickly improve her sword skills. Saying that she would try even harder than usual to improve her performance, the girl left. After this, the young man took the card in his hands and said that the time had come. Now he will deal with her. After some time, Lu said that he was very sorry that the cat resisted so much the last time he said that he was going to find her a companion. Min really thought about this for a while. Perhaps the guy did not evaluate her abilities well. So this time, I chose it especially for her. The young man thinks that this could definitely put her in a difficult position. The black cat was extremely outraged by all this, so she immediately swung her clawed paw at him. The next day, at the sight of our hero, the girl exclaimed that what happened to his face. The young man replied that he accidentally hit himself while rescuing a small wildcat the night before. I thought to myself that next time I would definitely conquer this cat and become even more powerful. When Yuebei said she was going to get some medicine, Lu exclaimed that he was fine. It's better to help him prepare energy cards so that her master can become 2-star today. I thought to myself that his maximum energy now is 340, but to reach the 2nd star, he needs even more. After all, what we have is not enough. A week later, Min felt that his body's energy space had become larger. The energy that used to overflow is now a small fraction of what it used to be. The student noted that the breakthrough was successful and the master did well. The young man said that this was just a 2-star breakthrough. To increase level to 3, 10,000 energy is required. With his cultivation of 100 energies per day, about 1,000 fast charges are needed. Since they cost 1,000 each, he needs to spend 1 million. This is the price for a quick rise to the 3rd star, and there are a lot of 3 stars who are just teachers. Yubai said, if he can't get up quickly, then let him try to train slowly. Is it really just about money? The guy explained that map creators can't earn much. Combat, adventure, exploring ruins, secret worlds are the most common things that combat-oriented cultivators do. They can become stronger and richer this way. The girl grabbed the sword and said that then we need to go. Our hero objected which 2-star map creator would commit suicide. Let them take their time because they can still make money on Kun. Isn't it great to train quickly for money? The girl asked when she broke through whether the young man would give her that much money. Lu replied that she was too young and there was no need to rush, Qian said she will try her best. Min thought to himself that previously, due to energy restrictions, only the lower level of cards were available, but now 2-star ones are available. If he had been more experienced, he could have made better cards. He doesn't really like this card, but with its help, he gained valuable experience. Too many bull cards were made in the 7 days it took to get to the 2nd star. These cards are too expensive to sell. He needs to find a way to make cards that can be used and sold, not huge bulls that smash everything. Maybe it's worth trying to drain them. To break through to the 2nd star, he created more than 100 cards of those bulls. The main thing is not to be afraid. As a result, an image of a white flag on the grave appeared on the map. Now the front side has returned to the style of modernism or something. Will this really happen after activating the card? Why did a white flag appear on it? You need to search the internet for information on this topic. But the young man failed to find anything. Therefore, I decided that it was better to just study everything on my own. Then he noticed that this card had 3 stars, and her energy requirements are 1,000. With such a huge energy consumption, it is already at the peak of 3 stars. If you use it, you can lose all your energy. All this did not matter, since our hero hoped that this card would live up to his expectations. But when he turned it over, nothing was clear to him at all. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard asking if his store was still open. Our hero noted to himself that this is the same girl that the fat man dreams of. Why did she even forget here? She immediately started saying that she wanted to say something. Our hero thought to himself that children in other worlds are so straightforward. But Yuebai suddenly appeared and asked what the elder sister wanted. The girl immediately answered that 1 kun card. The young man did not understand what was happening, but he felt some kind of coldness between them. Then he said that they were classmates, so there would be a 10% discount for her. Let him come to them again. The student thanked him and said that she would put the money on the table. Looking after her, Qian said that she always felt something strange about her. The guy asked what was strange about it. Now the strangest thing is the engraving of 3 stars on the card. He is confident that his map making will improve greatly if he learns everything correctly. It's time to brush up on your basic knowledge. Then he opened a website with books and said that they are very important basics for a beginner, so she will soon need them and he will order them. Let him talk to his father about reimbursement for textbooks. The girl immediately grabbed the phone. The man said incredulously that his daughter most likely doesn't need any books yet. That's not true. The guy asked why they weren't needed. Yuebai's cultivation speed is fast, so it will be needed soon. He chose good delivery, so don't forget to refund. After some time, the girl was surprised that he took the books for her. Why was he looking at them himself? The guy replied that, after all, he was teaching her, so he should review the material. Suddenly, the young man noticed the business card on the table and wondered what it was all about. When the little girl asked what he was looking at, the young man shouted that it was just a flyer so that they would fall for it and buy more books. She worked so hard that she didn't have time to rest. Therefore, let him take a day off and go to his father. You must also remember to give him an invoice for reimbursement of expenses. Then the young man began to freak out about where this came from. Why is this thing in his card store? He paid off all his debts. There were a lot of customers in the store today, so I don't know who it could be. The fact is that the photos were deleted a long time ago, but it was not the original. It looks like it was ripped off by someone who has already seen this photo. Then he dialed the phone number provided and asked what services they offered. A woman's voice replied that whatever could exist, let him say what he wants. When Lu said he wanted the girl on the card, he was told that he could meet her in a fantasy world using their service. To keep her safe, they create an illusion. After the young man gave his consent, after a short period of time, a representative of this company already appeared. The young man immediately lay down on the floor and said to start. The girl said that when she casts an illusion on him, he will be able to see her. She will synchronize her movements and help him add a sense of realism so as not to get lost in the illusion. The young man replied that it was not necessary. She's all he needs. Just let him wait here for a while. The company representative said that Mr. is in a hurry. They are professionals, so he doesn't have to worry. Nothing will happen. I thought to myself that there was something wrong with this man. After pressing the button, the naked silhouette of a girl immediately began to appear. The room looked very modest. This is probably a low-level illusion. A girl appeared near him and whispered in his ear that she had come to see her little brother. Our hero did not understand why she looked so much like him. This looks more like the illusion that the fat man showed. The young man was very angry at this fact, so he waved his hand and dispelled the hologram. When the girl asked what happened, less than a minute had passed, the young man shouted at her to shut her mouth. He transferred the money to her and let her leave here now. Min was freaking out that this Siopan was really that stupid. He also doesn't pick up the phone when they call him. Suddenly, a little girl appeared and said that her father had said that the fat man had not been coming to college lately. She decided to take some books with her to study, so she returned. Then she took a flyer with a picture of his sister from the table and asked what it was. Then she said that the teacher has a great hobby of photographing her sister. The photo turned out great. Our hero grabbed her by the shoulders and shouted that, in fact, her teacher didn't do such things. This girl looks a little like his sister, and that's all. All this happened because of the fat man. When his phone rang, Chian muttered that it was the phone number for their city's police department. He was informed that his friend was currently in police custody. Let him bring his documents to cooperate with them. When asked what happened, the guy replied that the dog was now being held by the police. No wonder they can't contact him. He will now go there to return it. After some time, the young man asked him how he got there in the first place. Chian burst into tears and shouted that he really didn't have a woman for money. He just started a small business creating illusions. Then I lost consciousness and woke up here. Lu asked if he respected him at all. Why is he lying now? Xiaopan countered that it was true that he had made a deal with one company. They gave him a photograph and asked him to create an illusion, but they did not pay him when the young man finished. After that, he just switched off and doesn't know anything anymore. Min noted about you that the fact that the fat man created illusions seems to be true, but where did they get the photographs that were deleted long ago? Then he asked how he got in touch with them. When the friend began to think about what to answer, our hero said that if he didn't tell, he would take him back to the police station. Chian said that he accidentally picked up a small business card on the road that day. It seemed to him that the woman model on her was something he had seen before. He is a good young man who loves to learn and explore. Therefore, in a fit of curiosity, I called back the number provided. Then he found out that their illusion level was poor. So I used my own. As a result, they decided that his ability to change colors was amazing and left their contact information. Our hero noted to himself that these people took the illusion of a fat man so that they would not have mistakes and vulnerabilities. When the little girl asked what services they provided, Lu shouted that it didn't matter anymore. This organization needs to be investigated. They were in the old city, where chaos was going on, and there were rarely police presence. Having found this building, our hero noted to himself that this business is very profitable if they have such a domino. There are 2 guards standing near the entrance to the estate. He doesn't know their strength, so going head-on would be a bad idea. We'll have to figure out how to find out what they're capable of. The young man then climbed onto the roof of the building opposite and decided to use the Thunderbull card. Vanity, murder, unforeseen circumstances, all this is common in this area, so it's okay. When a huge crowd of animals rushed towards the guards, they did not understand what it was and who even dared. Suddenly, they used the defensive technique, the fortress of love, and prevented the bulls from breaking through. Then they decided that they needed to hurry up and report everything to the boss. The first wave of attacks was intercepted by their fortress of love. Sha Guy, who is the head of the sharks, yelled that they were stupid. How could only the gate be preserved? Why didn't they think about the walls? Because this is an important component. They are 2 losers who will guard this gate until the end of their days. Our hero immediately noted that there were 12 people without stars, 7 with 1 star, 8 with 2 stars, and only 1 with 3 stars. The latter is a threat. One of these was enough in the mine for everyone to almost die. If you call the police, even law enforcement officers will not dare to come here. The enemy is strong, but this will not break him. It's time to stop more seriously and cultivate. First, you need to know more. This time, we need to find out where the photos are from. There's no need to make a big fuss just yet. One of them was Fan Area, a former member of Banana Loan, suspected of fraud, kidnapping and murder. He was the one at the lending company where Lou borrowed money. They were given these photographs of their sister as collateral, so it became clear where they got them from. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the interlocutor said that he had attracted the attention of a rich man who wanted to pay a lot of money to meet him. If the guy can make friends with him, he will make a big fortune in the future. He doesn't need to worry about anything else since this person is not from Sinmin City. The young man hung up and was indignant at how he dared to call him. Is he really looking for his death? Meanwhile, Area was indignant at how he dared to hang up. But suddenly, he received a message on his phone. It said that you couldn't talk now because he had classes. There's nothing to do on Saturday, so he will come then. After which he said that everything worked out. Don't let Brother Vang worry, they will do everything they promised. Now you can have some tea. He has great taste in girls as he chose a very beautiful and sexy one. The young man replied that she had such a sweet smile, as beautiful as spring flowers. 5 days later, our hero told the little girl to keep an eye on the store as he was out on business. Through binoculars, I saw that the distance was chosen well as the height and angle. There are now 4 guards and the walls are twice as thick as before. No doubt they are more alert now than before, but that doesn't matter. The young man then added that it was time for him to end this. A little earlier, he explained to the student that this was his latest development, an updated bull card. The girl clarified that this is not a mixture of a flight map and a delay. Min noted that she saw everything right away. These 2 cards are among the most common 2-star cards. They live up to their names. Qian countered that using this improved bull herd card requires a lot of energy. The guy replied that of course, with his reserve of energy, he would not be able to release the whole herd. But his plan is not for all the bulls to fly. His idea is to let the cards reach their target. The guards did not understand what was happening. It is urgent to inform the young gentleman. Meanwhile, Vang asked if she would come soon. There are no coincidences, right? This old town is such a mess. Area replied that there was no need to worry. Their boss himself would come out to see him off this time. They will make sure everything is fine. Don't be nervous. Judging by his experience, she should agree. He has a very good eye for people. When he was a young man, he was also handsome. Suddenly, a young man burst into the room and said that at the moment there was a huge number of bulls above them. The man hit him on the head and asked if he saw that the boss was now with an important guest. Does he really think that anyone will believe this? The guy said that his younger brother is very brave since he lies so openly. But when the plaster began to crumble from the ceiling, it dawned on them that there really was an attack. The guards were panicking that the young master was in the building. Where did this herd even come from? The 3rd layer of engraving first sets the card in position. Then a 2nd layer of engraving releases the card. The number of bulls falling from the sky should reach the power of the 3rd star. The Sharks gang that used his sister's photos must pay for it. From this day forward, they will not exist and they will not continue to distribute photographs. But suddenly, when our hero was about to leave, a huge all-seeing eye appeared above him. The guy was surprised whether he was really noticed from such a distance. What kind of abilities are these? It ignores distance and any rules. He had to destroy the villa. It's just a card with 4 stars. But those who can afford to use such cards are cultivators, against whom it is useless to fight. Therefore, the young man decided that it was necessary to escape from here as soon as possible. On the street, passers-by wondered what this eye in the sky was. For them, these couple of days are really difficult, so apparently, God's eye is watching the enemy. While everyone around was wailing, our hero pulled a bandage over his face and tried to blend into the crowd. Suddenly, a gang materialized in front of him and asked if he really thought he could just leave after blowing up their house. Lou was surprised that these people were still alive. Perhaps they were saved by the user of the 4-star card. Vang stated that he was very angry. All this gang warfare shouldn't concern him, after which he ordered to kill Min. The young man immediately realized that it was he who saved everyone else with the help of that card. The man said if it weren't for the master, they really could have been killed. If he dared to attack them, he must be prepared to die. Then they rushed towards him, shouting that they would kill him and then hang his head in the center of their area. But our hero instantly summoned terrifying bulls that destroy everything in their path. A huge hammer immediately flew at the boss. He was so confused that he didn't even have time to do anything. The man was able to stop him and asked in an ominous voice if this was all he could do. Then he launched a powerful energy stream at the wild bull, which literally knocked him off his feet. Since the young man was standing behind him, he was also caught. He flew to the side like a rag doll. Then Lu's phone rang and Yue Bei asked when he was going back. It's raining heavily outside. She's waiting for him in the store so they can eat together. The guy replied that he would be later. The young man wants to cook fish for her, so let him prepare all the ingredients and wait for him. When he hung up, his opponent said that Min was a very interesting guy. Does he really think that they won't kill him? He can live or die today depending on his mood, doesn't he understand? Vang asked if they could hurry up. Too many words. He doesn't want to keep Miss Yan waiting. The boss replied that this guy is stupid, he has courage, so he wants to convince him to join their gang. Iria was indignant that he would say such a thing. Lu created such a mess, and they are not going to kill him. The young man took out another card and said that he did not want this, but they themselves were to blame. When a gigantic bull appeared, our hero shouted that he had prepared it especially for them. There immediately hit the man with his hammer, but he managed to put up a defense. Still, I couldn't stand it. The boss's defense was destroyed, and he muttered that the guy was not bad, but it was unlikely that the young man would be able to withstand his retaliatory blow. Min shouted that he was indeed very strong, perhaps even stronger than the 3-star warrior our hero met earlier. But the young man never said that he would fight him one-on-one. After these words, a large number of huge bulls appeared around the opponent, and he shouted that Lu was just crazy. Then they began to wander around the area and destroy everything in their path. Iria shouted for the young master to use his shield, but he replied that he only had one defense card. If this continues, there will be nothing left of the old city. He can save them on the condition that they give him Miss Lu. The man shouted back that he couldn't even take care of himself, so it was better to just run. Suddenly, the young man saw, with his peripheral vision, that one of the bulls was about to step on him. But Sha Guy arrived in time to help, shouting for him to run. This guy's going to tear everything down. He won't be able to hold on any longer. A young man intervened in the conversation and said that it was useless. No one will escape from here. This giant bull has 3 times the destructive power and reach of a regular bull card. Even if he has 3 stars, it cannot be compared with his huge herd. The boss flew into a complete rage and shouted that he would not leave a wet spot behind our hero. But he suddenly fell to his knees and said that he knew he was mistaken. He has elderly parents to take care of. Please don't kill him. These are all the bank cards he has, even club and VIP ones. Everything for him. Just let the guy let him go. And from now on, he promises that he will be a good person. Lu took his cards and said that he should leave them and go back to look after his parents. If Sha really wants to be a good person, then let him do serious things. Let him not talk to anyone about this day, and he has never seen it. Guy thanked him for his kindness and said that from now on, he would be a good person. Our hero ordered him to get out before Lu changed his mind. Vang asked in surprise why he didn't kill him, but simply let him go home. The young man replied that there was nothing to kill him for. Min said from the very beginning that he didn't want this to happen at all, but they didn't listen to him, so it's their own fault. The interlocutor stated that he is not a member of the sand sculptures. Our hero replied that it doesn't matter. The less you know, the better you sleep. The guy asked if he could help find one person. He also has cards, so he can give him 4 stars. When he put the card in his hand, our hero stepped back and asked him not to come so close to him and not to grab his hand for no reason. Finally, Min said that if the young man wants to find Yang, he won't come out since she died. Today she committed suicide because she was forced to die by Fanarian, so Lu came to take revenge. The relevant city authorities were informed that the old part had been reduced to ruins. A team of rescuers and police were on the scene and making arrests. Reporter Hu Chudan said he was glad to see the city fighting crime. Does he have a message for the people of Sinmin? The man replied that the demolition was not official and they were still looking into who was involved. Some say the bulls appeared out of nowhere, falling from the sky like cannonballs. They crashed into the ground and then fought their way through all obstacles like animals. The largest of them reached the height of a 5-story building. Wherever they went, everything turned into ruins. While eating, the young man exclaimed how much news there was about this. Yuebai interrupted him and said that there was no need to pretend that he didn't know anything. The teacher said he would be back by noon, but he returned after lunch and was very dirty. Let her say honestly that she just didn't want to cook fish for her. No need to beat around the bush, he made her wait all day. Our hero replied that she sees right through him. He really was lazy. But this time, he put in a lot of effort and managed to get a cool card with 4 stars. The little girl exclaimed that he was simply magnificent. Let him show. But the guy replied that she would see it later, since Lou was too tired and would like to go to bed early to rest. Plus, the card tester he ordered a few days ago will arrive tomorrow, so he needs to get up early to get it when the courier arrives. After which, he wished her good night and went to his room. Already there, Min exhaled and thought that it was all over now. All Shark Gang leader cards have 3-star energy. It costs a lot. About 200 bull cards were used for this mission. When adding a large number of card enhancements, the cost will also be 100% less. The last time he was this generous was when he accidentally bought 648 packs in a game he was playing. This time, hopes that not much money went through. Then, the guy remembered the 4-star card and saw that it absorbed 2,000 energy. The reverse side is completely unreadable without encryption. He had already tried to merge the rechargeable card with a regular one, but without success. Since the energy card can be placed at the bottom and the ladder has limited support, as the energy increases, the link will not be able to support it and will collapse. But this card has reduced his consumption to a minimum thanks to a constant layer of energy, so he is rich now. The next day, the courier delivered an excellent card scanning device, Promax 888. When they inserted the Thundering Bull card into it, information about it was displayed. This is not bad for a professional evaluation device. Even a non-certified card can be read. The girl suggested trying out the 4-star card because it was very interesting. The young man replied that he needed to be careful with her, so let him close the door first. But she was prevented from doing this by a policeman who held the door and asked why they closed early in the morning. When asked what brought him here, the man replied that yesterday there was an accident in the old city. The bureau asked to find people who used the abilities associated with bulls. Perhaps it was the development of bandits. What a waste of social resources to conduct a survey. Our hero asked whether the police officer should believe it when Lou said that he did it. The man laughed and said that he simply loved witty humor. Our hero asked the girl to make tea for everyone. Chung noted that he makes good money, even hired an assistant until she was 16 years old. Min replied that there was no need to worry. This is just the child of his relative who came to help. The policeman noted that the gentleman spoke too well. He will drink jasmine tea without sugar. Suddenly, a thunderous bull card caught his eye and there was deathly silence, after which he said that he knew how to conduct business. Does the guy want to take advantage of the incident in the old town to make some money from the bulls? Our hero laughed nervously and replied that he not only had well-developed muscles, but also a magnificent mind. Chung replied that the policeman's penetrating gaze is not easy. When a law enforcement officer gave him a form and told him to fill it out, he received a call on the radio. Then came the revelation that Wang Tanxian is the best at destroying and blowing up buildings. Now he is known as the Old City Demolition King. Since this people's job is superior, they police officers don't have to worry about it. Our hero remembered how the guy said that his father could solve everything. Lou replied why he cared about him. There was no one left who could stop these giant bulls. Then the man stood up and said that he needed to go to work, and the questionnaire was now useless. He should just throw it away. The young man noted to himself that it seemed that Wang Saiwan had asked his father to cover everything up. Still, he has a conscience. Then he and his assistant began checking the 4-star card. It turned out that it was a sword cultivation map, which made the little girl incredibly happy. The characteristics of sword cultivators make their profession extremely aggressive. Their abilities are very difficult to convey in words. This card is too complicated a case. Only those skills that can be activated exclusively with the help of sword ki can be sealed into the card. To do this, you need many times more energy than in the card itself. When the little one asked if he could give her this card, the guy replied that yes, but she would only be able to use it when she had enough energy. Yuebai muttered that she already had 300. Our hero replied that this was not enough, so he would keep the card for now. Meanwhile, his elder sister came to the elemental engineer Chu Xiao. The guy asked what exactly she couldn't say over the phone, that she had to come to a personal meeting. The girl handed him a flash drive and said that she wanted to give it to the young man. Then she added that this request was truly special. He must give it to the right person. Holding a frame with a photo of her and her brother in her hands, Yan said, "Let the young man help her find out how he was doing there." Meanwhile, our hero asked the fat man what he needed from him so early. Xiaopan exclaimed, "Didn't he miss him?" Of course he came to give good news. Min retorted that nothing good happens when he is around. Then he suddenly turned his attention to the device and muttered what a fortune his brother had made for replacing his equipment with such a fashionable one. Does she really want to hide her new cards from him? When our hero asked if he wanted to see the anti-pornography card, the fat man exclaimed that there was no need to expose other people's pain. In fact, he wants to buy some energy cards. Now the amount is quite large. Can Lu give him a discount? The young man said that last time there were 10. How many this time? Xiaopan replied that it was 100. He was given the task of scouting out the area in the suburbs and then drawing up a map. They will pay 30,000 for it. Does his brother want to go with him? Lu asked if he had any misconceptions about map makers. Even he couldn't beat him just by looking at that physique. The guy said that yesterday's report of the incident in the old city was related to the bulls. Others may not know it, but he saw the power of his card. Even if the demolition of the old city is his assumption, he brought the store from debt to such wealth. In the mine, he was also able to turn the situation to his advantage. The little girl exclaimed that there was no need to listen to him. This fat guy is talking complete nonsense. Chan told her to be quiet and go for a walk somewhere. Our hero laughed and said that he would think about it. Then he added that, okay, he'll give him a 10% discount. Let him scan and pay. When a friend suggested discussing the mission plan, Min simply kicked him out the door because he only agreed to give a discount and not go somewhere with him. The little one laughed and said that she thought he said yes. Our hero objected that she was joking or something. Anyone who teams up with him will definitely have bad luck. Besides, there are more important things to do. It seems that this time the consequences of the incident in the old city were seriously underestimated. If Vang Saiwan had not taken the blame, even the fat man might have turned him in. His deck is too generic. The whole thing consists of bull cards. Now, you won't be able to use them as often as you would like. The previous cards were good, but didn't have enough intelligence. The destruction squad was brutal and chaotic. The giant bull was stable, but too big and slow. Then, an elementalist card caught his eye and he decided that was what he needed. A few days later, the buyer said that he needed 10 Kun cards and 10 Fruit Ninja cards. Our hero replied that the available cards had already been sold. Let him come next time. The guy was indignant that he was already in a hurry every day before the opening. His heart will soon explode. Every time it comes, there is nothing left. Does the owner want him to die? The little one told him to scan the QR code and join a group where he could chat with people with the same interests. There, he will be the first to know about the replenishment and release of cards in the store. The young man exclaimed that he could not have imagined that she was so knowledgeable about business. But don't let that stop her from creating cards, whether she completed the task he gave her yesterday. The little girl replied that she had made 50 one-star warrior summoning cards. The young man noted to himself that she earns money and makes cards. Simply wonderful. He said out loud that Yuebei can be proud of itself, after which he said that today he would be working on a new deck, so he should not come into his room. The guy thought to himself that the little one was already making a full-fledged deck with 1 star. It was growing incredibly quickly. Really saved him a lot of time. In this case, it will try to merge them. Now we need to see what changes will happen on the 2nd star, after which a warrior appeared in front of him. Our hero was indignant about what kind of 7 dwarfs these were. How will this team guard him? With their height, will they be able to defeat anyone? This is not at all what he imagined. There is clearly some kind of mistake here, but all was not lost. It is necessary to drain 7 2-star cards. When the young man finished doing this, the white flag appeared again on the earthen embankment. Is this really the grave of their ancestors? Or why does our hero constantly meet it? Then he noticed that the energy cost was 5,000. Therefore, I decided to compare the 2 cards with each other. As expected, the back of the card also has different engravings. Although they are all intricate, This new map is clearly much more advanced and optimized than the previous one, after which it dawned on him that this map was much more optimized. This is because of the original lightning map. The previous energy consumption of 10,000 has been reduced to 5. 50% is a big optimization. If he could master these methods, then in the future it would be possible to forcefully lower the requirements for premium cards so that they would be available at the 3-star stage. A few days later, our hero managed to create a new card with the effect of an intelligent pure energy body. The guy noted that this is a 3-star map, so you need to find a safe and open place for testing. After some time, the young man arrived in an open field and noted how quiet it was around and how good the weather was, until cries for help began to be heard from afar, and he saw Xiaopan and Yui, who were trying to escape from a huge fire mall. A little earlier, the fat man told someone that there was no need to worry because his illusions could be faked. How will they pay, in cash or by card? They told him that everything was ready. 30,000 were transferred to his account. Whatever he hears or sees, there is no need to turn around. Xiaopan replied that he understood everything. He will be in touch, so if a new job comes up, then let them call. Yui asked what these two guys were doing anyway, since they didn't seem like good people. The fat man explained that they were brothers. Their family has always been involved in the mining business. Their business has declined in the past few years, and it seems to be an internal conflict between the brothers. One of them was killed during an incident in the old city. The third of them, Fan Chazi, is the most powerful, rare 4-star practitioner, but they are paid for their work, so you shouldn't meddle in their affairs. Suddenly, the guys saw a fiery mole. A classmate exclaimed that this was such a rarity. He can't believe they met him here. When his grandfather took him hunting, he said that the eggs of this individual were worth a lot of money. The fat man, who already held 2 pieces in his hands, asked if he could get 20,000 for them. Don't worry, that beast sleeps like the dead. Meanwhile, in the place where the brothers were, a powerful explosion occurred. The fire mole, of course, woke up immediately and was completely furious. Qian muttered what he should do now. On the way, the archer yelled why it was necessary to touch his balls. The fat man replied, "Who would have thought that something would explode there?" The young man who saw this picture noted that a 3-star monster was chasing them. This place is so spacious, he just wanted to check the map, so it's better to hide. At this time, Yui used her arrow and directly hit the creature in the eye. After which he gave his hand to the fat man and told him to get up immediately. Xiaopan asked why he didn't do this earlier. Xiao replied that his arrows were very expensive. When the monster was released, Xiaopan shouted for him to shoot again. But the guy objected that he could only fire 1 shot a day. Suddenly, right in front of the young people, from underground, a white flag on a stick appeared, after which a huge warrior materialized and entered into battle with the fiery mole. As a result, it was unclear where the creature came from and simply threw the animal to the other end of the field. The guys wondered what kind of hellish creature this was. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The young man watched all this from afar and thought that these two were real burdens. At the same time, the combat power of this grave warrior is incredible. It only took 1 hit to knock out this 3-star monster. Thus, in the future, he will be able to kill 3-star warriors very easily. Suddenly, there was a voice that asked if Lu had summoned him just to kill that little rat. The guy muttered whether the grave warrior could really communicate with him telepathically. The monster objected that he was actually the god of war, Mei Kei. If he has any other wishes, then please let him say so. The young man said that his card tester was very heavy. Could he help carry it? The monster got angry that he was the god of war and had to carry the equipment. Our hero asked why he did not catch up with the fiery beast and deal it the final blow. The creature should come up and then speak. It turned out that he had no legs. He just wants Kei to run around with his little brothers. Can he dig them out? The god of war hissed. How dare he talk to him like that? Min replied that he should be able to attack. They are not playing to defend the tower here. Then I realized that it couldn't be dug up so easily. But fortunately, it lasts for a long time. You can take it for now as protection. Meanwhile, the young man asked who gave him permission to blow up the mine. Fan Chi replied that their 2 brothers were dead. Why should they continue to fight? The young man hissed that he was an insidious villain. The mines for which their brothers paid with their lives are swallowed up by him. Now he has the nerve to say that this is his mine. Why didn't you dare do this when you were a 2-star? If he hadn't stolen the water core, how would he have been able to reach 4? Chi replied, "What does it matter? All people care about is whether you're up or down. Who cares how you got there?" Now that the mine belongs to him, he is ready to give him a share if he admits the mistake. The guy shouted that he had equipped all his mine openings with explosives. As soon as he pressed the button, the construction on which his brother had spent so much effort would become public knowledge. After some time, our hero said that to hell with everything. Half a day of digging wasted. It's time to return home. Suddenly, the young man heard a powerful explosion and thought to himself that it was in the direction where the fat man and Yui came from. When the brother said that now all the mines had been opened and he was finished, Chi asked if he really thought that the guy had not counted on such a trick. Let the young man not forget that the water core is in his hands. Now the entire plain is covered in fog and no one will be able to find his mines. The brother replied that, of course, ordinary people would not be able to see. But he hired Chu Chiao to come here long before, and the fog was nothing to him. The young man grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Did he really want to destroy the Fan family forever?" The young man replied that their dynasty was destroyed a long time ago by him and no one else. Meanwhile, at the bar, Chu sneezed, and some girl asked if he was okay. Perhaps he caught a cold. The guy replied that some friend must have remembered him. The girl laughed and said that he had a great sense of humor. The news announced that a new wave of stronger cold air is expected tomorrow. Fog with visibility less than 5 m over a wide area on the Yuno Plains, travelers are advised to take precautions. Hearing this name, the young man wondered if nearby was not the place where he needed to go. On the way, our hero thought about how evil this place was, the animals, the explosions. It had just been a sunny day. Why did it start to fog? Suddenly, he saw a black cat in front of him and could not understand where it came from here. Lu asked what happened, why he suddenly appeared and started running somewhere. The animal rarely takes the initiative. What is going on? Why does it suddenly start running? But you can't leave him. You have to go after him. Min had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the man was strangling his brother and telling him to tell him who else he had hired. He shouldn't have interfered in his affairs. Now, let him not blame you for his death. Suddenly, a cat flew up to the young man and hit him in the face with its clawed paw. The man was angered by such impudent behavior of a wild animal, so he decided to teach him a lesson. When he wanted to hit the cat with his fist, she managed to jump into the air in time. But the young man still overtook her and hit her with his elbow with all his might on the ridge. Then he grabbed her by the tail and stated that she was caught. She must not be having as much fun anymore. Our hero, meanwhile, ran up to the injured guy and asked how he was feeling. The young man shouted that Chu Xiao was finally here. Lu tried to argue that he had mixed up something, but he did not listen to him, after which he handed over a little thing that looked like a flash drive and said that it contained the coordinates. If you follow them, you can find a source of minerals. When he gets there, he will find a rechargeable card, a special one that his father created using special technology. But you need to be careful, as it has its own security system. After he finishes, let him take him out of here. He will have more money than he can spend. Let him hurry before he finds out. Our hero muttered that he didn't even understand who the man was talking about. Suddenly, a hand broke through the interlocutor's body and Min was splattered with blood. Fan Chi stated that his elder brother always has a smug expression on his face and he just feels sick when he sees it, doesn't he, Chu Xiao? Now he offers him 2 options. First, the guy knows nothing about what happened and returns what he was given, and a man will pay twice as much. The second option is that the young man dies like that cat. But he is confident that the young man is smart and will make the right choice. Our hero began to get angry and decided to take revenge for the animal, but suddenly a voice was heard that said that he had low energy levels. It completely slipped Min's mind that he had already used 1 powerful card today. The enemy hissed. Did he really want to play with him? Lu was so confused that he didn't know what to answer. But suddenly, a huge black cat appeared behind him, from which flames emanated. When the animal screamed for our hero to immediately run away, the guy was taken aback by the fact that he could talk. When asked what this man had done to him, the cat said to stop chatting, since there was absolutely no time for that now. The young man had no choice but to run along the map that he was given. Meanwhile, the man managed to escape from the tenacious clutches of the animal and throw it away from him to the side. After which, he noted that his strength and speed had increased significantly, which means he is an unusual cat. Therefore, I decided that I needed to be more serious with him and activated the energy armor, Dark Adam. While our hero was running, he thought that he did not expect this mine to be so big. The energy ore here is much purer than in the mine at the previous internship site. Suddenly, the system notified that the guy was approaching the place indicated in the guide. Once at his destination, the young man noted to himself that this was simply an ideal cave for cultivation. It was the first time he felt such pure energy. In the center was a 4-star map. Now it became clear what they were talking about. There seemed to be many entrances here. It's not like simple decorations on the walls. The man told him that Lu should be careful, as there is serious protection there. Our hero called a small warrior and told him to try to go and take that card. As soon as she fell into his hands, red rays appeared from heads on all sides. The little creature seemed paralyzed, and he could do nothing. The card simply fell out of his hands, after which a powerful explosion occurred, which destroyed the young man's assistant. Hearing this, Fan stated that the guy managed to get into the cave. He can't believe the cat was able to force him to activate the armor. It's impressive, but he doesn't have time to play with it. The animal did not waste any time and immediately rushed to attack its opponent. But no matter how many attempts were made to strike, the opponent managed to dodge them. Chai then gathered all his strength for one powerful blow that hit the target. Meanwhile, the young man was taken aback by the fact that the knight simply exploded. But nevertheless, the map itself remained intact. This is a protective energy shield. The protection is worthy of the level of a 4-star card. The young man has no chance to take her, as he will immediately be shot by lasers. Our hero suggests that laser beams penetrate the target due to their excellent directionality. Then it dawned on him that the explosion was not the result of a violation of the ban. Rather, the core was subjected to an external energy shock that caused it to spontaneously explode. He can't believe that these little creatures are still unstable living bombs. His energy is only enough to summon several 2-star warriors. Then Lu came up with something, so he told them to approach him one at a time and drew a number on their foreheads, after which he exclaimed that they should give their lives. The guys proudly agreed to this. Then, the guys ran and jumped onto the walls, covering with their bodies the devices from which the lasers were coming out. At this time, one of them ran towards the 4-star card and abruptly grabbed it. The energy beams instantly activated, but were held back by the warriors who covered them with them. The young man stated that his plan worked, so he needed to run to save his sister cat. Meanwhile, Tsi asked why she suddenly became smaller. But still, he does not spare small animals. Suddenly, a small pebble flew across his protective energy helmet. Turning back, the man saw a huge crowd of small warriors who were hostile. While the man didn't understand what kind of nonsense was going on, the kids began to attack him. At this time, the young man ran up to the cat, grabbed it, and carried it to a safe place. He understands that the animal is very strong, but is not healed at all. Next time, don't leave him alone without saying anything. Chi shouted, did he really think that he could lure him into a trap by dragging a few small warriors? But Fan did not know that these babies were bombs that exploded instantly. At this time, Chu Xiao reached his destination, but saw that the passage was blocked. Did he make a mistake somewhere? There should be a mine here somewhere, but it's not visible. It's better to return to the city for now and look for Lu Yan first. Our hero said that in theory it was supposed to explode, so it would be better for them to leave here. Suddenly, the cat scratched him and escaped from his hands. The guy was indignant at what she was doing. Is this really how they respond to kindness? Scratched him to death. Suddenly, a naked Tsi appeared above them, holding a huge stone in his hands, who hissed as it shattered his energy armor to shreds. Screaming at them both to go to hell, the man launched a block of stone towards them. But suddenly, the black cat jumped up and simply broke it in half with its magical power. The man said that it was simply ridiculous that the great elementalist Chu Xiao was being protected by an animal. Now he has changed his mind. The man will make the life of his rivals worse than death. But suddenly, the god of war appeared behind him, which dealt him a powerful blow. The cat barely had time to jump into the air, and our hero jumped to the side. The young man wanted to ask the black cat something, but she just silently began to run away from him. Therefore, he ordered a powerful warrior to protect them, and he rushed after her. Having caught up with her, the guide told her not to run so fast since she was injured. What is this bead on her chest? Let him not say that he fought with that man because of her. The animal explained that this was the core of a water eye, but an unusual bead. This is one of the cores of the Five Eyes pill. The young man interrupted her and said that he knew. By collecting them, you can summon a divine dragon and make a wish, or destroy half the creatures in the universe. When they reached the exit, Min stated that it was all over. The entrance to the cave is completely blocked by falling rocks. He only had one grave warrior left. The cat replied that there were other exits from this cave. The young man noted that exactly. There are 6 entrances leading to the source of the mine. Then you need to go back, but if that guy wakes up, it won't seem like much. The animal said that there was no need to worry because she had a plan. Then she put her paw on the forehead of the young man, who instantly began to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the man came to his senses and discovered that his bead was missing. He blamed Chu Xiao for this. When our hero came to his senses, he could not understand how he fell asleep so quickly and where the cat had gone. Suddenly, the voice of the enemy was heard, asking where he was hiding from him. "Let it come out soon." The young man immediately took out the Grave Warrior card and began to get nervous that Sai was already so close. But suddenly, a girl with cat ears appeared, covered his mouth with her hand, and told him to be silent. Now, he is in the world of shadows. As long as he doesn't make a sound, no one will notice him. Meanwhile, the man thought it was somehow strange. It seems to him that Lu must be here somewhere. Perhaps this is the same legendary ability of the young man that they talked about. Then, deciding that this was just some kind of diversionary maneuver, the enemy left. Our hero noted that he really didn't see anything. It turns out that they are in the same place, but in different realities. After which, Min noticed some information that was displayed around him and did not understand why. The girl explained that in the world of shadows, you can look into the dark side of a variety of realities. What he sees depends on his level. When asked who she was, the girl replied that he shouldn't care who she was. It's better not to ask such questions. Those who are not initially part of the shadow realm will soon be lost unless they are supported by special prohibitions. Then she added that it was better to make the most of it before the ban disappeared, after which he told him to leave this world and began to disappear. The young man only managed to shout that she must know the cat. Suddenly, his head began to hurt sharply, and he realized that it was because of the ban on the world of shadows that the girl had mentioned. You need to leave as soon as possible. On the way, Min was glad that GPS worked in this world. There was still a little time left before leaving. Meanwhile, Chi told someone on the phone that his card had been stolen and the cores had also been stolen. This all happened quite quickly since he was able to hire a person. This is Chu Xiao. The interlocutor replied that he had heard that he had been actively working in the city lately. He was unable to cope with an ordinary thief. When Fan said that he had a big cat companion who fought well, his interlocutor interrupted him and said that there was no need to make excuses. He would find him himself. After which he concentrated his magical abilities and saw in a glass ball that he was walking with some girl. The young man said that with his connections, he could find her a role in the shortest possible time. The companion objected that she had never studied acting before. The young man reassured her that she was so beautiful and stylish, so everything would be simple. While she was asking when they would start filming, the young man saw that someone was watching them in the sky. Meanwhile, our hero called his sister. Yan was surprised that he remembered that he had her. The guy laughed nervously and said that it was almost March 8th and he had something for her. The girl interrupted him and told him to get down to business. Min asked if she knew a place where it was dark, and the people inside looked like they had turned into shadows. A number of rewards also appear around the shadows. Lu asked why he was studying this. If he goes to the black market, she will break his legs. Yan has not heard of this and advises him not to think about it. She asked a friend to bring him something, so he will have it soon. If there are no more questions, then she hangs up. The young man was indignant that this even happened. How can a girl still call herself a sister? The eldest thought and began to get nervous. How did her brother know about the world of shadows? Min was already thinking that even she didn't know or didn't want to talk about the world of shadows. But the meeting wasn't a waste of time. At least she managed to get a 4-star card. His head still hurts after leaving the other reality. And the cat hasn't returned yet, so it didn't think of anything. Maybe it's working with that water core. When our hero put the card into the device, it was announced that an energy reboot was underway. To complete the test, you must purchase a higher level module. Lu noted that the average device should read a limit of about 1,000,000 energy, so it looks like there is enough energy in this card that he can train for a long time. Since there is a lot of energy, you can use the Grave Warrior more often. Its power is truly impressive, but the restrictions on movement are confusing. I wonder if this can be fixed by continuing to drain cards. In the morning, at the Map Creators Association, Yuebei asked if this was a new map that he had been improving all night. The guy just said that we needed to go home to eat. When the little girl asked what the name of this card was, our hero replied that it was a grave warrior who killed himself with a fiery sword. She can call it whatever she wants. After a while, Min freaked out that this was a complete failure. He can't believe he spent so much time working on such nonsense. With his current strength, the young man cannot fight that powerful warrior. At this time, the monster announced that its scent ends here. Zi replied that with his injuries, he would not go far, so every house needed to be checked. Suddenly, out of breath, Chu Xiao burst into our hero's store and said that he was looking for Lu Min. When the young man fell face down on the floor, the customer exclaimed that he had done nothing and ran away. After a while, the guy opened his eyes and saw a little girl in front of him, who asked if he wanted some water. Xiao immediately asked why his face hurt so much. Min replied that he just hit himself when he fell. Why did the young man ask who he was and why he had a photograph of his sister? The stranger introduced himself and said that he was a friend of his sister. She asked me to give him something. His name seemed familiar to our hero, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Then he asked if he was okay. Xiao replied that he did not know who attacked him. As soon as he arrived in the city, he was immediately followed by a man with a croissant hairstyle. I missed a date because of this. Lu didn't understand what kind of croissant it was. This guy must just want to eat. How can his sister have such a lame friend? Chu continued that in a month the legacy of the Moon Shadow will begin. This time, each of the 7 heirs will bring a card maker with them to break the ban, and the sister has chosen him. Let him not worry, she is not interested in the legacy. This time she wants him to see the world. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a male voice outside asked if there was anyone in the store. His escort reported that there were at least 2 people in this house. While Fan was yelling for them to open the doors because he knew there was someone inside, the guys were watching him through the screen. Then the young people looked at each other and asked each other why each of them was so nervous. Chu explained that this guy was the croissant-haired man who had been stalking him. The goon behind him can feel the presence. It was from them that the young man fled, but they pursued him. He doesn't want to put them in danger. It dawned on our hero that this was the same person with whom he had been confused. Now they're going to destroy his store, and he won't be able to cope here without a black cat. This young man is wounded. Plus, I don't want to involve the baby in this. It's his fault that he's so weak. In his previous life, he was despised. The girls said they didn't like the lack of ambition. Others called him a loser and asked what else he could do besides write all day long. The thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Yuebai, who said that she would go talk to them. They shouldn't touch a little girl. The young man began to try to crawl to the door and said that he could not expose them to danger. Our hero stopped him and told him not to make a mess. He asked the student to take care of him. Min will try to sort this out. Then he handed the little girl a card and said that if something goes wrong, she should use it. Then he quickly changed his clothes, smoothed his hair, put on his glasses and, looking out, said that they were already closed. The man asked if he was the owner of the store. A thief stole something from him, and Fan thinks he slipped into his store. Can he check? The young man objected that no one could hide in such a small store. But the uninvited guest pushed him aside with his hand and still went to inspect everything. The guy exclaimed that it was a breaking and entering. Suddenly he heard some sounds and shouted that there was someone on the second floor. The thief must be caught immediately. But their attention was distracted by a powerful explosion that occurred at a short distance. The thug reported that unusual energy fluctuations were observed there, so the guys immediately went there. Suddenly, the little girl's voice was heard, saying that she was smart. Yuebai used a combination of 2 cards, a small knight and a bull, to make a semblance of an exploding catapult. This worried them, so they went there. The guy asked how she knew that the little knight could blow himself up. The girl replied that she understood this when the master asked her to make them. Our hero noted to himself that she was simply a genius. Chu intervened and said that he didn't want to ruin their fun, but if they found out that something was wrong, they would come back. An accomplice will tell him this. The young man asked if he really had no limits to his capabilities. Sayao replied that this guy beat him up a lot. Even if strong, he could not cast a spell on the city. Still, he won't be safe until he leaves the city. After some time, they already approached one place. Chu asked where they were, since it didn't seem like anyone was there. Our hero explained that the outskirts of the city are located across this cemetery. They won't look there. The guy thanked him and said he couldn't believe he was so caring and even gave him a mask. I would like to do something for him, but he is not yet able to, so let him take this card. His abilities are contained in this card. It's quite simple, but it's the basis of his fame. Yan was really very worried about him. Now it seems that she worried too much for nothing. The guy is very brave, and I would like to have a drink with him sometime. Let the young man be sure to take part in the test of the moon shadow. They will definitely meet again. Meanwhile, the man was saying that if Tianlong insists that Xiao Qing join him in the moon shadow trial, then he has no objection. But he must understand that this card is his last chance, so let him not miss it. The young man answered the master that there was no need to worry. He understands everything perfectly. On the other side of the city, the guys were walking through the cemetery, and one of them asked what they were doing in this place in the middle of the night. The guy replied that they were stupid. Even Big Brother can't catch this Chu, and they shouldn't even think about it. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to make money on booze by buying it from a dealer? It's not so easy to buy in the city of Sinmin as it is prohibited, but everything is possible with them. Suddenly they came across our hero and said that it was already so late, and he was still wandering around alone. What is the price of the young man's goods? Let him show them what he has. When there was a pause, the stranger said that if he did not want to cooperate with them, then they would search him on their own. Suddenly there was a voice that said, "Hello, brother." Neither Min nor the thieves realized who it was. The guys immediately became wary and told him to tell him where his accomplice was and hand over all the goods. Lu noted to himself that 2 were 3-star and a couple were 1-star, so there shouldn't be any problems. Just in time to try out the improved version of the Grave Warrior. A monster instantly grew in front of the attackers. Our hero shouted to him to deal with them, but the warrior, who had a sword sticking out of his head, muttered that it hurt too much. While the young man was panicking about what was happening, the guys screamed and began to run away in horror. Only one of them became numb and could not move, so I simply lost consciousness from fear. Noting that it seemed like a skiff had come to him, Lu decided that he needed to get out of here. He'll get in trouble if he attracts any more attention. Our hero had a strong feeling that he was being watched, but there was no time to think about it. It turned out that before this, the voice that everyone heard was a zombie who was resurrected. The otherworldly creature muttered that he would definitely visit his brother. Meanwhile, in the city of Chinsha, a man asked if that was all for today, but the guy said no. Van Tanshan replied that he had not done full training for many years. Sudden excessive stress is a burden on his body. That's all for today. Otherwise, his mother will scold him again. Why should he listen to all this? The young man ignored this and asked if he was really that bad. The father replied that it all depends on the definition of bad. In the eyes of many people, he is definitely a bad guy. But in the eyes of his father, after which he took a short pause and added that he was not very good either. He goes out with groups and often gets into trouble. The young man interrupted him and said that he wanted to cultivate the legacy of their family. Dad asked in surprise what happened. When our hero returned home, the little girl immediately asked if her uncle was safe now. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. Everything was fine with him. Chu gave this as a kind of reward. It's a 1-star card, but he said it represents his abilities. Very unusual. The girl asked if the teacher wouldn't use it. Lu replied that he needed to prepare for the moon shadow tests, so he would leave it with her for now. When the young man connected the flash drive that his sister had given him to the computer, he was taken aback by how much information there was. She wants too much from him. But suddenly his attention was attracted by 2 folders called Types of People and Prohibitions. This was mentioned by the guy killed in the mine and the mysterious woman from the shadow world. Inhibition is a limiting ability. Initially, she helped the elementalist to cause such an effect using energy. There are legends that some cultivators can be invisible precisely because of the imposition of a special ban. Suddenly, a little girl came to him and said that this card was not as ordinary as it seemed at first glance. Our hero said that he would look at it again. It may be directly related to the prohibitions that he is currently studying. The guy remembers that Chu is a special elementalist and his powers were with them. Yobai said he could merge it with his card. She feels that this is not an ordinary one-star card. When the young man got down to business, a green light appeared. Therefore, he did not understand what was happening. The girl immediately asked why the glow was different from the glow when she created cards. Lu thought to himself that he had seen this before on a tech forum. The green glow represents progressive abilities. Fan Chi's energy armor was actually an upgraded and enhanced version of the regular energy shield. Chu Xiao said that this card was unusual, but our hero did not take his word seriously. Therefore, I was again upset that the baby identified it, but he did not. Yuebei asked if the teacher shouldn't be happy. The guy replied that he was just crying with joy. In any case, this advanced ability is related to metamorphosis, the current basic one. Purely theoretically, a one-star practitioner with a progression map can compete with a two-star one. Advanced cards are much more powerful than regular cards, and even stronger than those with a higher star rating. Not only because of the power, but also because of the ultra-low energy consumption. While the guys were deciding that they needed to see the purpose of this card, someone began to watch them through the window. Suddenly, they came across news that a famous thief named Chu Xiao, or Cloud Scout, had recently been caught. He was handcuffed because he insisted on continuously using the cards for 16 hours a day. In the end, the guy began researching a number of abilities and discovered new ones. Suddenly, the wind rose, plus someone knocked on the door. Therefore, our hero thought that perhaps they had returned back. When the young man went down to check, the girl told someone not to hide and asked what he was doing there. It turned out that it was a fat man who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Did our hero miss him? Then he said that he had a big deal. He won't lie, but he managed to complete the mission on those planes. The fact is that Xiaopan even saved the life of an archer from the clutches of a 3-star beast. Lu replied that he was not very interested. So, if he doesn't have anything serious to do, let him go home. He doesn't have time to talk to him. He still has to work on the system of prohibitions. Chao asked if he would no longer work on maps. The guy replied that his friend was too curious. Our hero goes to test the moon shadow in a few days. By the way, does he have any resources for teaching the topic of prohibitions? Scattering some leaflets around, the young man exclaimed that he had come to the right address. These are the top 100 educational and educational institutions in the city's list. They are absolute professionals who are worth turning to if you want to study prohibitions. For the required amount of money, he is guaranteed to swim in the sea of knowledge. Min picked up the cheapest one, which cost 99,000 yuan. When the young man returned to the room, he said that a fat man had come and introduced him to a couple of places where he could study the system of prohibitions. He's going to do this tomorrow, so he'll go to bed early. The little girl asked, "What about the card?" The guy replied that he didn't think he needed it, so let him take it for himself. Heading towards the door, Yuebei said that one person just said that he was the teacher's brother. He said his name was T Den and asked when Lu would return the favor. Plus, I was waiting for the master outside the window. Our hero immediately understood who we were talking about and shouted that he would give everything up. He'll give 13 million. The teacher noted that the student was not in the best shape. He slept for half an hour. Our hero calmed down a little that it was a dream. He was scared to death and so tired from these days of studying the prohibitions. But the course itself turned out to be simply useless. Ban cards is a spell attached to a card to achieve a specific effect. There are only 2 ways to violate the card ban. Rough destruction means, if you are strong enough, or honestly memorizing the formulas and algorithms of the ban, layer by layer. But before that, the young man examined the 4-star card from the Fan family. A new vortex map was made with a drawing of a vortex charge from it. Another original lightning map has been synthesized into a vortex map. It can be called a cancellation card. She can absorb the energy of prohibitions below 2 stars. Thus, you can easily remove the ban from the 2-star card. It's a shame that when you get to the 3-star ban, the 2-star cancellation card doesn't work. Our hero thought that he would learn 1,000 things in this lesson, after which he raised his hand and said that he understood everything that the teacher was saying. But could he explain how to lift the ban? The man said that this student was quite interesting. Today, the teacher will open his eyes. The card ban is actually part of a card pattern and not an energy ban. To break the card ban, you must complete the card template. This is a step called fully equipped. It is the main method of prohibition. The young man muttered that it was strange. Why only now did he see these lines so clearly? The teacher replied that this was his strength. Piercing eye. This allows him to be much more insightful and energy-focused. Therefore, Lu must understand the algorithms for compiling a prohibition map in order to be fully armed. Min doesn't take long to learn, so there's no need to rush. The basics are on his desk. Let him figure it out himself. The guy noted to himself that, as he thought, the third step is key. Combining the cancellation card with the main card is equivalent to a direct power outage. This means that if he has the Eye of Insight along with the nullification card, then this will be enough to unlock all the restrictions. Suddenly, the guy noticed the cat and asked where she had been for several days because he was worried and was looking for her. The animal objected that there was no need to pretend. Did he really think that if he didn't come, then he died? Fan Chi was watching him, so he had to suppress his energy vibration. It was his luck that he had little energy and was ignored. The man thought that Lu had the ability to disappear. She lost the ring from her tail. It allows her to maintain other forms for a long time. It has his energy vibration on it, so if that guy finds the ring, he'll figure them out quickly. It must have been lost during the battle. In her current form, she clearly couldn't handle him. The young man exclaimed, "Is the animal really begging him to help return this ring?" After slapping him, the cat replied that she was not begging, but simply saying that he could be beaten to death if the ring was not found. You'll have to figure this out yourself. The guy noted that it was so dark in that hole that the opponent shouldn't notice the ring anytime soon. Then it dawned on him that he could get into the cave again through the world of shadows. Perhaps they will see that same girl again. The animal said to forget about it, since he could get lost in the world of shadows if he stayed in it for a long time without special prohibitions. Suddenly, his phone rang and the fat man said that Fan Zhai wants to restore the prohibitions in his cave. If he has success in them, then why not make money from it? After hanging up the phone, the young man noted that this was a great opportunity, but you need to be well prepared. He needs something to correct the ban, namely the Eye of Insight. The animal clarified whether this is the ability to see the flow of energy. She can help him with this. Her pupil senses the power of the energy, but cannot see the exact flow of the veins. The youth should be able to achieve the effect of the Eye of Insight through the energy vein manifestation abilities. Our hero noted that she is incredible. With its help, he managed to save a lot of money. After that, the cat ran away, but the director appeared and said that classes were over, but he continued to work. Not bad for his best map maker. Chongyan City Map Association. President Chen Chiu said that Qianyan often talks about him that his ideas for creating maps are different from ordinary ones. What is he doing with this loser? Perhaps it would be better to go over to him. The director was extremely outraged by these words. Min replied that he was very glad that both directors praised him, but he was far from ideal. It's time for him to return to his store. But the man put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that in fact, they came for a reason. Meanwhile, a young man came to the store. Yuebai greeted him and told him to come in and choose what he wanted. The stranger snorted and declared that these cards were complete nonsense. He can do much better. The little girl replied that if something didn't suit him, she could choose another one in the luxury store across the street. Plus, the cards her master makes are not nonsense at all. Let him immediately apologize for just saying that. The buyer replied how sweet it was that she was defending her worthless boss. The map makers in this city are so weird. How can he even go to the moon shadow competition with such and such a level? It's just a shame. Suddenly, another person appeared and ordered him to apologize. As a map maker, he must have a humble heart. Their father always taught them this. Not to mention that this map seems simple at first glance, but in reality it is not. Then he turned to the girl and asked for forgiveness, because his brother was too hostile. How much this card costs, he will pay 10 times more just to compensate. A man's voice came from the street and asked what they were doing there. Let the boys get moving, as they have to discuss the competition with the director this evening. Even though it will be the day after tomorrow, you need to prepare in advance. The director takes this competition very seriously. It is a question of the face of their association. Meanwhile, the Map Creators Association was discussing that the competition was a friendly fight, but the headquarters would definitely keep an eye on it. Chen issued a challenge to compete for the sponsorship quota. The woman said that the other party is the Chongyan Association, one of the best in the country. The competition consists of 3 games, 1 game each for 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star players. You need to win 2 to win. They sent famous mapmakers. Li Aiguo with 2 stars. This guy is about the same age as Min and has already leveled up. Li Yiran, 1-star creator. Stopped at it to crush manufacturers across the country. The worst thing is Li Haoran. He is a 3-star map creator. The man is not going to lie. He just believes in him. After all, the face of their city depends on our hero. Lu carefully said that he was in fact already a 2-star mapmaker. The director was taken aback and exclaimed why he hadn't spoken before. Min is the only hope for them among the 1-stars. But if it's 2-star, then he doesn't even know what to do. Our hero calmed him down and said that, in fact, even if he promoted to 2 stars, he would still be able to figure it out. Can also find someone to take care of the 1-star game. Then he added that it was late, so he had to go. The woman objected that you need to be serious, since this competition is not a game. The guy replied that there was no need to worry. It seems to them that our hero is joking. But no, he says everything quite seriously. When he wins, will he be able to count on their help? The director replied that there was no problem. Meanwhile, the rivals were drinking with the head of the Chongyan City Association, who wished them good luck. Li Yiran said that he overestimated them too much and they could not guarantee a complete victory. But Li Aiguo and Li Haoran are with him, so it won't be difficult to win a 2-star and 3-star victory. The young man said that he saw the cards made by Lu today. They're actually pretty mediocre. The head said that he saw this guy today. The young man seemed rather modest. Although unusual, in the end, Chan Yan is very optimistic towards him. Haran exclaimed, "What's so good about his gaming cards? Let him look at the ones he made. They are no worse than these garbage ones that Lu created." The father interrupted the young man and said that he would show them at the competition. The director exclaimed that this was normal. Young men love to show off. It seems that his youngest son is also very strong. The man objected that this was just a stellar progression. In fact, he was a weakling. When Chen Chuo said that he heard that Haoran had created a 3-star super rank card, Yiran exclaimed that it was a long time ago and laughed. The young man listened to everything that was said, but said that it was thanks to the instructions of his father. The director stated that the guy is their future. Meanwhile, the youngest son recalled telling his father that he had finally made an advanced map. "This green light is just great. It makes his head look green." Dad didn't listen to him and asked Haoran if he had finished the map that he was told to make, after which he approached his eldest son and began to praise him, completely ignoring Aiguo. At this time in the store, she noted that this guy was 10 years old when he was able to create a 1-star super rank card. "The master is going to fight with him tomorrow, isn't he even worried?" Our hero replied that it didn't matter whether the card was a super rank or a super god, it was none of their business. They will still win. After some time, the day of the tournament arrived. The presenter said that friendship is the breeze of a clear day, blowing coolness across everyone. Friendship is the warmth of the sun that rises to warm everyone. In this wonderful season, they are finally holding the long-awaited Sinmin and Chonyan Card Masters Friendship Tournament. Next, 2 presidents of their city associations will give a speech. Who will win this friendly competition? It only remains to wait a little, and they will find out. The guys came to support our hero, who believed that they should root for him. This is how his life was saved. Meanwhile, the first participant appeared. His name is Li Aiguo, super hot 1-star map creator from Chongyan. The guy shouted that he never gives up because he's a champion with a golden belt. The host asked if he had anything to say to his opponent before the competition. The young man replied that he did not know and did not want to know who his opponent was. Because no matter who he is, there is only one way to end him, and that is to lose. Meanwhile, Qian watched this and laughed, because in their time, all the children of such a middle age want to make a name for themselves. It looks like Lu Min will win this time. Uncle Yue Bai said that this competition is not small. Why didn't Chan Yan let him go there? The man replied that he didn't know, but it didn't matter because he didn't want to go anyway. The director of the Chongyun Association told her opponent that win or lose, one should not give in to emotions. The presenter announced that now it was time to applaud the one-star contestant from the city of Xinmin. The young man noted that Yiran is a famous old dog with a lot of experience. This time, Min will have a hard time. The manager exclaimed that he was finally going to have a bad day. The guy couldn't stand it and shouted that he was a bald abomination. Let him not dare to talk about Lu like that. When the little girl came on stage, everyone present did not understand who she was or what was happening. Her father was taken aback and muttered that it was no wonder Qian Yan didn't allow him to be there. The woman carefully asked if our hero was sure that everything would be fine with her. She's just here to make up the numbers. If the guys don't get 1 and 2 stars, then they really can't win. Without thinking twice, the young man replied that there was no need to worry. This little girl can handle everything just fine. Haran also did not expect such a turn of events and noted to himself that this was quite interesting. Then a coin was tossed, and the presenter announced that the one-star competition had begun. The Xinmin side will be the first to start making the map. So they leave the stage to the girl. Passing by her, Aiguo snorted that her teacher was so afraid of losing that he even sent Yuebai in his place. What a pathetic coward! The little girl replied that it was sad that in the family only one brother was good, and the other was just a pathetic loser. While she was creating the map, the presenter explained that the competition would be judged on the following criteria: production time, construction of the maps, idea, and result. After this, a final assessment will take place. After a short period of time, the little girl announced that she had completed the creation of the map. Absolutely everyone was shocked that it took her less than a minute. That's faster than they can watch the trailer. The bald man shouted that everyone knows that at headquarters they are in first place in the professional line. Tuning had the fastest time and it was 1:36. Despite the fact that he is 3-star. Incredible! Advanced map in just 56 seconds. Energy consumption is optimized and compressed to the maximum. Simple, delicate distribution of the pattern without wasted pen work. Card identification master Seiyan said he gives 150 points. The presenter exclaimed that this was simply excellent. As usual, everything is only rated at 100. The director of the Chongyun Association muttered that the rival actually had a secret weapon. The presenter continued to talk about whether this talented girl could take first place. The rivals are clearly under extreme pressure now. Meanwhile, the master asked Yan who this little girl was. When our hero's sister replied that she was Lu Min's student, the guy added that she looked like a good candidate for sword training. When the brothers were little, the elder gave the younger a map and told him to study it if he wanted. He should like her more than Haoran. Aiguo asked if he doesn't like making cards. The boy replied that he didn't know himself, but everyone thought that he should like it. When asked how long it took him to create, the kid replied that he didn't remember. About a minute or something like that. The young man was shocked that she managed it in less than a minute. She is about the same age as her brother was then. Yuebai walked up to him and told him to get out of the way. Her master was afraid of intimidating him too much, so he allowed her to compete with him. When it was announced that the next participant could begin work, the young man was very nervous. The father noted that he never thought that this little girl would be so strong. He doesn't think his son will succeed. The presenter said whether the guy could withstand the pressure and win, because the opponent's time was only 56 seconds. Suddenly, the guy announced that he was finished. 55 seconds were spent. Great card master of Chongyun City. It represents the long history and tradition of card making. Many believed in him, and the young man did it. This is an enchanting purple glow. Super rank card. The rivals began to panic, as they did not understand how this was even possible. The little girl, watching all this, calmly muttered that she could also create a super rank card. She used the card she received from her uncle to drain it, and then the warrior was able to hold the weapon. The little one began to practice immediately when the master gave her the card. Our hero almost lost consciousness and asked why she didn't show it at the competition then. The student replied that she thought it would work anyway. Hearing the screams, the brother's father noted that they seemed to be in poor morale. He didn't think that the youngest son could make a super rank card. It looks like Haran won't even be needed in this matter. Meanwhile, It was announced that the 2-star tournament was beginning. Unlike the 1-star tournament, the 2-star tournament is RK. The fat man asked what it was. Yui explained that 2 people make cards at the same time, and after completion, there will be a real battle, like in a cowboy duel. Here, everything depends on speed and accuracy, since a person's life also depends on this. The presenter told the players to take their seats. Veteran Yuran, who is the father of a winner and a card genius, and also the star of the card game, which has been a real sensation for some time now. Lu Min. The young man looks a little pale. Is it because he is under too much pressure when facing such a strong opponent? The master said that he did not think that her younger brother remained the same as he was. He had changed anyway. When the start of the competition was announced, the man quickly began making the map. Meanwhile, our hero continued to stand calmly, did not move at all, and, it seemed, did not intend to. Almost a minute has passed, and the guy is really resting. Is he going to give up the game? The enemy didn't understand what Lu was doing. The man is impressed by his powers and has heard that his ideas for creating maps are innovative. But in the end, the boy is still a child who has not survived the big storm. The woman decided that our hero was giving up. She can't blame him because even if she loses, they won't win the 3rd game. The little girl replied that there was no need to worry. Her master is not one to give up so easily. The host announced that player Lee Yuran was going to finish the last drawing of the card. It's hard to believe, but it seems that victory will be his. But suddenly, our hero said that, as Lu had expected, his uncle turned out to be very slow. Now, he will get to work. In his previous life, everyone told him that he worked so hard. The boss left long ago, but health is more important. The guy objected that everything was fine. He can continue working on the algorithm all night tonight. Thus, their project will definitely be taken seriously. Let everyone just do what the boss says. Wherever he points, they will fight. Then our hero exchanged his life for the speed of his hand. This was originally for today. So after a moment, the young man announced that he had finished creating his map. The presenter shouted that this was incredible. They finished their cards at the same time, but Lu started doing it when his opponent finished. Simply inhuman speed. His friends in the stands shouted that this was simply incredibly cool, but his enemies were disappointed. While everyone was shocked, the woman said that she had no idea that he made cards so quickly. The little girl replied that the master really creates them at lightning speed. Igor fell to his knees and muttered that his father should not lose. Haran calmed him down and said that now there was a real battle ahead. It will be decided there who will win. The younger whispered that his brother knew about this. Why don't he tell him about his trick? The guy objected that each person has his own choice. So don't worry, because he won't tell anyone. Now it's time to go on stage to get ready for the game. There is no point in watching further. The father has already lost. The young man was angry to himself. Why couldn't he win if he tried harder than they did? Meanwhile, the man said that he was really still too young. Although it makes cards faster, it missed a fatal moment. By blindly increasing the speed, the guy only reduced the accuracy of the parts. The quality of the map he created will also drop dramatically. Obviously, when his card simulates a real battle, it will be crushed by his 3-star sword card. The fat guy was outraged that this dude must be over 50. What's so special about him being able to create a 3-star card? Obviously, he stayed in the rookies to make a name for himself. It's a bonus to make cards at a higher level anyway, so we'll have to see what he can do with it. Even a card with a lower star can fight back against a 3-star one. The archer guessed that the card that defeated that 3-star fire maul belonged to Lu. It's time for him to show his real skills. The man activated his card and said that arrogance has its price. It's not too late to accept defeat. While the presenter was wondering why no one was on our hero's side, a white flag appeared from underground. Everyone present was perplexed as to why he decided to give up. Will he really lose? The youngest son couldn't get enough of being a weakling. The presenter said that, probably due to excessive concentration on speed, it led to damage to the card drawing, or he was shocked by the mighty sword bearer. The opponent said that it was Lu's first time participating in a big tournament, and one could understand his desire to win. But the guy is still young, so he will have many chances, and there is no shame in losing. Min stated that he wanted to say something. He doesn't even look at the opponent's card from start to finish. If a man does not know his enemy, he will only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yuran ordered the swordsman to attack and shouted that he did not want to frighten him too much, but now he should not blame him for the good injury. He doesn't need advice from a youngster like Lu. But when a huge creature burst out of the ground and blew off the enemy's head, the man shouted what kind of monster he had summoned. The host shouted that this was a 3-star advanced black flame god of war card. Beheading a 3-star swordsman was almost inhumane. What he saw shocked his opponent so much that he simply lost consciousness. Someone started shouting that they needed to call an ambulance. The presenter said that she was sure that this result was a surprise for everyone. Min won in all aspects of card production, card quality, and combat testing. The archer noted to himself that he was much more powerful than that time. This is in such a short period of time. My sister muttered that it was average, but overall not bad. The master objected that she should know that not everyone is like Yan. While Junior was panicking that his father was dying, Haoran said that he just passed out from shock, nothing serious. Our hero muttered that he was very sorry. He just didn't have control over his power. The elder replied that the 3-star card summons a high-class warrior, equipped with black flame armor and a lava blade. Lu is capable of a lot, because it is not easy to create such a perfect combo. Min was surprised to himself that this guy didn't even look at his card. He just saw the effects on the field and was able to roughly analyze the information. The interlocutor added that he would not like to join their association. Aiguo was indignant that he almost killed their father. The young man slapped him in the face and told him to shut his mouth immediately, after which he said that he was ashamed to say, but the card that his brother made during the match did not belong to him. So, they should have won the first game. Our hero was surprised that he was honest, because I saw that my opponent had swapped the cards. Horan said he was sure he couldn't hide it. Any card master with a little understanding would have noticed this. Lu interrupted him and asked if he wanted to use this trick to keep him silent. The guy asked him not to talk about it. His brother wanted to win so much that he was confused. If the association found out about the scam, his career as a mapmaker would be over. He might even give up a third game. Our hero objected. If the judge himself finds out about this, then nothing can be done about it. Meanwhile, the presenter announced that the second half of the day began with the long-awaited match of 3 stars. In the first 2 games, the opponents received 1 point each, so the last round is critical. The 2 presidents will then draw lots to determine the order of play. Chen Chuo interrupted her and said that there was no need. It's best to start right away with the Chongyan Association. The audience immediately started chanting Haran's name, and Lu's friends didn't understand how he got so many fans. The girl said that after such a warm welcome from the fans and the trust of the chairman, the guy must want to say something to everyone. Haran said he was grateful for the opportunity this tournament gave him. He would like to thank his friends who supported him and the association for their trust. Meanwhile, Junior was telling his father to drink some hot tea, but the man said that he couldn't believe he lost to this Lu. The guy asked him not to think about it. Yuran added that in the future, their family's card legacy will depend on the brothers. But it's better not to think about sad things and watch Haran play. But suddenly, the young man announced that he would not participate in the 3-star round. The director of the association was taken aback and did not understand what was happening. So he shouted what he was doing. The young man replied that his father was currently in the hospital ward, so he had no time for that right now. Around the corner, our hero asked whether it was worth offending society for the sake of his ungrateful brother. Huran replied that it was worth it to make him realize the error of his ways. Lu said that he is a very conscientious young man. Why doesn't he come to their Sinman association? The guy was indignant that it was not he who won, but his association. The young man objected that he had won against his father. Further, to any argument, Min replied that he still won against his dad. The host announced that the 3-star match was won without a fight, and Sinman City would win this year's friendly tournament. A little later, at the table, the man said that the tournament had many unexpected turns, but of course the result was excellent. Lu is the light of their association. He would also like to praise Yuebei for being so small and so amazing. Our hero replied that he simply trained her well, but Qian objected that it was just his good genes. When the guy asked what was promised to him, the guy said not to worry, because delivery to his door in the morning had already been arranged. They also have a surprise for him, considering how quickly the young man is progressing. His friend has a residence that needs to be strengthened with prohibitions. He is the owner of the Fan family mines. He has no shortage of money, and the point is that he will owe him. There is a surprise in this. In the subconscious, our hero exclaimed that this was very good news. The cat said that this time it is necessary to prepare well. Hearing this name, the baby's father told the young man to be careful. The director was indignant that he spoke as if the guy would be sent to a dangerous lair. The young man told the director and president not to worry because it would be better to drink to such a wonderful day. Meanwhile, the guy asked the master if Lu Yan would take him in. When he was told that yes, the young master said that she had the Xiu Shuyi heritage. Why would she still care about testing the moon shadow? The next day, Aiguo said that the master did not need to worry. The store would be fine. Our hero replied that it was because of him that he did not feel that everything was safe. The young man exclaimed how Min can say that because he really reformed. In fact, Lu was afraid that the guy was an undercover agent sent by Chongyun. After all, the man brought him and said that he wanted to learn how to create cards from him. After which he told the guys that it was time for him to go and let them look after the store. If this young man does anything, let the little girl remember to report it to Qianwei first. The young man immediately asked if there was anything he needed to do. The girl replied that she should go and make her some tea with cilantro. After some time, our hero noted that this was strange. The coordinates are the same, but why doesn't everything look the same as before? Suddenly, the guy noticed that thick drops began to fall from somewhere above onto his mobile phone. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a gigantic snake crawling towards him. When she suddenly decided to attack him, our hero barely managed to jump to the side. The young man had a look of genuine fear on his face and screamed for someone to help him. The cat asked him not to make such a face. Lu objected that she didn't understand anything. It is a mixture of fear, remorse, resentment towards society, duty to parents, and a little relief. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and the huge monster was torn into pieces. The man then gave him his hand and asked if he was scared. There are a lot of animals in this place, so you can't wander alone. It's good that Fan Si came by. Otherwise, this 3-star python would have swallowed him alive. Our hero noted to himself that this was excellent. He actually set up an ambush here. The black cat told him to continue to show weakness and attract him. The young man took his hand and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Fan." Then he immediately realized that he had blurted out something wrong, but it was too late. The man was taken aback and the animal grabbed its head. After that, Chi asked how the guy knew who he was. Had they really met somewhere before? The cat told him to calm down because he was recommended by Qianyan, which means it's normal to find out who Lu will work for. Min found that the president introduced him to the matter of restoring the ban. He showed a photo of the customer, so he recognized it right away. The man replied that this all sounds plausible, but why does his face seem familiar to him? I think his name is Lu Min, and he has his own store. He came with his friend and was looking for a thief. The guy exclaimed, "That's right. He just has a bad memory. How could he forget?" Chi said that, to be honest, there are several entrances to his cultivated dwelling, and all of them are prohibited. The ban was violated some time ago by several scoundrels. This causes an extraordinary excitement of all the animals in the area towards this place. Now let him wait a minute, as you need to unlock the illusion. Then she asked how he was. "You won't find such a big house in the city center." Our hero exclaimed that, of course, this is the same place. Then he suddenly came to his senses and added that he meant that, in fact, the elder's capabilities were simply incredible. Fan said that when he reached 4 stars, he would also be able to find a suitable cultivation site. Now it's time to go explore the cave with him. Our hero feigned admiration at how many energy stones there were in his home. The elder replied that he could take some on the way back if he wanted. The young man noted to himself that he did not remember any plants in this cave earlier, but suddenly he noticed that a small rat had come across them and the stems instantly grabbed it. Chi explained that these vines can easily absorb approaching objects. Therefore, you should not take them lightly. Suddenly, the man received some kind of alert and muttered that there had been another mine invasion, after which he rushed to run somewhere, shouting that he would be right back. Let the gentleman wait for him here and not go anywhere. Our hero wished him good luck, but thought to himself that he hoped that the monster would kill him and he would never return. The black cat that appeared out of nowhere said that that man was more than capable of crushing the monster in this area. Now it's time to go. After some time, the animal reported that the ring that was on its tail was behind this plant prohibition. The guy exclaimed that there could be no such coincidence. This is an active 4-star ban. The cat countered that she could feel the energy fluctuation, so she was sure it was there. The young man said that these plants have a spirit that intelligently recognizes its owner. Therefore, anyone else may find themselves at a dead end. However, a ban is ultimately an energy binding, and as long as the energy released at one time exceeds the ban's tolerance limit, it can be forcibly destroyed. The cat said it was too risky. Fan can return at any time, and he will be exposed if Chai finds out about the destruction of the ban. Lu said that first we need to check what is there. He used the previously installed golden pupil effect placed on the energy eyes that the organization gave him. The guy saw that this wall led to the core of the mine. It is not surprising that he had to block all this with such a strong ban. Then, he threw the card into the slot and muttered that the whirlwind could affect the plant for almost 5 seconds. After which an idea came to his mind, so he told the cat to follow Fan's energy and called on the little warriors. Meanwhile, the man dealt with a huge crowd of monsters and walked back, thinking that he should hurry up and force that guy to fix the inhibitions. One of the little warriors found the ring and reported it to the master. He replied that he would open a hole and let him quickly throw him out. When it already appeared in his hands, our hero noted that it was just great. Now it's time to start implementing Plan B. Suddenly, Fan's voice came from behind, stating that it had been a hard day for Mr. Lu. The guy replied that it was a great honor for him to help the elder correct the ban. He will have to rely on it in the future. The man laughed and replied, "That, of course. If anyone dares to bully him in the future, they should just tell him." Then he threw a bag at his feet and said that this was his payment in the amount of 100,000 in cash. Min exclaimed that thank you very much. He will definitely contact him again if he needs work. When they said goodbye and the man left, our hero again went to the wall and opened a small crack. A small warrior immediately jumped out of it, holding a bunch of cards in his hands, and reported that the mission was completed. Meanwhile, the man was glad that fencing the entire territory with a ban plus restoration cost only 100,000. Young people have no brains at all. He also strengthened his defense so he can train calmly and try to quickly reach 5 stars. The fact is that this mine is still unknown, which means Chu Xiao also wants to take it for himself. However, modern energy maps are not what they used to be and are a bit inefficient. On the way, Lu thought, it's good that they returned the cat's thing and everything went without any problems. The animal added that he had absorbed at least 1 million energy from the miner's cores using vortex cards. Our hero replied that they would divide it 50-50. Next time he will have more of these cards. Suddenly his phone rang and his sister hissed that she had called him 66 times. Why was he only answering now? The guy muttered that maybe it was because of the bad signal in the suburbs. Yan said that next time he should answer her call in a few seconds or she will come and destroy his store. The moon shadow trials will begin soon, so get ready and come to the academy early to undergo special training. Let Yue Bei take it with them too. When asked why she was needed, the girl replied that he should just bring her, since someone was very interested in the baby. When the young man objected that the baby had not reached the age of majority, the sister simply hung up. Our hero was outraged by this. In fact, this should be done after the word bye. After some time, Aiguo shouted why they didn't take him with them. Didn't they really believe him? Lu replied that it's precisely because they trust that they leave it in this store. They will do business and he will guard the house. The guy can play as much as he wants and he will compensate him with energy cards that will be used for training. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if anyone was here. Our hero said to go tell the client that they are closed today. But seeing a beautiful girl, the guy told her to pass and asked if she wanted to look at the kun card. She went straight to Min and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Then she said that her name was Gao Xiaoqing. Perhaps he has already forgotten her, but that's not scary. When she added that she would soon remember him, our hero thought to himself that there was no such person in the memory of the former owner of this body, after which the girl turned around and left. Aiguo shouted after him that he would give her a good life because he has many apartments and is rich. The baby asked if they had any kind of love relationship. The young man thought he sensed that she was strong. and the aura of her body seemed to be in that mine. When Lu sent the little girl to get ready, she asked what time he would arrive at her father's house, because she had quite a lot of luggage. The young man told Yuebai to drop off the address and he would come over. In the morning, the guy didn't understand what was happening. Neither the director nor the little girl answered calls. If he had known that they lived in such a hole, he would have simply called the delivery service. Meanwhile, someone was watching him from some distance and said that there was a guy here about 17 or 18 years old. What should he do? When he was given the order to kill the young man, the sniper immediately began taking aim at him. But when he fired, our hero was not in that very place. The man did not understand how this was possible, so he quickly reported that he had been discovered and was changing his location. He didn't manage to get far because someone called out to him from behind. It turned out to be Qian, who was holding the lifeless body of his accomplice in his hands. The attacker did not waste time, so he immediately launched a powerful energy stream at him. Meanwhile, the young man came to his senses and realized that he was in the world of shadows. Exclaiming the name, Yuebai, our hero, immediately rushed to look for her, as he did not know what was wrong with her. The girl immediately grabbed him and said that in this way he would kill himself. On the other side is a professional assassin who has 4 stars. The guy screamed to let him go. Min fell to his knees exhausted. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he began to whisper why this was happening in this world. Master of Disguise, Qiao Sen noted that he killed him, but practically died himself, since a lot of energy was lost. But suddenly, behind him, the young man heard a strange growl and saw that his victim and partner had turned into zombies. They turned out to be very fast, and literally a moment later they were near him. The young man managed to jump back some distance, after which he opened fire on them. But there was absolutely no reaction to the bullets, so the dead man got close and grabbed his shoulder with his teeth. When the attacker was finished, the director took out a cigarette and lit it. The man then pulled out a map that showed a cage and many hands trying to get out. An unknown force immediately began to pull the dead enemy sniper into it. Upon completion of this process, Jian noted that he was also a 4-star cultivator. Then I wondered if it was a momentary illusion of energy fluctuations or something else. After a while, our hero was indignant if his daughter did not live with him. Then why did she give the address? She knew that delivery didn't come here. Why there were so many things? He's not a transportation company. The director said that next time you need to call in advance to clarify. The guy replied that he would not have come to such a place if he had answered the phone. Sitting in the car, Lu thought about what the director's background was. He was offered a reward and killed more than 60 times without success. What about the killer who attacked him? Was it an illusion? He's a very scary person. No wonder she keeps her daughter with him and lives in this hole alone. Then he will have to protect her even more in order to be worthy of this fatherly love. This time, the costs of fuel and long-distance freight transportation must be taken into account in any way. Meanwhile, Yan called him and asked him to look after his brother, who had asked her about the shadow world in the past. The man replied that the young man is not simple, so there is no need to worry about him so much. On the way, our hero had a dream where he saw a little girl who said how big the goldfish was. The young man shouted to her to wait for him, but the girl didn't listen to him. Plus, he felt the presence of a huge shark. After that, he suddenly came to his senses and screamed loudly in horror. The student immediately asked what happened. The guy replied that it didn't matter. She must have just been tired. Yuebei said that it was her fault, and she should have explained to him about the luggage. Lu replied that it didn't matter. Then he said that he thought he was telling her to drive the car. Why is she in the back? When the young man looked ahead, he saw that little warriors were driving, so he shouted why they were even driving the car. Suddenly, a police car appeared in the distance, so they began to brake sharply. Our hero began to feel sick from such hassle and sharp turns, so the warrior helped him. Meanwhile, the policeman told the little girl that drifting on the track would be prohibited in the future. When the young man looked up, he saw a heavenly 5-star city and noted that everything was different here. Then, not far from them, he heard the voice of a girl saying that she was truly sorry. She was in a hurry, and it happened by accident. When the little one said that we could go to the academy since the traffic police were over, the guy said that something was going on there. The man was indignant that this was a limited edition car. She will never be able to buy one, so apologies won't help here. His brother is going to a party. If she stays with him for one night, he will not demand anything from her. The young man was outraged by this, so he told the girl to watch the car and not interfere. But suddenly, a male voice was heard, yelling at him to immediately move away from the girl. He is the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, heroism and chivalry. His name is Tang Bo. Next came frightening-looking men. They were informed that this man said that he was the embodiment of justice or something like that. The guy immediately backed down and began to say that there was a misunderstanding because he was just joking. Of course, absolutely no one listened to him, and people immediately started beating him. But suddenly, a huge crowd of bulls appeared and rushed straight towards them. The guys didn't understand where they came from. Meanwhile, the little warriors put the victim on a stretcher and began to run away, wailing that the main thing was not to get caught by the big one. But suddenly, the same man appeared in front of them and shouted that he was a 2-star fighter and a boxing champion. Evasion and counterattack are his element. Another little warrior arrived in time to help and simply knocked him out with a mace on a chain. Our hero grabbed the girl by the hand and said that she needed to run. Let her not worry, since he already called the police and made a video recording, so she will not be responsible for anything. When they ran to the car, the little girl said that her uncle, who had been beaten, had been sent to a safe place. It's better not to go to the academy right away, but to take her home first. The young man immediately said that he had just arrived in the heavenly city and was not familiar with the roads. Therefore, he will ask her to show the way. The girl looked at him carefully and asked if he was Lu Min. Thanks to him for saving her, since she didn't know what to do. That old man is so ugly. How can he compare to such a handsome man like our hero? When Tian Li began to approach him closely, the guy did not understand what was wrong with her. The girl added that when they arrive at the academy, she will take him to the dormitory to rest. The young man did not understand what this strange feeling was. He can barely control his body. The car moves, but it seems to be standing still, and Lu doesn't even feel the presence of the baby. Then he asked how long it would take to get to the academy, since he wasn't feeling well. The girl replied that through this tunnel, they would quickly get to the place. His heart is beating so fast. As soon as they drove into it, the girl clung to him and screamed that she was so scared because she was afraid of the dark. Our hero thought to himself that something was clearly wrong with this woman, after which he began to mentally turn to the black cat to help him, but she was sleeping without her hind legs. Tian Li began to pull her t-shirt lower so that her breasts were visible and pressed herself closer and closer to the young man. Our hero realized that something urgently needed to be done, so he simply grabbed the cat in his arms and began stroking it, saying how good she was. The animal was very unhappy with such a familiar attitude towards itself, so it tore its face. Suddenly, the baby seemed to come to her senses and thought that this was strange. Why did her mind just go blank and she only remembers that she was driving the car? Then she looked at the teacher and asked what happened to him. The guy happily replied that everything is fine. How wonderful it is to be in your own consciousness. After some time, they arrived at the place. The girl said that people from the academy would take care of the luggage. She takes them to the dorm first since her sister has a lot to do and they will see her later. When the girl asked if the food here was delicious, Tian Li replied that, of course. She will take them to the dining room when they have agreed on accommodation. Our hero noted to himself that there was sweet darkness and doom floating around. This is all too suspicious. But this educational institution is very strong. The guard's aura is incredible, so there shouldn't be any problems. Suddenly, he received a message from his sister, who said that they would meet a little later. The guy asked if it was okay that she sent a psychopath after her brother. Yan asked with obvious irritation whether he wasn't satisfied with something or what. The guy immediately noted that his analysis of that girl was correct, after which he stated that his older sister's friend was in love with him. After a while, Lu asked if she was sure that this was a normal room. There's such a strange atmosphere here. The girl replied that it was strange because it was personalized for him. When he turned around, he saw her in a nightie and with a bottle of wine in her hands, so he was surprised when she managed to change clothes. Tian replied that it had been a long day. Why not relax together? Li then followed him into the room and slammed the door. The guy exclaimed that they had known each other for less than a day. Isn't this too hasty? The girl said that there is no need to pretend. Let him just take off all her clothes. The young man immediately grabbed the bottle of wine and began to drink greedily from it. 5 hours ago, the girl told someone that she was almost there. There is no need to worry because she has everything under control. I thought to myself that she had a chance to catch such high-quality prey. How could she miss this? Meanwhile, the woman asked Yan if it was too much to use Lee to test her brother. Suddenly, something happens. Lu that everything is fine, she has a tracker, and she will be kept informed of any action. If she does anything unusual, the girl will make sure that Tian never sees men again. After some time, the older sister noted that she had not heard from her since they arrived at the dorm. In the background, the little girl had a sweet conversation with Auntie Sue and said that she didn't feel her presence. It's cool that she knows how to hide it. The girl couldn't stand it and said that she would go to her brother's dorm and see what was happening there. Yuebai immediately asked if everything was okay with the master. The woman said that there was no need to worry because Yan was just coming to check. On the way, our hero's older sister dragged her sword along the floor and was completely furious. She didn't even knock on the door to his room, but simply carried it out with the help of her abilities. In the bedroom, she saw Min, who was shouting that he had won, and Lee, who was muttering that she could not drink anymore. When the eldest put her to bed, the guy said that he really didn't think she was drinking so badly. He told her not to drink, but the girl insisted that she wanted to. Yan asked who told him to drink. The young man replied that he usually doesn't do this, but her classmate forced him. Lu interrupted and said it didn't matter. Let her rest here today, and they will give him another room. Examining the pieces of the door, the young man asked what kind of killing technique she had just used. The girl replied that it was just a little anger. Min was indignant that she could have killed them. She has a hot temper, so she needs to restrain herself. The more abilities, the greater the responsibility. The elder sister sharply crushed the glass in her hand and hissed, "Was he really going to teach her what to do?" The young man muttered that he wouldn't dare. "I was just worried that my little sister might hurt herself." Yan noted that he had truly become brave. Who gave him permission to dye his hair and wear an earring? The guy asked not to ask strange questions that are difficult to answer. The girl thought to herself that before he was afraid to even look into her eyes. The guy thought that she looked even better in real life than in the photo. Yan then reported that the lunar shadow tests may have to be postponed to a later date. Almost half the cards have changed hands, but he needn't worry. The guy asked what he should do now all this time. His sister handed him a pass to the academy and told him that he could attend advanced training courses in the map-making department. Now, let him go with her to the training room, and they will start preparing. The young man objected. What was the point of studying in the middle of the night? The girl said to just do what she says. After which, she took his hand and said that this was a gift that she had chosen herself. "This bracelet suits him so much. Does his brother like it?" The guy replied, "No. It's so ugly." "Aren't they usually round?" The older sister's cheekbones were aching with anger at what had happened to him lately. The next day, our hero thought that he did not understand why he had to do this last night. What kind of stupid bracelet is this? Did she notice that he was different from her previous brother and installed a device to spy on him? Then I decided that first I needed to concentrate on the lesson, but why were there only guys around? Suddenly, everyone started looking somewhere to the side with loving eyes and saying that Teacher Lee had come. When our hero looked there, he saw this girl, who turned out to be a master at creating cards with 4 stars. Golden teacher of the first academy. The girl noted that she expected him to come to her class. It was so much fun to role-play. They had such a great time last night, didn't they? The guys immediately started asking how he managed to do it. Let him teach them too. Min asked why they were even here. Learn to make maps or study teachers. Tian stated that everyone is familiar with the cross-hatching and weaving techniques, but they are very limited. Next, she will teach them advanced card-making techniques. This is a cyclical ecological structure, a technique they can master no matter how many stripes they have to learn. Unlike low-level cross-hatching or weaving patterns, which are restrictive and cumbersome, looping can be adapted to any situation. Let them try. Next, the teacher will talk about the main elements and techniques of Module A and B, so have them listen carefully and take notes. While everyone else was repeating after her and taking notes, our hero was indignant that the cyclic structure and techniques of Module A and B were completely different things. Yesterday, Yan told her that she only asked to test him and not to seduce him. there is no need to test her patience in the future. The girl objected that she would not dare. The sister asked if she had used all her powers. Lee replied that not everyone, but without a high level, no one would be able to resist her charm. At first, she thought Min was just small, but in the end, he broke free. The eldest muttered that she didn't expect him to change so much. The guy has become much better and more courageous than his former self. In any case, he will ask to continue to evaluate his professional qualities for tomorrow's map-making lesson. The door is broken, but Lou has put up a protective barrier so that no one will disturb her. Our hero thought that it was hard. The so-called cyclic structure is surprisingly related to a roundabout, transforming 3 lanes into a dynamic roundabout. As long as traffic does not exceed the roundabout limit, a couple of intersections can be selected. This means that the complexity of the drawing will increase. The concept is easy to understand, as long as the central zone can transmit enough energy. Suddenly, everyone around them exclaimed that the guy had done a good job. This is an excellent structural foundation. The young man was extremely surprised that he managed to do it so quickly. Not bad for a first academy student. But, looking at his paper, I saw that he depicted a half-naked girl. Why draw the structure of a female body in class? Then he raised his hand and exclaimed that this pervert was drawing a naked girl. The teacher said it was very good. The guy volunteered to show the structure of his map. Then she will help him check her. Everyone around him said sarcastically that he would now know how to shout from his seat. The teacher was shocked how the card could withstand 5 energies. It's difficult for everyone to draw such a structure for the first time, capable of supporting 2, but he, with 2 stars, was able to do it with 5. Then she reported that the cyclic structure of Min is very stable. He successfully supported the 5 energy paths and defeated her. But even if the template is perfected, everything depends on the actual result. Now he needs a practical lesson. Meanwhile, the little girl was playing a computer game with her aunt and was indignant at how she could die. What kind of ghost skill is this? Her character is completely out of control. The woman replied that unless she used exorcism, cleansing, or something else to restore her. She told her to be active, but the baby is too reckless and attacks openly. Yuebai exclaimed that. Exactly. She already had the feeling that she was being controlled. She suddenly became confused, and she doesn't remember anything. Sayu said to ask her father about this. He is a genius at manipulation. The teacher again pestered our hero, but he did not understand what she wanted from him again. The young man also noticed that everyone around him looked as if he was under control. In order not to fall under her spell, the young man immediately grabbed the black cat and asked her for help. The animal got angry again and tore him apart, after which Min pushed the girl away from him and told her to move away from him. Everyone came here at once, and Lee continued the lecture, saying that to be a skilled card maker, one must not only have excellent crafting skills. It is also important to have a strong will not to be distracted by temptations. The students resisted the spell she just cast and came to their senses, but now they have less than 10 minutes to prepare the cards. The teacher thought to herself that again the man she was looking at had escaped her temptation. Lou thought that the teaching style at the first academy was really wild. It's impossible to build a powerful combat deck in less than 10 minutes using an environmental cycle structure. What to do now, it seems you will have to rely on your past combat experience. It's a small loss, but he shouldn't disgrace his big sister. The students complained that it was too difficult and impossible to do. Mrs. Defense is known to be strong. The girl said that time is up. Has anyone finished? The guy exclaimed that how can you make cards in such a short time using the structure you just learned? He hasn't even managed to get energy support yet. Our hero stood up and said that he had created 5 battle cards. Let him please come and look at them. Lee thought to herself that 5 battle cards from a cyclic structure in such a short time was incredible. Let him launch his attack already. The guy noted to himself that he doesn't do nonsense during training, after which the teacher activated the 2-star card. The students admired that the teacher, as always, was beautiful. It was worth it. It was a 2-star progressive armor card. The young man understood that his attack might not work in this case. Then our hero generally became ill. The heart rate increased, and it was difficult to breathe. What was happening? Lee asked for forgiveness and said that she forgot to tell him that her magical armor not only protects, but also imposes a debuff. The stronger his desire, the more damage he will suffer. While the young man was thinking that now he would come to an end, the students admired that the lady was so strong. The girl came up to him, hugged him, and said that now he could have some fun. Meanwhile, the guy noticed that Mr. Tan was spying on Lee again. If he likes her, then he should be brave enough to confess his love to her. The teacher told our hero that she believed that he would not be able to pass her test. Lou's mind flashed back to memories of him telling his sister that he couldn't hold on anymore. The girl replied that if he applied a little force, it would not kill him. Min said he was tired all day. Also, what fighting skills does she want him to practice if he's a card maker? Yan replied that they were all useful. Tests will begin soon and will come in handy. In this case, the other side will try to kill him, so you can't hesitate. You need to act. Then he stated that the teacher herself forced him to do it. The students shouted that this was cruel, and how could you treat her like that? Tian rose to her feet and exclaimed that he was very courageous. Let him show her his cards. Lu noted to himself that her defensive armor was only 2-star, but it was still an advanced level. The 5 cards he made on the fly really weren't enough to do any damage to her. Suddenly, the teacher grabbed his leg with a tentacle and said that there was no need to be distracted during practical classes. When a long tongue emerged from it, our hero exclaimed that it was simply disgusting. Let him not come any closer. After which, he took out a map and said that the first blow would be an ice storm. Energy consumption 5,000, frostbite. It was not possible to restrict her movements with ice for long, as the girl instantly broke it. The young man did not stop and immediately moved on to the second blow, a firestorm. Energy consumption 5,000, flame strike. The third hit was a burning debuff. Energy consumption 5,000, hot wax. After which the young man finished her off with the last 2 cards, 2-star level. Our hero then told the teacher that this was all he could create. I thought to myself that yes, it was too difficult for her, but he spent a lot of energy cards. It's all hard-earned money. Meanwhile, the guy said that this was a live broadcast of Miss Lee's today's map-making lesson. The director of the academy exclaimed what this all meant. Who is this Lu Min anyway? He was told that his brother was Lu Yan. The girl said that he did not need to stop, since there was a long way ahead. His pattern drawing and practical skills are very good. He is one of the best students she has ever had. But his tactics are not flexible enough. The guy attacks with a lot of quantity, but without quality. Min wondered if this was true. He has always been a guy who knows no equal. He has problems with how to fight when it comes to money. Lee continued that he shouldn't refuse, but he shouldn't stop. He needs to create powerful cards. Otherwise, if he faces a strong opponent, these small skirmishes will be a waste of energy. This is the difference between absolute strength and quantity. The boys started discussing how they should fight girls first to practice masculinity. But if they had such an older sister, they wouldn't have to do anything. Indeed, if they had such strong support, they wouldn't have to try hard. Tian said that he doesn't need to worry about what others say. They are just jealous of his talent. If he has any questions, he should not hesitate to contact her. The young man looked after her and mentally thanked her for everything she said and did. As everyone was getting ready to leave, Mr. Tan suddenly appeared and yelled at them to stay in their seats. He is a true star among map makers. Within one class, almost no one can break through his defense. He developed the card maker's combat element to the extreme. Yao Min is a 4-star creator, head of the combat section of the map creation department. The man asked if the guy had hurt her. The girl replied that nothing special happened. He worries too much. Tan exclaimed that he would not allow anyone to disrupt her lesson, especially for a problem student who is an excellent student. Mr. will not allow him to mislead people here with these weak cards. Miss was just giving him a break. She doesn't like to undermine the student's confidence. But he's not going to spoil him. If he has what it takes, let him come and fight him for real. He doesn't care how many cards the young man uses or how much money he throws at him, after which he ordered all students to return to their seats. Today, the man will show them what real battle is. While our hero did not understand what he was getting at, the teacher said that this was not necessary since the guy was only a 2-star. Yao Min countered that he was doing this for the benefit of the students. He noted to himself that if he beats the crap out of this child, then the students won't have these outdated ideas. He is sure that Lee will also be fascinated by him. In fact, he agrees with the teacher and knows that he is fighting the wrong battle. He doesn't need to worry about anything since Mr. can compensate for all the wasted energy. Lou thought to himself that he simply made these ineffective cards to test out a new cyclic scheme. He said out loud that he wouldn't lie. He has a powerful attacking deck. The man exclaimed that everything was fine and that it was suitable. Let it be cards of absolutely any type. He noted to himself that he would not be able to break his 4-star defense card, even if he uses all his strength. The teacher thought to herself that the young man would not be able to cope with his cruel defense. The man is too old to compete with children. Most likely our hero will give up, but suddenly Lou agreed and added that he himself asked him about it. In his hands was the map that his elder sister forced him to make last night. He has not yet managed to bring it to perfection and does not know whether everything will work. The guy said that was enough for today, as his bones were simply falling apart. The girl objected that it was just a warm-up. With such strength, he would not be able to withstand the test of the moon's shadow. What she had already taught him was defense. Now it's time to take on the attack. What is the maximum energy of his cards at the moment? The brother replied that 2,600. Then she will collect as much sword energy as possible. Let him prepare a map and act very quickly. The young man began to panic, whether she was sure that everything would be okay with him, but the girl did not answer anything. The man activated the iron shield and, in an orderly tone, said to attack and then accept defeat. Our hero gathered all his energy into a fist and then activated the attack card. The attack was so powerful that it tore not only the defense, but also Tan's clothes and hair. Looking at the hole in the wall that formed behind Yanmin, the guys stated that it was very strong. The students below were also in complete shock and did not understand what was going on there now. The guy noted to himself that, fortunately, there was a wall behind him, which he was aiming at. This energy of the ball just touched him and threw him so far. The energy consumption of this cloud destroyer is only 800. I did not expect such an inflated power. Last night, Yan was so focused on collecting that she didn't even notice the actual effect the card had. The teacher said that this was not bad for a super rank card. This was one of his sister's sealed sword kai techniques, wasn't it? Sealing this skill is not that easy. The guy muttered that he didn't want to hurt this teacher like that. The girl replied that everything was fine. There is no need to blame yourself. It's just a superficial injury, nothing serious. The young man destroyed his shield and defeated her. Let him accept this card as a sign of gratitude. Perhaps this will help him in the future. Our hero took it in his hands to examine it and saw that it had 2 stars and lips were depicted on it. Observing all this, the director hissed to call Lu Yan to him immediately. The next day at school, everyone was discussing that Min had destroyed Mr. Tan's protective shield. It's good to have experience and money. What is the point of studying this topic of creating maps? Suddenly, our hero was stopped by a security guard and said that the student could not enter without a green code. He was blacklisted by the map department. Let him contact the teacher to resolve this issue. The young man grabbed his head and said that he just wanted to come and calmly continue to study. Then he told his sister using the bracelet that he had been blacklisted. Where will he study now? The girl replied that it was wonderful. Let him rest today, and tomorrow it's time to start his legacy. The young man exclaimed in surprise why tomorrow, but did not hear an answer to the question since Yan hung up. Suddenly, Lee came up to him and told him that she had no classes today, so she could give him some extra help. Then she grabbed his hand, began to drag him along with her and said that she would take him to a wonderful place. Meanwhile, the director was yelling that the girl had gone too far. This time, her brother made such a fuss that the entire map department is on edge. 5-star berserker in raging beast form. Chen Dechu yelled that now that students are considering transferring to another program, how can he explain this to the Ministry of Education? The assistant tried to calm him down and told him that he needed to talk to her more calmly. After all, he's the headmaster of the academy, so it's not right. The man told him not to stop him and get out of the way. His patience has a limit. She knows that his power grows along with his anger level. The last time Lou caused a mess at school, he could barely contain himself. Then he started giving her a massage and asking if he could ask her brother to leave. The director will fulfill any conditions. Yan replied that the tournament would start soon, and it was never easy. Meanwhile, the guy was discussing information about the heritage map over the connection. She's just a carrier of information. Discovery of heritage requires abundant energy and a stable energy environment. A spacious and safe room is also necessary. This is because the huge fluctuations in energy will attract the attention of nearby beasts, and in severe cases can even cause a tidal wave of beasts. Last but not least, and most special, is that the legacy of the moon shadow should be done early in the morning when the moon is still shining. Someone asked if he hadn't chosen the place. The young man replied that this emergency meeting was being held in order to discuss with some of them the approved new address. He doesn't know where to do this. Besides, it's dangerous to open in the city. The guy doesn't think the authorities will agree. If they have a suitable place, then please recommend it. Suddenly, Lu Yan entered the chat, and the young man exclaimed that she had arrived to half the meeting. Does she have any good ideas? The boys started asking how she joined the Moon Shadow Legacy. Is this really that super cruel woman? The girl asked them to close their mouths. After these words, 4 people left the chat. Lu stated that it didn't matter. She only came to say one thing. The academy site is suitable, and I have already asked permission from the director. The young man was surprised how the academy administration allowed her. He had already applied many times, but this weakling never allowed him. Chen coughed and said that he was the director of the first academy and allowed the Moon Shadow Legacy to be opened in the playground. After which he lost his temper and shouted who just dared to call him a weakling. Meanwhile, our hero declared that he could no longer do it. The girl supported him and said that everything would work out. The guy collected his thoughts and completed what he started. He got an improved Cloud Destroyer card. In the meantime, Mr. Tan was told that this would be his last drip before he would be discharged. Therefore, while there was time, he decided to surf the internet. In one of the videos, the guy said that he risked his life for the sake of this report. Let them not forget to like and write comments. The 2-star defeated the 4-star. This is not fiction. Mapmaker became the most popular profession at the first academy. After this, a cry echoed throughout the hospital that the person in room number 10 had lost consciousness again. Lu exclaimed that energy consumption has actually been compressed to 2,000. Thanks to her guidance and help this time, he was able to optimize the map so quickly. Thank you very much for this. The teacher replied that it all worked out mainly only because of his talent. The guy exclaimed that he couldn't take this lightly. The Moon Shadow Legacy will begin soon, and he is still far from it. Remembering that the baby had already become a 2-star, the young man said that he was still weak. He will never stop developing his strength. Why is this girl progressing so quickly? But he is not. The teacher was amazed that she couldn't believe that Lu was so modest. However, now he cannot be modest. They are already talking about him at the academy and calling him a little demon because... But she didn't have time to explain exactly why, because the older sister appeared, who added, because there was already a great demon in the academy. On the street, one of the students did not understand what was happening and why everyone was running away. Another explained that the great and small demons are in the library, so it is very dangerous. The teacher also immediately decided to run away and said that the 2 of them could talk and it was time for her to go to class. The girl smiled sweetly and asked where she was rushing because Yan had not even had time to say thank you to her. When Lee replied that this was not necessary, the sister hissed that she should not forget the words that had been spoken to her earlier. Then she told Min that she told him to go and rest. Let him not communicate with her anymore without her permission. The guy objected that he was just trying to consolidate his experience in practice. Moreover, she helped him with good intentions. Then he asked what kind of bag it was. The girl replied that it was a custom-made suit for participation in the legacy of the Moon Shadows. Seeing some kind of gas mask, the young man thought to himself what kind of ugly mask this was. They are not going to the catwalk or to cosplay. When the eldest approached him and said that she knew what he was thinking about, our hero exclaimed that he really liked this style. Yan said that this was some kind of reward for him, because he did well at the academy. The guy passed all the tests of willpower, ability to create cards, strategic thinking, and mentality. That is why the equipment was specially designed to increase his physical efficiency. The suit is fireproof, waterproof, and zipperproof. Lu thanked her. Now it's time to return to the hostel, where he will change clothes. The legacy will begin early tomorrow morning, so final preparations must be made today. When they came to his room, the guy hoped that she would at least turn away, but the girl objected that she was actually his sister, so why was she ashamed? After that, the young man began to take off his clothes, and Jan said that he should change and wait for her in the living room. Of course, the older sister will change clothes in the next room and not in front of him. When they both changed their clothes, the guy exclaimed that his little sister looked amazing in that costume. Does it also improve physical performance? The girl replied that it was the other way around. Her costume limits her physical capabilities. Meanwhile, in the moon maple forest, the intruder was laying out mines and wailing how dare they steal his Moon Shadow legacy cards. When they are all gathered here, he will smash them to pieces using devices hidden under the grass. But suddenly, someone attacked him from behind and pierced the young man's body with a sword. It was a 5-star assassin under the pseudonym Flower, and his name was Chu Yan. The man with the owl's head said it was simply magnificent. How about working with them in the animal house? You can take Moon Shadow cards together. Pointing a spear at him, the mercenary declared that there was nothing more hateful to him than animals. The creature asked why they couldn't just talk about this. Do they really need to be treated only like wild animals? When a huge number of animals materialized around, the eagle owl said that he would give him one more chance to change his mind. The young man blew silently, and the flower that was in his mouth flew up. As he smoothly and slowly fell to the ground, the guy sprang into action. During this short period, he managed to destroy everyone who dared to behave so arrogantly towards him. After which, the young man stated that it had almost blossomed, but none of the heirs had arrived yet. Suddenly, the attacker stepped on one of the mines that were placed around, and the system triggered the simultaneous activation of all. One of the guys exclaimed how beautiful the fireworks were. They interrupted him and explained that this was an explosion. What kind of fireworks? Meanwhile, our hero noticed that Xiaoxin was present among everyone and did not understand what she had forgotten here. The life of the Moon Shadow was too lonely. He only knew the sword, its techniques, and everything related to this weapon. The man was strong, but he was taken by surprise and ended up having to leave with serious injuries. Perhaps that is why he left his legacy. He wanted to be there for every sword practitioner who goes it alone. 5-star sword cultivator Qiao Qinshan turned to 5-star magician Nao Xiong and said that he was confident that they would win this time. 3-star formation master Gao Xiaoshan told her brother 5-star sword cultivator Gao Tianlong that she would go straight to say hello to her friends. 3-star sword cultivator Wang Tianxiyun told 6-star elementalist Chia Qianchen that no matter the result, the main thing is participation. 5-star sword cultivator Wu Fei Hun told 5-star cardmaster Wu Yong that they had a chance of winning, so they needed to fight. Meanwhile, the elder sister asked why he was wearing a mask. Wasn't he uncomfortable wearing it? The young man replied that everyone here is so strong, so it's better to be fully armed. Suddenly, Xiaoxin approached them and asked if he really thought that if he wore a mask, she wouldn't recognize him. Yan asked in surprise if they knew each other or what. The girl replied that, of course, she would recognize her brother even if he died and turned to dust. Lu hissed that she didn't like the way Gao talked about him. Next, they were approached by Tianchun, who said that he would not have recognized him if he had not worn a mask. It turns out that Min is Yan's brother. He is very lucky. Then he took our hero by the hands and asked if he remembered that very day. The guy exclaimed, "What a day! There's no need to grab him at all." The young man laughed and replied that he understood. It was their secret. Qiaoqin muttered that it was simply disgusting and began to walk away. The older sister watched all this and could not understand what was happening. Then I remembered asking the little girl how he could not like the style of bracelet the girl had chosen for him. The little one replied that there was no need to worry. Her master's tastes were very bad. So I wondered if her youngest was gay. Then she decided that it was just her imagination. This can't be true. When that young man left, our hero immediately said that he could explain everything. The sister replied that it was not necessary. It's just friendship. Isn't it great to have a wide circle of friends? Meanwhile, the director was informed that all the groups had arrived. The man listed the ones he knew and asked what about 2 more. The assistant responded that they refused to fill out the information for the legacy test. What is known is that both of these swordsmen are only 4-star. How could they get maps of the lunar shadow? How is this even possible? but they decided to postpone the check until later as the guys began to discover the heritage. Min commented that this is simply amazing. He feels the energy moving through the card. The energy of all 7 legacy cards is collected together. A moment later, a portal opened, so everyone shouted that they needed to head there. Lu asked if the girl was sure that she wanted him to be a contender since she was just a card maker. Yan asked if her brother really wanted to remain a weakling. Let him just follow his older sister and stop asking her stupid questions. The girl asked if she had set up their flower. This killer is not very reliable. The guy replied that he didn't care. He had been on his feet all night and wanted to sleep. Another asked the assistant if he was sure they had given him the right address. The young man replied that if the plan changes, they will definitely be informed. The girl with the dove on her head said that after receiving news of the new address yesterday, she sent a letter to Suai Lao as soon as possible. 5-star bird summoner, honorary president of the Pigeon Fanciers Association named Sin Yushen, added that she sent Pete to deliver mail because he is the fastest flyer. The man was indignant at how it was possible to send such an important message by dove. Does she know about the existence of a mobile phone? After some time, Min began to come to his senses as drops of dew fell on his face, and a voice said that he was finally here. When the young man rose to his feet and looked up, he saw a giant lizard. The guy didn't understand why he was so big, why everything around him was so huge. Suddenly, the giant chameleon began to stretch its tongue towards the young man in order to catch him. While our hero was screaming with his eyes closed, someone suddenly cut off his head and rendered him harmless. It turned out that it was his older sister. Lu asked if it was not an illusion. The girl replied that it does not matter, because for them, this is reality, they can die here, so it is always necessary to be vigilant. Yan just looked around. The creatures here must have huge physiques. The wealth of energy resources has led to their rapid growth. Other groups are scattered throughout the area. There is one strange thing. She still retains her strength. Just now, this big chameleon was at the 4-star level, but she actually dealt with it in a few seconds. The guy asked if this shouldn't be normal for someone with her strength. The girl replied that this is normal, but not in this world. In order to appreciate the power of the air in the legacy worlds, it must be limited. At best, the limit does not exceed 3 stars. There are differences in style: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and advanced. Lu noted to himself that the guys from the old city and those from the mine are also 3-star, but the strength is really different. This way, other groups will not be limited in rank. It only has 2 stars. Even if a sister reaches a peak of 5 stars, there will still be a large gap between them and other groups on average. Meanwhile, Gao Tianlong dealt with the huge monster that was about to attack them. Siochen muttered that the creatures inside this legacy are so scary. The guy replied that indeed, this was the first time he had seen something like this. Wu Yung clapped his hands and said that this is just legendary speed. He truly lives up to his nickname. The 5-star sword cultivator suggested that they work together to find a way to cross the river. The girl turned to her brother and said she thought they could look into the matter. The young man asked Wu Fei Hun if he knew why I was still a 5-star rookie. He feels sorry for him, as he is forced to ask for help to defeat the fish in the pond. The young man advised him to check the river first and then make a decision and show off. Does he really think that this is an ordinary dead fish? After which, he took the snake's head and threw it into the river. The piranhas instantly woke up and immediately began to eat the prey that they had. Wu explained that it was a water tiger, a 4-star monster from the genus of aquatic fish. He has a ferocious temperament, and worst of all, they live in packs. For a group of 4-star water tigers surrounding a large monster is a simple matter. Do they want to know why he knows so much about them? Tianlong interrupted him and replied that he did not want to know, but if they destroyed the water tigers, they would be able to cross the river. The guy noted to himself that, in a word, there are tens of times more primordial creatures in this heritage than in the outside world. Although he specializes in creating maps, he is well versed in creating monsters. Meanwhile, Gao told Fei that he would ask his sister to activate the formation to help them balance on the water. He will attack from that side and the guy from this. Sin, who was watching all this, began to sob and say that the heirs who came here and upset the balance of the island are to blame for everything. Now the birds are dying too. The man said there was no need to worry. Now he will teach these invaders a lesson. Birds must not be allowed to die in vain. The girl thanked him, but objected that even if he was in enhanced mode, he still would not be able to defeat these two 5-star sword cultivators. The young man replied that there was no need to worry, because he had already thought about it, so he was not targeting them. At this time, Zhao Min activated formations that appeared around the youths. Hun noted that his sister is simply incredible. Then the guys began to carry out their plan, since there was no time to waste and they didn't want to lose to each other. The girl thought to herself that this time she would not allow our hero to defeat her. Yan asked her brother why his face was so sluggish. Let it be more fun. Min objected, aren't they here for heritage? Why are they taking pictures now? Lu replied that he chose a path where there are only low-level monsters and flowers. There are no resources at all, so why not? The guy replied, wasn't she the one who said that this was the best place to test sword cultivators? Sister said that the waterfall is indeed good for sharpening the spirit of the sword, but it is of little use. At this time, they were observed by 2 other cultivators who stated that they had chosen the side of the waterfall, and this was truly a godsend. You need to be careful with them. The elder sister informed our hero that the moon shadow map indicated the direction in which this waterfall was located. The energy that is hidden behind it is really dense and pure. Since this card is a guide for them, we need to go inside and look. Although this is not very useful for her, there may be resources here that can be very useful for him. The young man muttered how they could get into such a huge waterfall. The girl asked if he had heard about Huaguo Mountain. A man must be strong and find his own path. When she took off, the young man shouted after her that he couldn't do that because he was an ordinary map maker. Suddenly, the little warrior who was standing next to him jumped up and abruptly entered the waterfall. Then our hero heard someone playing a musical instrument, and when he turned around, he saw some guy. The stranger said that there was no need to worry, since he was also an heir. He is Lu Min from Tinmin City, and he is Nin Van. Was once a member of his city's Mapmakers Association. I had to leave for some reasons. How is Qian Fen? He was his mentor, he misses him. Lu replied that the man was really good. I thought to myself that I had never heard anything about him before. Unexpectedly, the young man handed him a business card and said that he should contact him if there was such a need. It was written on it, search for the melody of the soul. The guy said that he was creating maps. Nin replied that this is why he left the association to focus on creativity. The young man exclaimed that he was one of those people who couldn't sing and they, artistic people, were such good fellows. I thought to myself that there was no time to chat since I needed to go to the waterfall. Unexpectedly, the interlocutor stated that Min was going to get on the other side of the waterfall and he could help with this. His partner is locked there due to a special ban. He can't break in on his own, so he asks him for help. He is aware that our hero knows a little about prohibitions. Lu noted to himself that asking for help to deal with the ban when he is a 2-star map creator is very strange. It's a trap anyway. Then, the young man extended his hand to him and said that they were happy working together. He noted to himself that the creator of the cards would deceive another creator. Meanwhile, his elder sister suddenly saw the crystal-clear essence of the soul. She never thought that this waterfall could contain such a dense source of energy. When a creature began to appear behind her, the girl stated that it was a target for rats and had brought a rat here. The monster stated why she came here and took the risk if she sensed an ambush. This soul element is of no use to her. Yan replied that she couldn't use it, but her brother could. Rushing into the attack, the monster declared that there was no need to worry. Her brother will now not need anything, just like she herself. Suddenly, our hero's older sister began to swing her sword in different directions and suddenly disappeared. The young man, who controlled this whole process from afar, could not understand where she had gone. Suddenly, a voice was heard in my ear, muttering that it was now clear what he looked like. What did the guy say about her brother not wanting for anything? The young man realized that this was an imitation of the sword spirit. Even if it was a double, how did she manage to find him so quickly? The girl reported that her sword can sense energy even if it is suppressed. The water doll is so dangerous that he had to be found immediately. The guy exclaimed that there is no need to underestimate people, after which he activated water protection around himself. When the older one failed to break through her the first time, the young man said with mockery in his voice that Yan was not that strong. Calmly answering that yes, really, the girl used the most powerful form of sword technique. The defense was instantly destroyed and the young man was thrown aside. Lu stated that if he could survive the Lotus Cloud Flash, then the guy was more than a 4-star. Then she disappeared. The young man shouted that he should kill him if he dared. Our hero's older sister replied that okay, and stuck the sword into the wall near his head. If she wanted to kill him, he would have died 1,000 times already. What is his goal and the goal of the other group disguised as the heirs? In any case, they were the ones who made it so that level restrictions in the legacy do not work, right? The enemy asked if she really had time to do research here. Why shouldn't she worry about her little brother? The girl replied that she injected the energy of her sword into his body. Everyone who comes close to him will die. Most likely, his teammate is now crippled. The young man replied that it sounded very naive. What made her think they were going to hurt him? The girl grabbed him sharply by the throat and said that it was better for him not to test her patience. Suddenly, a powerful stream of water burst into the tunnel they were in. Meanwhile, our hero announced that the ban had been lifted. Now, he can take this soul element. What kind of whirlpool is this? The water seems to be rising rather than falling. Nin replied that the soul element continuously absorbs the energy essence in the water. The ban not only protects the soul element, but also controls the rise of water. Lu clarified whether they had upset the balance. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. The water will not rise soon. They will have enough time to prepare everything. Just let our hero not worry about confining the soul element into a capsule. Min muttered how cute it was. It turns out that Van was in charge from the very beginning, isn't it? Nin used it to upset the balance and then take the soul element when it was not ready. Now it's time for his partner to appear. He added that his acting was just terrible. The guy replied that Lu, of course, is funny, but that's the end. Meanwhile, the director was wondering what kind of formation this was. This is not the same as the previous entry. The explosion at the original site was also not an accident. Is there a connection with these two groups? The legacy of the moon shadow does not seem too easy this time. The assistant said that they found some information. Something is wrong with those 4 people. They all used fake identities. Bai Jie, Huan Yimin, and Tin Yushen are all fictitious names. None of the information available on the list of legal warriors matches them. This guy has been involved in other legacies under other names. As for this Nin Van, his qualification as a mapmaker is fake. The man immediately said to hold an emergency meeting, let him create a special investigation team. There could be many enemies infiltrating the legacy. We are talking about the safety of children. Also, let him quickly notify Sire Xiushui to stop playing these games. Yan and everyone else could be in danger. Meanwhile, the girl asked what he had done. The guy objected that it was nothing. This is her brother's doing. Without a balance barrier, water is no longer limited here. Therefore, it will not be possible to interrogate him. After that, the young man simply disappeared, and Yan did not understand where he had gone. Then our hero's sister tried to collect the energy of the sword, but nothing worked. Suddenly a voice asked if she liked it all. Let him sleep peacefully in this water prison. Meanwhile, the guy thanked Min and said that it was a little slow. But thanks to him breaking the balance barrier, he managed to defeat his sister. Nin stated that if he had not come, he would have had to leave. This young man is smart enough to figure out their plan. It is necessary to get rid of him immediately, after which the young man got ready to play the pipe. Beijai stopped him and said that this guy knows how to break prohibitions. Perhaps he could still be useful to them. Moreover, his sister put her key into him so he could suffer greatly or die. Van replied that holding him is a hidden danger. Isn't he afraid that this young man might do something? The guy replied that there are 2 of them. Especially without Yan, he is just a 2-star map creator. Our hero noted to himself that the white-haired man was afraid of his sister. It seems he is not as strong as her and was just using some trick to distract her. But the absorption of the soul element should become an impetus for it. And this guy is cunning. He's a map maker, but he hasn't used any. Nin has been playing this flute from the very beginning and cannot figure out the ban at all. Our hero stopped them abruptly and asked if the white-haired one was stronger than this musician. He won't lie. He's only here because his sister forced him to. They defeated her, but the guy just wants to live. Bei replied that there was no need to worry because he had just said that he would not have to kill him. The young man pointed his finger at the musician and said that he was afraid that he might kill him. Our hero could break the band quickly. Just because he was playing strange tunes, it slowed him down. When Ji appeared, he realized this. Now he doubts that Nin will not do anything with the soul element. The young man asked if he really thought that anyone would believe his illogical nonsense. This is stupid. Min replied that he didn't know what Van did with the soul element, but he knew that if he got his way, he would silence him. He's just a 2-star map maker who wants to live. Why would he lie to him? When the guy reached for the flute and said that our hero needed to be killed, Bei stopped him and said that he was not entirely sure that Sui Lao had sent him. Nin replied that he thought he was crazy. If the guy wasn't one of his people, then why would he be so worried about all this? Moreover, what benefit will the soul element bring to him if he is the creator of cards? Bei replied that Min was definitely of no use. But about him, when the incident happened in the city, his name was of great importance, so the head chose him as an assistant to support the legacy. The young man replied that Sui Lao's goal was only the heir on the island. Besides, even if he wasn't one of Elder Sui's people, then what's the point of stopping him from taking the soul element? In fact, doesn't he think they've completely fallen for this guy's distraction tactics? Our hero stated that nothing worked, but there is a lot of information, so you need to find out what this guy is up to. After which he exclaimed that he played the flute all the way, so he reported to this elder Sui. The attacker hissed, did he really want to die, and actually began to play his musical instrument. When asked what he does with it, Nin replied that he gives an exclusive moment of death. No need to worry about this. This only applies to marked targets. This is his music map effect. In fact, the guy used it at the meeting to mark him. For example, having stored in his brain a note labeled as pain, the next time he plays this note, the young man will feel the corresponding pain effect. Lu noted to himself that it turns out he had already done this, having given him his business card then, using sounds as a trigger. The body feels as if it is being torn into pieces. Then, having experienced a strong, painful shock, the young man simply lost consciousness. Van said that he could give Bei a flute if he didn't believe him. The guy replied that there was no need. He wasn't afraid of his sister's revenge. The water prison map puts pressure on Yan, so this will only delay her for a while. As for this guy, we'll have to see what happens to him. The first sound stage is an internal strike attacking his original card. If he survives, he will not be able to be a map maker. Bei noted that it was not surprising that his sister's sword energy was not activated. But he is cunning. With such pressure, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. And he was delayed and didn't give Yan the energy to attack. The young man asked if he knew why he was chosen as his partner. He likes such simple people. After completing the task, let him go outside more often and play in the outside world. There is less and less pure material. Let him hurry up. If he doesn't absorb the soul's energy, the water will fill the cave. After these words, the young man immediately began to carry out the rest of the plan. Meanwhile, our hero came to his senses in another reality and saw a huge hole in the center of his chest. The young man could not feel his original card. Did he really die this time? Suddenly, the voice of an old man was heard who said that this was incredible. Is the barrier to entry really that low? Min asked in surprise who he even was. Is it really the gate guard? Now he needs to decide whether Lu will go to heaven or hell. The old man replied that this is the sword soul realm where cultivators can break through their limits, but he is not like a sword cultivator. Our hero exclaimed that he was laughing at him or something. This is undoubtedly a piece of nothingness and not a sword soul realm. Grandpa pointed his finger at him and noted that he did indeed practice the sword, but his sword spirit was very weak right now. Lu retorted that he was creating cards. How could he be a sword cultivator? The elder told him to be silent because he is never mistaken. Although his sword spirit is weak, it exists. People have their own sorrows and joys. The moon has its own shades. This is a rather ancient and complex art. The old man noted that this was a wonderful poem. The guy objected that these were ordinary words. There will be no continuation because he has run out of inspiration. The man added that he is a very talented writer. Why should he be a swordmaster? He should be a poet. The young man objected that he said that he was the creator of cards. He just said that this is the realm of the sword and soul, and you can only reach it if you overcome your boundaries. That is, it turns out that our hero has ascended. Grandpa said that on the contrary, it was more likely that his sword base was destroyed. Most likely, his sword base was mortally wounded. So the division of the soul into parts arose. Whether he can eventually return to his body or not depends on whether his consciousness body can break through the boundaries to reforge his sword. His sword is mixed with impurities that the elder has never seen before, volatile and extremely unstable. When he pointed his finger towards our hero, he said that his hand began to hurt, tingling and a little numb. The guy immediately remembered the original map. Could it be that the sword he calls the base of the sword is actually her? Simply put, if the original card is restored, there is still a chance. Then he asked if he had a pen or something like that. Meanwhile, the musician said that it was already noon. Let him hurry up as there will be a flood soon. Bay said it was ready. The soul element enchantment is really strong. Now he has 6 stars and feels a clear strengthening of the base of his sword. They have made progress towards their goal. The young man replied that it was better to be careful because they were still far from the elder and the others. The young man replied that he knew, but before that he needed to deal with the current generation of heirs. Nin said that in any case it is better to get out of here as the water will rise soon. The sword cultivator asked why he was so afraid of water. Then he created a huge water monster out of it. And then, with his help, he made a passage out, because why look for a way out if you can make one? After that, the guys jumped on the water dragon and went to look for everyone else. Suddenly, the young man began to feel that his body was disappearing, but he did not understand what was happening. Behind him came the voice of his old friend, who said that there was not much time left. His body would not be able to hold out for long. By restoring his original map before his conscious body completely dissipates, he will be able to activate his body and return. Our hero replied that he knew this, but in this hole there is nothing but an old man with a weak memory. A map maker needs a pen to gather energy to restore the original map, but there's nothing like that here. The girl replied that a good master is not limited in tools. Perhaps his original map does not need to be restored at all. The guy asked what she meant. The girl replied that the main driving force of the card maker comes from the original card, and the force is conducted through 2 driving cores. Likewise, all other professions have different underlying driving nuclei. For example, the core of an energy warrior can be left-handed or right-handed. However, most people only have 1 motor nucleus. But there are still very few people who have 2 or more. Unfortunately, the quantity doesn't really tell you much. Most of them are still dominated by the more powerful core. Min thought that the musician had injured his original card with a large-scale blow. It just so happened that this allowed the swordsman in him, who had always been relatively weak, to come out. The old man's statement that the sword is mixed with impurities is actually the result of the sword and the original card repelling each other. It turns out that they are like a sword and shield. Let it and the original card not merge because they complement each other. The girl stated that he already understood everything, so she would try to buy him as much time as possible. When the young man shouted to finally say his name, she simply disappeared. He didn't understand why this happened every time. Suddenly, Grandpa raised his voice and asked if it was his beloved. Straight out interracial love story. Our hero became confused that his entire family was interracial. The old man explained that he simply closed his eyes to regain strength and condensed the energy of his sword. He would like to write a poem about this scene. The moon hides its appearance when the stars shine brighter. The base of the sword is like a bright moon. Let him try to collect all the energy and control the movement of Kai. If the guy can control how it works, then no matter how small his sword is, he can release it. When the man released a powerful energy stream, our hero noted to himself that this old man was so frail, but he released a terrifying amount of energy. Then, Grandpa put his hand on his shoulder and said that he could see that he had a good heart, so he had something to say. But he unexpectedly announced that the trial version of the Lunar Legacy was finished. Let him buy a subscription and become a real heir. The young man was indignant. Did he watch the TV series or something? The man replied that he was joking. No need to worry. Meanwhile, a black cat appeared near our hero's body, which mentally conveyed to him that everything depended on him. The young man noted that his hands had practically disappeared, so something urgently needed to be done. Then he thought that the old man had just used at least 2 star-level energy to activate the moon wheel. Theoretically, he can do this too, only with the help of the original card. Before the moon disappeared, the young man began to activate using the moon wheel. He immediately felt it worked. There was a distinct feeling of restoration of the original map. While collecting sword energy, it will be restored. Meanwhile, the sister was thinking how much strength it would take to break through this formation, if more and more was needed each time. She is wearing a test suit, and the girl controls the energy at 60%. This means that this formation has at least 6-star strength. Whitehead is only at the early 5-star level, so he must have someone behind him to guide him. While Yan was thinking about the need to release all her power, she saw the energy of the sword's base gathering. It was our hero who managed to restore the original map 100%. The young man simply couldn't be happier that he was full of energy and raised his level to 3 stars. Then he turned his attention to the cat and said that there was no need to worry. Even if, as in my dreams, I reached 10 stars, I still wouldn't leave her. But he immediately received a slap in the face, and the animal stated that he had recovered the card, but had lost his brains. The energy on this island is unusual. There is a high probability that there are enemies there far beyond their imagination. It seems that the strength of these 2 practitioners is just the tip of the iceberg. So let the young man renounce his heritage and get out of here as soon as possible. Min thought to himself that this was not an ordinary inheritance, and with his current abilities, he would not be able to do anything, so he would simply become cannon fodder. But our hero couldn't leave without his older sister, so he said that first he needed to find her. The guy recalled how he was bullied as a child. The guys called him a little slut and asked why he cried when they told him to put on lipstick. Suddenly, a voice was heard that said, "Min are not afraid because they are whiny monsters. Yan is nearby, so don't worry." Literally, in an instant, she taught all the offenders a lesson. The brother asked what would happen if they returned later. The sister replied that she would beat them until they were afraid to come. The black cat shouted after him that the girl was strong enough to handle this, so he would save her from problems if he took care of himself. When the guy replied that he would go anyway and let her do what she wanted, the animal said that this would be the last time. Then she went after him. Lu thought to himself that the previous owner of the body is no longer there, but he still feels his memory of his sister. It is so deep that it shows how strong the bond between them is. When a brother is in danger, a sister will come to his defense. Moreover, this time her brother left her and retreated. This is not possible. With such a dangerous legacy, he'd better stick with Yan to be safer. Even the cat doesn't know what to expect from meeting these 2 even stronger opponents. The guy felt that the resistance of the water became even stronger. Then I saw a large whirlpool in front of me. Apparently, the elder sister is below, and she was suppressed by the powerful link formation. Then he asked if a cat could turn into a seal. This whirlpool can swallow a boat, not to mention people. The animal replied that he was not very good at water, so let him do it himself. The young man understood that this place would soon be flooded, so it was necessary to act. With the help of a suit, he can be waterproof, plus, using a card, he can transform the energy supply into him. As a result, the young man's idea with turbo acceleration worked, and he began to swim much faster. After a short period of time, Min finally found his sister, who was trapped. The young man first greeted her, but when there was no answer, he realized that she was unconscious. The level of this barrier significantly exceeds the limits of the original map. It can only be destroyed by force, although perhaps this will be useless. At least you can at least try. If 10 sky destroyers were released at the same time, it should be effective. Yan's voice suddenly rang out, asking if he understood how much pressure this would put on his core. In addition, at such depths, there is a high probability that he could kill himself. The guy was indignant why she didn't say earlier that everything was fine with her, because he was worried. Sister said that Lu is so nervous, but this link formation will not harm her. But it is extremely difficult to destroy it from the inside due to the pressure of the surrounding water. From the outside, it will be easily destroyed if the formation master helps it. Our hero came up with an idea, so he told her to wait a little and he would return. The sister shouted that she just wanted to bring him here so the guy could see the world and get some training. She never thought that everything would turn out like this. Lu has been by his side all this time to save him, and now she needs him to do it. The young man replied that there was no need to worry since these were all trifles. Her brother will also always be by her side. There is no need to say anything, and there is no need to ask for forgiveness. The girl objected that she actually wanted to tell him to hurry up and save her quickly. Meanwhile, the girl was trying to concentrate, and the guy was humming a song, which irritated her very much, and she was indignant at him to stop doing this. The guys had already killed a large number of fish and asked them to hold out a little longer. Seosin replied that there was no need to worry. Everything was fine with her. Sin, who was watching them, noted that now both swordsmen were quite far from the shore. Next to this formation master woman, there is only one fool, so you can safely attack her. Ding replied that it was fine. Now they will see what can be done with these uninvited guests. Then he began to summon a tornado. Seeing lightning in the sky, the young man noted that the weather had begun to change. Let those two hurry up. If there is a heavy downpour or something like that, it is extremely dangerous. Looking at him with a huge burdock above his head, Seosin muttered, "Didn't he take an umbrella with him?" Suddenly, a huge number of otherworldly creatures similar to crows materialized in the sky. They all immediately attacked the girl, who could no longer control the formations because of this. They instantly disappeared under the feet of the young people, who immediately began to go under the water. One of them exclaimed that the formations had stopped working. What was happening there on the shore? The young man stated that these were blood-sucking wasps. They were apparently attracted by the smell of blood around, but why did they only attack her? Then he shouted that she should not be afraid, since he knew a way to deal with them. Captured targets from the nearly 20,000 types of monsters he has collected can be easily attracted. So it is an indispensable item for distraction and destruction. But suddenly the young man slipped on fish scales and began to fall to the ground. It turned out that he only hit the girl and did not help her at all. Listening to Vu's cries that he was about to drown, let someone help him. Gao Tianlong began to get angry and hissed that these two were nothing but trouble. After which, in a second, he found himself on the shore and saved his sister, who asked for forgiveness for the fact that these strange birds interrupted her spell and made him drown. The guy said that blood-sucking wasps, 2-star bird monsters, are small in size and sensitive to the smell of blood. Then he added with suspicion that for some reason it was the girl who became their target. Her brother hissed that apparently he wanted to die. Xiao said to just forget about it because you need to cross the river. Suddenly, 2 tornadoes began to approach them, which came from nowhere. Fei immediately became defensive and shouted that he would deal with it. While fighting off the attack, Vu yelled that they were just trying to cross the river. That's not a very appropriate greeting, is it? The young man menacingly asked why they thought they could cross it without his permission. Meanwhile, our hero reflected that these two seemed to know a lot about this island, and they were not only focused on the heritage anyway. In any case, first you need to find this formation master girl as soon as possible. Suddenly they stopped abruptly, and the guy asked what happened. Maybe he was tired after a long row. But the monster silently pointed his finger somewhere to the side. Only after this did the young man notice that there were 2 tornadoes not far from them. Ding shouted that he didn't think they could break his black spiral. He'll make a chop out of them, Fei thought to himself. The powerful sword Qi, pressing like a strong wind, combined with these currents is very strong. What kind of guy is this? Then he said that he had more than 4 stars, so he didn't think he could hold out for long. The young man decided to pretend that he didn't know him, but the sister whispered that he had just helped them. But the guy grabbed her hand and started to leave, so Vu shouted that Tianleng had betrayed him. The young man replied that he did it himself. No one asked him to help. They will leave so as not to be hurt. The young man shouted that Fei should not be afraid because he is always next to him. Just let him sing one more song and soon he can analyze his fighting style. The guy asked him to shut his mouth because all he was doing was adding to their problems. By the time he is engaged in this nonsense, he will already be killed. Ding exclaimed that he would not be able to escape, and Vu would not be able to chat with him during the fight either. Hun found it difficult to resist as he was unable to fully use his strength due to the electric current. Gao stated that they don't have time to watch these 2 children fight with each other. The sister countered that this person was clearly more than a 4-star level. The young man replied that he was a 5-star. If he could not cope with this, then he deserved to be killed. Meanwhile, the man mockingly asked where his power that he had just gone had gone to. Let him go to hell immediately. The guy only had time to flash the thought that he, the 5-star, would be defeated by him. But suddenly, a protective field appeared in front of him, which prevented him from reaching the young man. It turned out to be Xiaoxin, who shouted that her barrier would not last long. Let him pull himself together. Gao immediately shouted why she didn't listen to him, because he said to mind his own business. The sister objected that she couldn't do that because, after all, this guy had just helped them. Vu was amazed that this girl actually came back and saved him, even against her brother's orders. She helped him, so how can a young man lose? After which he activated his 5-star combat form to maximum. Ding didn't understand what was happening, as his sword aura instantly intensified. It's a completely different level of power now. The young man shouted that he was now filled with the power of love. Let him taste his fire. Sin was worried and thought that something urgently needed to be done. But suddenly, Van appeared and said that he should remain calm. Ding resisted with all his strength and didn't understand where this guy got such firepower. Suddenly, an entity materialized near him and said that Juan was too useless. They're going to turn him into fried chicken. The guy was indignant at why they were taking so long. Bei replied that they teased the little ant at the waterfall, after which he grabbed the young man and threw him up with a powerful stream of water, and he shouted that he would take revenge. The young man was stunned that this column of water could penetrate his heavenly flame. But it turned out that this was not the end. A huge headless creature materialized from the water. The enemy did not waste time and immediately rushed to attack. Vu took a defensive stance. Our hero, who watched this from the side, noted that it seemed that both groups were in cahoots. Perhaps they want to kill all the heirs. The black cat said it was not too late to leave. The young man objected that she did not understand anything because they, people, have feelings. Suddenly the warrior declared that he was the god of war, who was tired of endlessly rowing, let him do it himself. Meanwhile, in the air, Gugu caught Ding, who was surprised how he managed to become so big. Van replied that it was all thanks to them. They told him that he didn't need to climb if he was weaker, but they needed to complete their mission. After which he threw him a bag with a magic pill and told him to recover quickly, because they need to help Bei. Even though he had upgraded his level to 6 stars, he would not be able to deal with these guys easily. Gao decided to intervene in the battle, who said that Fei still does not have enough strength, but he is not helpless, so let him just protect his sister. The guy was indignant that he had completely gone crazy. The girl bowed and asked for forgiveness for being so overly independent and not listening to him. The young man asked if she had not always been headstrong since childhood. The girl remembered Fu being told that his task this time was simple. It is necessary to protect Jiao Qin. If something goes wrong, you need to act accordingly. Then he introduced him to the girl and said that he was a 3-star warrior who had been working for the Gao family for 10 years. He has a lot of combat experience. If she doesn't understand something, the guy will help her. The girl objected that this was an ordinary secret world. It is enough that he will carry her in a car. The man was indignant at what kind of attitude this is. Let her behave normally because her brother is not here. The girl replied that it was precisely because her brother was not here that she was forced to take advantage of this guy. Meanwhile, Vu Yong was shouting that a huge wave was coming towards him. Let someone help him. Qianlong exclaimed that let him forget about this brat and protect his little sister. The young man shouted that he had endured it for a long time, but there was still more to come. The young man will pay for everything. Then it dawned on him that the guy had simply asked to protect his sister and nothing more. Therefore, he hugged the girl to himself and shouted that there was no need to worry. He will definitely protect his future wife. Xiaoxin, without thinking twice, slapped him in the face. Vu was indignant as to why she hit him. The girl exclaimed that he was not even talking about what kind of wife she was to him. Then she asked her brother to wait a little so that she could create a formation. The young man suffered because his wife hit him. Love has now flown away like a bird. Xiaoqin didn't understand what was happening to him. It seemed like she had been mocking him for a long time. But there is absolutely no time to worry about him, because first you need to help your older brother. So she shouted at him to wait a little. Her levitation formation will be ready soon. The guy replied that there are more than one enemies. She and Hunfi need to take care of themselves. Suddenly, a small drop appeared near him, which turned into a tornado and hit him right in the eye. Grabbing his face, Gao noted that it was vile. Is he really only capable of attacking on the sly? After which, the cultivator abruptly took out his sword and made a surprise retaliatory attack. Sin asked what the point was. They saw him fight. Even though he raised the level, he still loses. Van replied that there was no need to worry, because they still had it. Ding, who took the restoration magic pill. Meanwhile, the god of war threw down his oars and declared that he had had enough. He can't do this anymore. Min asked what the problem was. 10 minutes have passed and he swam less than 100 m. They won't be able to keep up with them. The monster replied that he did not want to row alone and also with weak hands. Our hero did not understand what was actually happening. Actually, he is the boss here, and in front of him is a slave who should not behave like that. Then he said that at this rate, they wouldn't get there in a day. But there's just time to experiment with a few things. This is a 3-star card. The god of war doesn't want to row, so you'll have to handle it yourself. After which he activated his spiritual armor, turned on the highest speed mode and hit the road. Our hero was completely delighted, because there was a feeling that he could take off in it. Let the elder sister await his triumphant return. She will be proud of him. Meanwhile, a huge bird was approaching Saoxin. The brother shouted to it to be careful. But the young man did not have time to go to her aid, as he was caught by Bei, who asked where he was going. Actually, he is his opponent. The bird was still able to grab the girl. She could not escape from her clawed paws at all. This greatly angered Vu, who rushed to her aid and yelled at her to let his wife go. "He's going to fry that chicken right now." But the young man did not have time to do anything, as the enraged Ding attacked him and pierced his body with a sword. Saoxin felt very useless as she needed help. Is she really a burden? Unexpectedly, Gugu said that since everyone around wanted him to let her go, then please. The girl already thought that the end had come for her, but suddenly, our hero appeared and caught her. Saoxin was taken aback at first, but then shouted that this bird was up to something. The creature launched sound waves at the guys, but Min began to absorb them and ask what he was chattering about under his breath. Gugu was surprised that he succeeded. The guy noted that the energy absorbed by the ablation card simply fuels his original one. Our hero is simply an icon of beauty and power, the personification of heroism and chivalry. The girl immediately slapped him in the face and exclaimed that she would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Who even told him to save her? The young man was taken aback. What kind of gratitude for salvation was this? Then she ordered her to be released immediately, since she could levitate with the help of the formation. Meanwhile, the bird was thinking about who this guy even was. We need to go back and report everything. The young man noticed that he was about to run away, so he called on the god of war for help. The otherworldly creature instantly grabbed him by the paws and asked where this stupid bird was going. The young man decided to proceed with the next part of his plan, namely to release the energy that he had absorbed. While the bird was trying to get rid of the god of war, the guy sent a powerful energy flow through it. The girl exclaimed that it was cruel, but Min stated that he missed a little. Then they climbed onto it and set off. The girl asked why he was helping her. Lu replied because he needed her help because his sister was trapped. The strength of this group did not correspond to the 4 stars indicated in the questionnaire. It seems their goal is not as simple as legacy. There must be other enemies on this island, so you need to stick together. The girl replied that she would only drag him down because she was a loser who bothered people. The guy objected that he needed her very much. Saoxin noted to herself that this was the first time she'd been told something like this, even if it was said by an annoying person. Lu thought to himself that, after all, she is the only one who is the master of the formation, so she cannot abandon it. Then our hero saw something in the water and noted that they, animals, should be familiar with each other. But in general, okay, it's better to hurry up. The girl said that this river leads to the sea, so it is not surprising that there are large fish in it. The young man asked what that black smoke was up ahead. Saoxin replied that it was her brother's aura. Meanwhile, Bei stated that he used the energy generated by the sword's spontaneous combustion to free himself from the water golem. His fire is really powerful, but it won't last long if the guy uses it constantly. He doesn't care, because he has enough energy to defeat him 10 times, so he'll play around a little. Gao replied that he thought he was a weakling who was just hiding in the water. Winning 10 times in a row is too strong a word. Bei replied that everything depended only on him. Sin, who was watching all of this, noted that she didn't think Gao was that strong. If it weren't for Bei and the others, Ding would have lost. By the way, why hasn't Gugu returned yet? Has something happened? Meanwhile, Van approached Vu Young and asked why he was sitting there, because the guy had already searched him. The young man immediately raised his hands and replied that now they would talk about this properly. Then he turned around sharply and began to scream heart-rendingly for someone to help him immediately. The guys were just flying above them and heard it all. The girl noted that this was Vu Fen Hun's brother. While the enemy was distracted, the guy decided that this was his chance, so he activated the card. The young man could not get enough of the fact that he could finally demonstrate all of himself. The bird exclaimed indignantly why he was attacking it. After all, they came to help him. Why do this? The young man muttered in confusion that he was confused because he thought that the bird was an enemy. Our hero shouted that at least now, this excellent form of transport is on their side. Gugu was indignant. What other transport? Because he is a majestic bird. Min then turned to Bei and asked why he was silent. Perhaps he doesn't believe his eyes that he's not dead and is angry. This time, the guy is outnumbered, and Lu knows how he attacks. The young man replied that it was nothing personal, but only wanted to say that each of them was weak trash. The girl immediately started to attack, but our hero told her not to interfere. Syosin looked at the guys and realized that this battle should only happen between them. This is nothing more than a battle between the map makers, and it's really best not to interfere with them. But after a moment, the young people simply sat down and began playing cards among themselves. The girl was indignant at what was going on in their heads. Do they, the map creators, all have holes in their brains? Our hero replied that the master of pharmacy would not understand this. May the god of war hold her. Then he began to remember the meeting at the association when he was told that he had a good code card in his hands. The set he has collected determines his current combat power. Fighting and killing are not suitable for support professions like theirs, map makers. But when necessary, you need to fight the way they fight. This is a rule of card maker etiquette. At least two masters play their decks against each other, and the player who takes the most cards wins. Typically, the winner receives the ones that the other player bet on in the first round. Lu asked if this revealed their card patterns. The man replied that code cards are just a special form of regular ones, in digital format. It can only input, but not output, data. In other words, the opponent will only know the effect value of his card. And the code card after the change of owner is just an ordinary one. The young man noted to himself that this was the same work that he had worked on in a previous life. Vu exclaimed that he thought he had a plan, so he was in the same company with him. Lu replied that he lost. What can you do? He deals the cards he bet on. Young was outraged that if he had known that the guy was such a lousy card fighter, he would not have teamed up with him. When our hero handed the winner his first bull card, the guy simply threw it away and said that he didn't need this garbage. These are just the rules of the Map Creators Association, but the young man is actually not a member of it anymore. Then the young man began to play the flute, after which everyone except Lu began to have a wild headache. Jung looked at him and asked in surprise why these sounds did not affect him. Min replied that he should be more surprised that the young man himself was not fine, shouldn't he? They're both very strange. This is a perfect coincidence, as he did not expect it to turn out this way. The guys are on the team. Vu countered that he didn't even know him. Besides, he was helping him all the time, not Van. Our hero replied that the battle card is just a cover. In fact, he was trying to give him this one. Flipping and destroying the target have opposite effects. She will direct the attack to a target that does not have a marker on it. In fact, he marked the bird so that the attack would hit them so that he could continue to play in the play and remain undercover. The guy said that he originally wanted to get rid of only Tianlan, but it looks like now he will have to get rid of them all. Then he asked how he knew about his plan. Min replied when he was just fighting on the cards, he used code words on them to make everything clear. At the time, they were focused on code words for docking. Naturally, they will not understand that he secretly changed their cards. Van was surprised that he had skills that allowed him to read code. These terms are common only in the dark circles of map creators. Maybe he's from there. Vu countered that he was only a 3-star. Lu noted to himself that he had been coding all his past life, and now he is in another world. But they still talk to him about it. What kind of sect is this? Dark map creators. The young man stated that Min was really something. At first, he thought that the guy was just Lu Yan's stupid brother. The guy exclaimed, "He doesn't see that he's bleeding." Van grinned and replied that how would he know that he was really bleeding because Hoyong has excellent acting. There is no point in keeping them alive since they know everything. So much so that it could interfere with their plan. It looks like it will be a fair fight. Our hero retorted that the two of them were much stronger than them and called it a fair fight. He doesn't have time for this. The young man then turned to the formation master and said that now everything depended on her. The guys did not understand what was happening at all. The young man explained that this was a fencing barrier. The girl hissed that she couldn't believe that he had betrayed Faye. Now, this will serve as a lesson for him. Hoyong noted that it was a barrier that blocked sound waves and she was prepared for it. Therefore, now his attacks will be ineffective. A little earlier, the guy gave her a note in which he explained everything in detail. Syoken noted that although he is a pain in the ass, he has brains. The young man added that he put him in a cage, and now he will be able to feel what his older sister is experiencing now. Then our hero added that now he could leave here, but suddenly came across a barrier. Then he shouted why she locked him there, how to get out of there now. The girl objected that they should fight and not retreat. He was not a man or something. Lu was indignant. Has she gone crazy or something? What's the point of fighting them now? Even if it were necessary to do this, it would be possible to transfer the god of war there. He doesn't have the legs to come on his own. While our hero was thinking that his plan had failed, Van came up from behind with a flute in his hands and stated that they guys had coped with this task very cleverly. The young man immediately shouted that they had a hostage in their hands because the god of war was holding a bird. But Gugu instantly broke free, flew up and shouted that he couldn't be caught so easily. But suddenly a huge creature materialized near him. That very day, the bird finally understood what real fear was. The guys didn't understand what it was because it wasn't in the catalog of monsters. Someone exclaimed, "Is this really a huge bull?" Our hero noted that you have to be a complete fool to think that if there are long horns, then it is definitely a bull. Then he shouted to the girl, at which she simply stared, to immediately remove the barrier. But then it dawned on the boys that the target of this bull was the girl, and not them. The god of war arrived to the aid of Syoken, who had fallen into a stupor, who fixed his jaw and declared that his name was not just words. The young man immediately began shouting words of encouragement and saying that the next step should be an attack. But the otherworldly creature simply sharply closed its jaw, and nothing remained of the god of war. The guys immediately started kicking him and asking what kind of show this was, because they thought that there was going to be a show. Then our hero again tried to shout to the girl so that she would finally remove the barrier. He doesn't want to be a snack for him. Xiaoxin thought to herself that it would take at least a minute to remove the spell. She was sure that she would not have time. Memories of how her older brother protected her from a pack of wolves and told her to run as fast as she could while he covered her began to pop up in her head. Therefore, the girl decided that even if the chances were slim, it was worth at least trying to do something. Then she pulled herself together, gathered all her energy, and delivered a powerful blow. Meanwhile, Vu stuck 2 swords into Ding, and he just asked what he was doing. After which he took them out and exclaimed that he was too weak, so he would die from his own sword. The guy thought to himself that he was only a 4-star, but now he has become even stronger. Is this really the end of him? But suddenly, Gao grabbed him. The young man was very surprised at this and asked why he was holding on to his eye. A young man in the background shouted that he had broken a taboo and would now be damned forever. Tianlan said that if he wants to live, he should shut his mouth. Then he said that Ding looked like he had taken some kind of drug. Where was his sister? Faye apologized and said he couldn't protect her, and there is something really wrong with this monster. He didn't even seem to feel anything when the 2 swords were stabbed into him. Gao hypothesized that it is a drug that increases combat power for a short period of time, but also causes serious side effects. Bei was indignant. How could he eat this rubbish? Kane suddenly appeared and said that this was the work of Nin Van. Let them go, and she will take him to Syoken. The guy asked why he should suddenly trust her. The girl replied that they were residents of the island of Inyue, and they wanted to live a peaceful life on it. And strangers destroy and exploit their resources for the sake of inheritance. They are all very bad people. Vu noted that he had already heard that this struggle was having an impact on nature. Gao said that he had not destroyed a single blade of grass on this island, let alone plundered any resources. And they all started these provocations. The girl is still too weak to negotiate with him, where she did his sister. Sin whispered that he tied her too tightly. Bei was indignant that he was not a man if he hurt a little girl. The girl asked if he had ever wondered why monsters were constantly looking for his sister. The young man did not understand what she was talking about. After she added that it seemed like she was being eaten, a powerful, strange color erupted in the background. The young man noted that this was his sister's spell. What was going on there now? The girl said that she was not far from the coast. From here it was no more than 10 minutes, but she needed to fly. They have no other choice. Meanwhile, Van stated that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Young wondered if he wanted to say that this bull was their partner. The guy replied that that's right. So you just have to wait and see what happens. He will eat this girl and the barrier will disappear. Therefore, they will simply wait until he disappears and can attack. Our hero asked how long she could maintain this statistical formation. Xiaoqin replied that it would not be long. Maybe half an hour, maybe even less. Suddenly, the girl lost her balance and simply fell to the ground. Min shouted at her not to even think about giving up. The young man stated that she was running out of strength, so it would not be easy. Lu knew he was right. He would still have to deal with these two inside the barrier, or that monster would eat them outside. These two people seem to be ordinary card makers, but in fact, each of them is very skilled. The sonic boom from the flute nearly shattered his original card. This masked man looks confused, but he is actually very cunning. His breathing remains calm even after being hit by the sound wave. His inner strength is obviously enormous. This otherworldly creature can be considered as a 6-star cultivator because he is very strong. Our hero alone cannot cope with all this. There was no other choice, so he said that unfortunately he had already placed an invisible ban on the barrier. He can charge the barrier from within. Even brutal blows will be absorbed and transformed. Van shouted that there was no need to listen to it since it knew how to lie well. Jung objected that 2 cards had just been absorbed. Nin replied that although the barrier could not be opened from the inside, it could be destroyed from the outside. You just need to wait until this otherworldly creature wakes up and overcomes the barrier. But the young man took out another card and asked what they thought about it, after which the protection increased and began to cover a much larger area than before. Our hero said that it took a lot of energy, and all for their sake. The guys were outraged that this monster could wake up at any moment. He understands that he will now die with them, but the young man objected that he has no such plans yet. He then activated his spiritual armor and declared that he preferred to be virtuous. The guy can lift the ban and let them out. From now on, they will stay closer to each other. Right now he can kill them like ants, but he does not like violence, but likes to seek compromise. Nin noted to himself that this aura was very powerful. He can really use his cards to increase the power of an energy warrior. Was he really just hiding his abilities before? Our hero thought to himself that the God of War's armor had not yet been optimized. The power is only enough for one wave, releasing all that pent-up energy to break down the barrier. The young man may return safe and sound, but he has lost too much money and does not even know if he can deceive them. Suddenly, Jung declared that he knew what was going on in his head. Van reminded that he is now in energy armor, so there is no need to do anything rash. But suddenly, the guy took out all the energy he had left and said that he just wanted to live. Nin was indignant at what he was doing, but the guy told him to close his mouth, as he might wake up the monster. Min noted to himself that this pile of energy cards was no less than the one he had just used, after which he said that he was great, but his catalogue of monsters looked quite interesting. Jung turned to Vine and asked what he was waiting for. The guy reluctantly took out his cards and said that he would remember this later. Looking at all this wealth that he got, our hero decided that now they would go with the flow. Then he exclaimed where he was going and lightly attacked Nin while asking why he was behaving this way. The young man grabbed the flute and said that he would regret this, but our hero quickly activated the redirection card. Then the young man picked the girl up in his arms and immediately began to run away. Everything was turned out in such a way that his game began to affect an otherworldly creature, which instantly woke up. All this was observed from the side by the guys who could not understand at all what was happening there. They needed to land. Vu was angry. Does he really want to be killed? Elder Sui did not give him the flute so that he could play it whenever he wanted. The guy objected that he was not one of the old man's devoted sycophants. Jung replied that he just wanted to piss him off. Min used his mark to redirect sound waves towards the head of this bull monster. While the young man was indignant, the monster, who came to his senses, simply blew off his head in one movement. Suddenly our hero appeared and said that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Didn't he say so? Let him tell him about the old man they were talking about. If he doesn't want to be food for this bull, then he will explain everything in detail. Rising from his knees, the young man said that he was grateful to him for returning. The guy didn't understand what was going on. Nin said that he didn't think Lu was able to control this monster with her formation. The woman he holds in his arms is much weaker than this monster, so it looks like this otherworldly creature is still his companion. After these words, the monster instantly attacked the very place where Min was located. Van thought to himself that, for some reason, that monster was only interested in this woman. The stupid little guy who defended her to the last has no reason to exist. Now they are both gone, and there shouldn't be any problems. Then he noticed that for some reason the barrier had changed color. And when I tried to touch him, my hand came out. This infuriated him because that young man had deceived him again. It's simply a low-level illusion placed on top of the original barrier, which changes color depending on the mood. Meanwhile, Gao decided to go straight down into this barrier and shouted for them to keep an eye on this bunch, but not to try to do anything else. Along the way, Tianlin began to strike at this protective sphere, which instantly began to crack. Meanwhile, our hero found himself inside this monster and noted that it was quite disgusting here. Then he asked the cat how to get out. She replied that she told her not to mind her own business. She can't break through this skin. Let him try to use his card. The guy objected that he had run out of them, and it was impossible to create new ones in such an environment. Therefore, you can look for a weak point. The animal immediately activated its discerning eye to find him. The guy exclaimed that she was right above them. The cat said it would take enough energy to break through it. This is his only chance. The best effect will be if you deal one direct blow, but unfortunately, at the moment, he does not have the appropriate skills. The young man immediately thought, maybe the technique that the old man taught him could help here. But there is no moon here. Meanwhile, the girl came to her senses and asked what the moon had to do with it and why it was so dark around. The cat instantly disappeared, and the guy began to mutter that they were swallowed up by this thing, but they needed to get out of here somehow. I thought to myself that it was somehow strange where he had gone, because he didn't feel his presence in his mind at all. Saokin said that he mentioned the moon. Maybe he needs lighting and this can help. It's a ball of light, but she's not sure it'll be useful. The guy exclaimed that the artificial moon is very cool, so we can try it. The girl thought to herself that when she collected herbs in the mountains, she used it to show her brother when she was in danger. No matter where she was, Tianlin always came to the rescue. Our hero noticed that she was sad and said that everything would be okay. Let him believe him. They will definitely get out. Then he told her to immediately raise the ball of light to the highest point here. When the guy began to form the core of the sword, Saosin was surprised how he managed to do it. At this time, her older brother was already on the monster's head and thrust the sword into its head with all his strength. But this did not have the desired effect, since the armor of this monster is very strong. When the enraged monster was about to strike back, the young man saw that light began to break through from his chest. The guys who stayed on the huge birds were also stunned when they saw a disc of light. Saokin asked how he knew the sword cultivation technique. Lu responded by asking if she thought now was a bit inappropriate for such questions. After our hero exerted all his efforts, a powerful energy stream burst out of the monster's chest. Tianlin thought to himself that his full force attack did not cause the slightest harm to this monster, and this moon wheel technique is simply incredible. When asked by Fei if he blew himself up from the inside, Bei replied that he was stupid, because it was obvious that he was pierced from the inside by the energy of the sword. Van didn't understand what was happening at all. Is Min really still alive? Meanwhile, our hero, seeing a huge hole in front of him, stated that his plan had worked. But suddenly, he fell to his knees and realized that he had spent almost all his energy. When asked if everything was okay with him, the guy replied that he was fine, and he managed to break through his skin, so he needed to leave as soon as possible. Then they noticed that the skin began to gradually tighten, so there was little time left and an urgent need to escape. The girl immediately grabbed his arm and said that this was their last chance. They couldn't lose it. Our hero was surprised that she was helping him, but Saokin objected that there was no need to misunderstand her. She just doesn't want to remain in debt to him. Lu said that the hall was too high, so they wouldn't be able to get out together. Let her go alone. The girl should go first, and he should be right behind her. If he can't get out, then let him take care of his sister and save her. Xiaoqin ordered him to shut his mouth because she said that they would get out together. When Lu started levitating using the formation, he commented that it was cool. The girl got angry, which is why he stood rooted to the spot. It's time to go, and quickly. The guy picked her up and said that, like him, a real man could allow a girl to drag him on her back. But suddenly, halfway there, he was grabbed by the legs by appendages that emerged from the side walls of the monster's shell. The guys above noted that this monster is recovering very quickly. It's at least 6 stars. Suddenly, Fei's head began to pound wildly, and he felt that his strength was leaving him. When the guy lost consciousness, the guys realized that it was the work of Nin, who played the flute. Meanwhile, our hero said that they were a good team. But it seems that this will all end now, after which the young man forcefully pushed the girl up so that she had time to get out. His plan worked. Xiaoqin was free, but the tentacles twisted him even more than before. Suddenly, she was caught in the air by her older brother, and the girl screamed that Min was still trapped. Something needs to be done urgently. This sea monster is too strong, her karma fire cannot harm it, and fighting it is pointless, but it saved her. Realizing that his sister was very worried, the young man abruptly threw her onto the bird, and he himself began the forbidden transformation into the highest form he could take. The young man borrowed this power, and paying for it will not be easy. She can enslave his mind. Tianlin then immediately went inside the monster and saw our hero. Then he asked if everything was okay with him. He wasn't dead. While Min was passed out, memories of Yuebei devouring steak and saying that it was too good to be true came flooding back to him. Yan was indignant that she was a girl, so she should behave with restraint. The girl replied that yes, but she could not do anything about it. The elder sister told her to learn from her master because he is calmer than the baby. They then noted that the guy looked unwell and asked if something was wrong. Why is the young man behaving so strangely? What is happening to him? Our hero was very hungry, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyes. But when he finally succeeded, he saw Tianlin in front of him and decided that it was a ghost. So he got scared and yelled at him not to come near him. But Gao, with one swing of his sword, cut the tentacles that were holding him and told him to stop doing nonsense. Let him get out of here before the sea monster's wound heals. Min objected that it was actually not a sea monster, but a bull. The young man irritably asked what the difference was. Lu replied that he didn't know, but everyone said that the creature looked like a bull. Maybe it was some kind of manatee. This bull was chasing them, and it took a lot of effort to make that hole. Tianlan immediately realized that he was the one who had just made the moon wheel. Lu said that he didn't know much about sword cultivators, he just saw his sister training. Gao noted to himself that he only understood 11% of the moon wheel, and the young man was at least 18, so he needed to become a sword cultivator, which he stated out loud. The young man objected that he didn't know whether he was talented or not, and in general, they didn't have time to discuss who was better in the stomach of this monster. Tianlin stated that this bull will not stop and will destroy everyone and everything around, so it is necessary to fight. He feels this call. When Gao added that Xiaoqin does not make mistakes in people, our hero thought to himself that he had completely lost his mind. Then the guy handed him his sword and said that in his hands the weapon would demonstrate its full power. Lu countered that he was actually not as good at swordsmanship as he was. But the young man pushed Min outside and said that he would take care of this bull and he should protect his little sister. When he was just a baby, the patriarch was asked if there was really another way out. The master decided to sacrifice himself to save everyone. The child is definitely not guilty. Taking off his hood, the man said that this was his destiny. When the son grows up, let him know that his father is not the devil. In order to protect what is important, he will do everything possible. After which he began to call the demon to give him strength. In the air, our hero was immediately caught by a bird. Xiaoqin stated that he is fine, which is great. Then the guys heard a loud growl and realized that the otherworldly creature was not going to leave them alone. But suddenly, a huge hand appeared from a hole in his body and grabbed the monster by the jaw. The enraged Tianlan shouted that this monster should not even think about approaching his younger sister. Having assumed his true appearance, the young man began to go under the water with the monster and finally shouted for his sister to live. After that, the guys immediately descended to the ground, and the guy told the girl not to be sad since her brother would not want her to be sad. Nin stated that they are in terrible condition. Don't they look like ants that were almost crushed? All of their 5-star warriors had fallen, and he really didn't expect that useless creatures like them would survive to the end. Gao became furious and screamed that they had killed her older brother. The young man immediately began to ask her not to be impulsive. Bei activated his water element and rushed to attack, saying that she was doing this in vain. But Min suddenly materialized in front of her, who came to her defense and said that he asked her not to be impulsive. The opponent said that in principle it did not matter. It doesn't matter who dies first and who dies last. If Lu does not value his life that was given to him and seeks death, then he will not let him live. Our hero said that he had better stop throwing out energy, otherwise he will absorb it all. The enemy did not understand what was happening, why his spiritual strength was decreasing. Van began to remember everything that happened in the cave and realized at what exact moment it happened. Min explained that when he lifted the ban in the cave, he had added something to it before. He didn't want to use it now, but he couldn't help it if Bei was in such a hurry. This is an internal connection that the guy called anti-ban. In other words, once he manages to establish a connection with the soul element, he can manipulate this person as he wants. The young man shouted for Sin to help him immediately, but the girl said she refused. Gugu told her that he gave his brother some strange drug that gave him this look. The bird added that the young man does not respect his neighbors, therefore he is a very bad person. Nin was surprised if he wasn't eaten by a monster. Our hero explained that he pulled it out of the monster's stomach because he thought it would help them. Then he added that it was time to end this. Bei turned around sharply and began to run back, shouting for them to get out of the way, since he could not control himself now. Meanwhile, the young man was attacked by Min's older sister. From her powerful blow, the guy crashed into a rock with all his might. Approaching him, the girl hissed that they had been watching them since the moment the guys got to the island. Let him take her to their leader immediately. But suddenly, she saw a powerful beam of light behind her and realized that it was her brother's moon wheel. And when she turned back to end the conversation, she saw that the attacker had disappeared, leaving only clothes behind. I thought to myself that the bracelet showed that all the signs of Lu remained stable. The sword key hidden in his body also triggered. Let him focus on his workout. These 12 5-star assassins are just the beginning. The girl gets rid of obstacles in his way. Meanwhile, Bei, who could not control himself, attacked his own ally. He didn't understand what was happening. Isn't this guy a map maker? Then why does he have sword skills? Plus, he also made some kind of anti-ban. Our hero stated that he had already had fun with the soul element. Then, let them return it back. Lu gave him a chance, but he failed. Suddenly, Nin raised his hands and declared that he was giving up. He's already on his knees, so just let him leave them alone. If the young man lets him go, he will tell him all the information he knows about this place. If Min killed him now, it would only lead to more trouble. They are just the lowest level intelligence officers on this island. Our hero said that he could only leave one alive. Let them decide for themselves who it will be. The guys started calling him obscene names, but Lu objected that this was actually very humane because he gave them a choice. Bei shouted that there must be a time limit on his anti-ban. There is no need to fall into this trap. Let's just give him more time. But instead, the young man grabbed the flute, from which the blade came out, and pierced the body of his ally right through. Sin screamed that there was nothing humane about him because he killed his own partner. Nin stated that he did not need comrades. He will not be able to control the broken soul element. Let him then go to hell. Now that Bei is destroyed, Min will not be able to do anything. Noting that the power of the soul element was indeed lost, our hero replied that he was indeed smart. But then he added that what he had just pierced was just a water golem. When the young man materialized again, Lu added that now everyone understood what kind of person he was. Nin immediately tried to justify himself somehow, but the guy interrupted him and hissed that he trusted him, but he betrayed him. But our hero intervened in their squabble and told them to stop and let him go. The girl was indignant that he was mocking or something. Hasn't this guy done enough nasty things to them? If they let him go, he will come back and cause them problems. Nin immediately told Bei not to think that he would be showered with gratitude here. The guy replied that he actually didn't say that he would let him go. Min once again told him to let him go. Just because he returned the soul element didn't mean he couldn't take it back. If he had not saved him with the help of a water doll, the guy would have been killed. Min is a man of honor, so he lets him go. The young man realized that there was no other choice, so he decided to obey and told his former partner not to come into his sight again. Van stated that our hero would regret this, after which he disappeared with the help of smoke. While Lu laughed at this bizarre escape, the girl exclaimed that he was crazy, because now was not the time for honor. The young man replied that she was still small, so she did not understand anything. Bei clarified that if nothing else is needed from him, can he already leave? The guy turned to the guys and said that he had something for them. He received this bottle of medicine from Nin, who played the flute. It is written that it is for the side effects that Ding had. When Sin asked why he was helping them, Min replied that she was such a sweet girl, so she couldn't be a bad person. Xiaoxin immediately became indignant. In what way is she even cute? Our hero replied that he was clearly prettier than her. A little later, Bei reported that Lu had escaped from the water cage. Her energy was destroyed in an instant, so he stated that she clearly did not fight him at full strength. Fei noted that, of course, Lu Yan is a great demon queen, and this is not just a nickname. The girl asked what was wrong with our hero. The guy shouted that he had put so much effort into freeing her, but it turns out that she had already gotten out to freedom a long time ago. What was the point of him looking for a formation master? Bei said that the elder and his team do not care about their lives. He doesn't know anything else. He only knows that there are 6 more 6-star level elders on Sui's side. Sin added that she remembers that when she was very little, a man was on the island and said that he would help them develop and build everything. Then bad people like them came to the island, killing and robbing. This destroys the environment. Saya Oatsin countered that they were not bad people. The guys are here just to pass the test. The girl replied that strangers like them, who took advantage of the banner of testing, are not good people. Sometimes a group appears and destroys resources. Therefore, Sui organized reconnaissance training for them under the guise of infiltrating the island to prevent alien invasion. Min muttered that he believed that he was trying to deceive them, that is, the man simply wanted to monopolize the island's resources. Xiao King immediately shouted that this was the bad person. Bei said he didn't know the details, but everyone who came here before was brought by Sui. They don't understand a word or what those people are saying. Perhaps it's a different language altogether. Recently, an internal conflict has been brewing on the island over the distribution of resources. Nin stuttered about this earlier, but our hero let him go. The guy was clearly using his contact with him to mark him or something, wrong or... Then Lu can determine its approximate location and track it. After all, the soul element is within him, and he can sense what is being done to him. The guy advised him not to get involved in this matter, but thanks for saving his life and showing Nin's true colors. Sin added that she was also very grateful to him. Thank you for saving Gugu and Ding's lives. Although it looks stupid, it is unique. After which the girl said goodbye and said that she had to go. Finally, she added that they would see each other again. Meanwhile, the older sister was watching all this, thinking that it was good that her brother was solving his problems himself. Yan told him to tell Min to ask the formation master for help, but he was actually flirting with the girl. I'll have to teach him a lesson at the end of the test. Until then, there are more important matters that need to be dealt with first. A few hours later, the young man woke up and noted that he had slept for a very long time. They must change their location as soon as possible, because the elder may send someone back. Xiao King said that he was very tired and it was better for him to rest. The guy replied that he didn't mind, but we needed to discuss further actions and make a contingency plan. The girl was indignant. What else is the plan? It is important that he regain his strength now. Vu in the background exclaimed that he cooked the fish with love for his wife. The formation master growled that he was crazy, what kind of wife she was for him, and she wouldn't eat it. Then she turned to our hero again and said that he was very weak and needed to eat. Lu noted to himself that these two clearly had no sense of self-preservation. Then he replied that they could also take fish, because it is good for the brain. Xiaoqin was indignant that she was not stupid. The guy replied that he had no appetite. After this battle, they were separated from their comrades. The girl instantly became very sad and thought about the fate of her older brother. Min told her not to worry. Tianlin entrusted her to him, so she herself should also trust our hero because he will protect her. Then the guys noticed that due to heavy rain, the water level had risen and almost reached the cave. Vu stated that they are in a low zone. Due to rain and flooding, it is necessary to move to higher ground. The water is rising too quickly. Soon it will be above the cave, so something urgently needs to be done. The young man immediately grabbed the girl's hand and said that it was necessary to climb the mountain because there was no other way. Sayokin asked in confusion why the guy was holding the girl's hand so easily. Our hero replied that if he doesn't hold her, she will simply float away in an unknown direction. Suddenly, a wave hit them, and the young man shouted for her to quickly use her previous levitation array. Faye was very upset, as he did not like the picture that appeared before his eyes at all. The girl exclaimed that the water was too strong, so it was impossible to concentrate the energy. Even if they get there, the path ahead will be slippery. If they are not careful, they will be carried away. Then she turned her attention to Faye and asked why he was standing rooted to the spot. He's still a 5-star warrior, so let him do at least something. The guy replied that he has his own principles. He doesn't want to be stepped on all his life. Everyone thinks he's a 5-star scumbag. Vu waited 3 years for his chance and did not try to prove that he was great, but just wanted to fight. The young man will try to tell people about what he lost, and he will not be the last. The guys didn't understand what he was talking about at all, after which he divided the water into 2 parts and said that even though he now has less than 3 stars, he is still more than capable of dividing this tide. Therefore, let them not lag behind. The girl exclaimed that she couldn't see anything because of the steam. Our hero said that he would carry it and turn on the high beams. After this, the young people began to run forward as fast as they could in order to get to the top. Meanwhile, Aunt Sin was indignant that 3 against 1, she was almost killed, so she couldn't play. Isn't this what she worked so hard for? Yuabai replied that the woman was still ahead. Then she added that the rain was falling harder and harder without stopping. The master has been gone for so long, so he doesn't know how he is doing. The aunt replied that she shouldn't worry too much, but the director of the first academy told her something, namely that this test might be a little unexpected. There is a person there who should not be on the island. This guy is a relative of her father. Many years ago, a man shouted, "How dare he come back?" Did you even see what you did? How the guy thinks who he thinks is the creator of the cards. Nin replied that at least it was not the useless help they were talking about. The director was indignant. Is this really a reason to kill? Why did he join the Dark Creators? Qian Erlian failed him, so let him go and not say that he is his master. The young man replied that he did not want to be in an association where there was only a bunch of losers. Sooner or later, the young man will let everyone know that mapmaker is not an auxiliary profession. At this time, the guy was thinking that he would definitely prove everything to Qian Fen and take revenge on this lubrat. They will regret this together. Suddenly, the voice of an elder was heard, saying that he heard that he was almost killed by the creator of the 3-star cards. The guy replied that the man was just an accident. Let him please give him another chance. The man immediately interrupted him and said that first the young man needed to be cured. Nin countered that he already felt great, so he was ready to work again. The man looked sideways at him and said that the young man could actually get dressed. Then he added that the guy must correct everything he has done. Van bowed and said that he absolutely agreed. At this time, the guys reached the top of the mountain, where it was very cold, and saw something in the distance. Vu was shivering and wondering why it was so cold there. His red lotus fire body can't even withstand it. Suddenly, he heard our hero behind him asking Xiaokin if she was feeling warmer. He used the Wombat warming map. It was designed specifically for such cases. It contains honey, Chinese clam, eustoma, and Tianshan snow lotus. The card should warm her inside and out. The girl noted that she really wanted to stay warm with her, as if in an embrace. The young man became upset again and asked a rhetorical question why he was doing all this. After which he bought 10 Wombat warming cards for 20,000 yuan, since this cold was impossible to endure. The girl asked irritably if they were here for testing or for business. Fei muttered to himself that he would never forgive him for stealing his wife. Suddenly, a voice came out, seemingly out of nowhere, which said that swordsmen must be strong in their thoughts. Then, the guys saw a lighthouse ahead and realized that the sound was coming from that direction. Suddenly, a very strong wind arose, which simply blew them off their feet. They couldn't figure out where he came from. The girl screamed that it seemed like there was someone ahead, but the snow is too heavy to see. The voice rang out again and said that the sword cultivator's bloodline was the 7-star sword condensation, so they should understand who he was. While our hero was thinking where he came from here, the old man added that he needed to go this way faster. Vu objected that there was no road here. After these words, the ice began to crack right in front of them, and a path slowly appeared. Then the elder solemnly announced that the first test would be to climb to the top of the mountain. Now the real test begins. The guy noted that this is a road of wind and snow. The sword's intent gradually strengthens. The further they go, the stronger the intent, the stronger the effect of pressure and soul tempering. Our hero was surprised whether all the tests for learning to wield a sword were really so self-destructive. But why? Faye said that's good. At least it increases stability a little when there is such pressure. Min exclaimed in fear that he was spitting blood. But Vu replied that everything was fine. He could handle it. The first time is always like this. It hurts a little, it bleeds a little, but Lu will get used to it. The girl wondered why our hero did not spit blood. The young man thought to himself that such a test is rarely seen anywhere. This wind snow is filled with sword intent. If he can walk the whole way, it will be very good for his soul. Since he had a sword base, he could try it because it was good for his health, but the pressure was just terrible. Faye said that it is clear that young people love to be the center of attention, but this should be done if you have the strength. For a map maker like him, 2 steps is plenty. After these words, he suddenly fell to his knees. Our hero immediately said that first of all, you need to take care of yourself. The young man objected that he accidentally tripped. Our hero noted to himself that at the beginning, the pressure was too strong. You still have to try to reach the top, but there is something familiar about it. It was like a cat hitting him on the head. The hardening itself occurs through small attacks on the soul so that it is damaged and then naturally restored, but becomes more powerful. It turns out that the animal did all this out of good intentions. But where did the cat go? Because she hasn't appeared since they were in the stomach of this monster. Then the guy began to run forward, because long pain is better than severe short pain. This needs to be done. Vu didn't understand how he managed to recover so quickly. Had he really deceived him? How is this even possible? Is this some kind of joke? He's just a 3-star map maker. The young man could not be worse than the creator of the cards, so he also began to slowly rise. The girl looked at it all from the outside and decided that she couldn't lose to them at all. Meanwhile, a young man was watching them and stated that our hero was quite an interesting character. It is necessary to catch up with the first group. At this time, another guy shouted to the old man to quickly create a defensive formation. The elder replied that if the young master had not provoked them now, they would not have surrounded him. The young man exclaimed that some kind of nonsense was happening. How could he have known that these snowballs would be alive? After some time, our hero was just a little away from the top. Tempering his sword's intention on this windy, snowy road had truly strengthened the foundation. Plus, the body became lighter. When he got to the top, he couldn't believe that this time he managed to get there only through willpower. Then he turned back and stated that those two were also almost at the goal. Sayaotin, the formation master, also climbed successfully, which is clearly not easy for her. Suddenly, Vu's voice rang out, breathing heavily and exclaiming that he had finally reached the top. A girl appeared right behind him, and Faye stated that his wife was following in his footsteps, and that was cool. When the guys entered the cave, they saw nothing there. Our hero said that this appears to be an energy field framed by an advanced illusion. After they came to the conclusion that it was necessary to split up in order to explore everything, they saw a portal above their heads. In it, they saw an old man and some young man who were surrounded by small round creatures. The guy said that besides being a little slow, the man is quite reliable. The elder replied that his spell could withstand physical attacks of less than 5 stars, and these snow monsters were only 3 stars, so they could not enter. When the small creatures rushed to attack their protective sphere, the grandfather stated that they overestimated their capabilities. Then he shouted for them all to perish and activated his sword intent, which threw them in different directions. Some of the monsters fell straight into the portal, so they began to fall on the heads of the guys. Without thinking twice, our hero kicked one of them back with all his might. It was a great goal because the guy is a former striker. Holding them in their hands, the guys did not understand what this furry thing was and why it was in this place. Min stated that this is a portal. It looks like they are dealing with the situation on the other side. Perhaps this is their next test. Qiao Qingshan concluded that it looked like they would be able to pass the second test if they destroyed all these snowballs. The old man said that the young master need not be careless because he senses a powerful energy approaching. Suddenly, the voice of the king of these snow globes was heard, who asked if they dared to mock his cubs. The guy immediately said that he could handle it himself, but the old man replied that it was not necessary because his protective formation would withstand it. It turned out that the man was deeply mistaken. Under the pressure of his huge hammer, the protective sphere began to crack. The young man shouted that, after all, he said that his barrier would withstand. The elder replied that something was wrong here. It seems his power is suppressed by this creature. The old man replied that it was an ice storm. Wherever this storm comes, the energy will be frozen and depleted in the blink of an eye. The otherworldly creature immediately hissed that they would both freeze to death here. While he was threatening, a small snowball suddenly hit his head. The king was taken aback by such impudence and was indignant at who dared to hit him just now. It turned out to be our hero, who asked if he had just passed the ball to them. Some time ago, on the other side of the island, a group of mercenaries decided that it was necessary to head east. After that, they began to approach the waterfall, where Min ran into trouble. On the other side, under the water, the guys immediately saw Lu Yan, who was trapped. Feeling threatened by them, elder sister Min immediately activated her sword intent. The rest of the attackers, who had not yet managed to get to that place, did not understand why their colleagues all suddenly began to fall back. But immediately after this, a girl appeared and immediately began to attack them. She looked so intimidating that the guys couldn't even do anything with her, so one of them shouted that they needed to inform the head about this. The man was simply furious that this bunch of scum couldn't even handle one person. Let them immediately gather all 6 masters and work on the monkey bars. Elder Sister Lu watched all this from afar, but could not understand what they were barking about. Suddenly, a hologram of a little warrior appeared, who reported that the master was playing football. While the girl was wondering what kind of football there was, our hero was kicking one of the snowballs with his knee. The king was simply furious at this treatment of his ward. The elder immediately said that this was all bad because the monster was angry. When the young man said that the big guy could play with his ass if he could, Sincha knew that this was the end for them. This completely infuriated the monster, so he immediately rushed to attack. Our hero deftly began to dodge his blows, while continuing to kick the snowball. The guys who watched it all from the sidelines couldn't help but agree that he had incredible control over the ball. Suddenly, Saiokin appeared and said that she would stop chilling here and watching football. Now she will defrost them. Vu in the background was indignant about why she made him carry this thing. Qiao asked where Lu Yan and Gao Tianlun were. The girl replied that now was not the time to talk. Min won't be able to hold out for long, so we need to help him. The old man immediately said that uniting with them was a good idea because he had not yet figured out the mechanism of the 4th mountain. The guy was indignant at how he could work together with this small garbage. The guys were indignant that they had actually just saved him. The young man said that he allowed them to do this. They're just a bunch of 3-star scum trying to woo him. The girl screamed that it was simply incredible how someone could be so vile and arrogant. Then they noticed that the ball was flying to the side at great speed. At this time, the young man stated that quite by accident, he missed a little. The god of war immediately caught him and flattened him between his hands. Then he asked what kind of nonsense this was. Some kind of snowball. The king became completely furious and shouted that they were non-entities. Immediately, the voice of the system was heard, which reported that they had angered the Snow King. The 4th mountain trial is officially open, after which a rain of ice swords appeared in the sky. It is necessary to go through the 4th mountain to get more sword energy. The task is to defeat the Snow King. Then, huge ice swords began to fall from the sky. Faye decided to check something out, so he started smashing them with his fiery energy. It turned out that if you break it, you can get the energy of the sword inside to strengthen your base. Divine blessing has arrived. Qiao noted that this is a moon shadow and has their style. The old man replied that he did not think that everything was so simple. We'll have to wait and see. The young man said that what is the point of watching because he is a person who wants to be number 1. Our hero noted to himself that everything could not be that simple. Maybe this giant doesn't look too smart, but he's not so stupid as to give it all away for nothing. Then he assessed the situation and realized that almost no ice swords were falling around him. They are all scattered around. When the swords break, energy leaks out of them and they turn into a stone wall. The more of them there are, the less space there is left around in which you can hide. Swords surround them. Then he shouted for these two inadequate people to stop absorbing swords because this is a trap. But they didn't hear him and didn't understand that Lu was yelling there. Shinshin came to the conclusion that he simply cannot absorb energy, so he complains. Vu pointed his sword at him and asked why he was trespassing on his territory. The guy asked why he thought that this place was his. Then he noticed that the ice swords had turned into a stone forest. Suddenly, the voice of the monster was heard, stating that this was excellent. After they have eaten, all this will go to the king. He doesn't even need to wait for a full recharge, because they are too weak for that. Our hero realized that he had absorbed all the energy and became twice as big as before. Seoksun shouted that things were bad because the Snow King was attacking, which meant Min was in danger. The guys shouted that this rock was too hard so they couldn't get out. Let the old man and the little wife do something. The otherworldly creature screamed for him to die and struck. The guy managed to jump to the side at the last moment. The blow was so strong that the airwaves simply began to sweep the guys off their feet. The girl thought to herself that if they were standing so far away and in shock from this, she could imagine how much damage Lu, who was at the epicenter, received. At this time, the young man was abruptly carried back and he crashed into the ice sword with all his strength. The guy stated that they were surrounded and it turned out to be a ring that resembled a ring. The young man who was watching all this muttered that the end of another boring group had come. The old man said that he took his heritage and turned it into something like this, doesn't he wonder? Disappearing, the young man said that this was a test and there was nothing interesting in it. At this time, the god of war realized that it was time to connect, so he resorted to his strength, after which he began to get closer on the cart as it slid very well on the ice. The monster was outraged that he was teasing the king, so he hit him with his hammer with all his might. Looking at the flattened vehicle, the monster said that it had done to him the same thing as he had done to his child. Suddenly, the otherworldly creature felt that someone was stepping on its tail. It turned out to be a young man who was wearing protective armor and said that he would play with him a little. The Snow King asked if he had decided to resort to his vile tricks again. At this time, the little warrior reported to Yan the situation and asked if she wanted to help. The older sister replied that no, because there was no need for it. In general, this is all quite funny. The monster screamed, "How dare he even step on its tail? Now Lu will definitely die." Since the young man was standing near his tail, it turned out that the king hit himself and screamed in pain. Min decided that the time had come. This is his first time using a sword, but he is definitely strong. After which he immediately attacked the Snow King, but he immediately put up ice protection. Then he shouted that with this sword, he was really capable of something, but let him not forget whose territory he was on. Our hero was instantly frozen and began to suddenly fly head over heels as the ice shackled him. While Vu asked the girl to help him get out, Qiao said that the Snow King's hammer can freeze opponents. Didn't he see this when he got here? What a fool. When the ice exploded on the fly, the monster decided that it had won, and the enemy got what he deserved. But the guy turned out to be safe and sound. Plus, he said that this is just the beginning. When the monster asked how this was even possible, since he froze him, the young man replied that he had merged with the god of war and could interrupt the merger at any time. The monster became furious again and yelled that they would now see how he would hide this time. The young man took out a map and, with a challenge in his voice, asked who said that he was going to hide. After which, he sharply attacked the Snow King with a powerful energy stream, which demolished everything in its path. The blow was so powerful that it left a huge hole in the body of the opponent, who immediately left this world. Qiao asked if this wasn't Lu Yan's cloud destroyer. Can a map maker use it? The old man replied to the young master that he thought this guy was really something. The young man did not like this verdict, so he objected that he believed that it was simply a matter of having a very strong sister. At this time, the young man thought that this was somehow strange. The Snow King has already fallen, but why is there no hint of passage? Seoksun then ran up to him and said she was glad Lu was okay. The guy thanked her for her experience, but the girl objected that she was indifferent to him. He just still had her brother's sword. And in general, let him not be so smug. What is this insidious expression on his face? What is he even thinking about? While they were arguing, an earthquake suddenly began, so the ground simply disappeared from under their feet. Then ice swords began to fall from the sky again, and the system notified that the Snow King had been successfully defeated, but the swords were out of control and everything was moving into the final stage. Key swords are like a forest, so you need to find a way out before it completely absorbs them. Qiao did not understand how to find him in this remote area. The old man said that this was too much. His turtle armor won't hold up anymore. Vu noted that these walls of swords are very strong and generally hear some strange sound, similar to the mooing of a cow. Then they saw thick black smoke rising from the side where our hero was. After this, 3 huge bulls appeared. Sinshun was completely horrified and began to run away shouting what this was all about. Min noted to himself that he did not want to use this card again, but he no longer had any suitable ones. However, by destroying a forest of swords, energy can be obtained, so purely theoretically, a team of destruction can continue to destroy the forest indefinitely. Suddenly, the voice of a girl was heard, who quietly muttered that he had gone a little too far. The task was simply to find a way out. But why did it need to demolish an entire mountain? Sometime later, when Qiao came to his senses, the elder noted that the young master's medicine was divine. The young master was hit on the head by a bull, but thanks to the magic medicine, he felt better. The guy started asking who he was and where he was. The old man grabbed him by the shoulders and exclaimed that he must not lose his memory, since he had not yet paid him last year's salary. The young man muttered that he remembered that he was on the 4th mountain with the moon of the shadow, but where did it go? Our hero immediately said that it had nothing to do with it at all, and it all happened by accident. Suddenly, a voice rang out, announcing that the test of the 4th mountain had been completed, and the winner would receive the blessing of the moon's shadow. The guys immediately started running in that direction, arguing along the way that it should have been them. But when they ran up to the stone, they saw that it was written there that Min was in 1st place, and everyone else was in 2nd place. The guys were very disappointed, but in fact, our hero did more than everyone else. The system added that the winner receives a 5-star magic weapon, the Honey Snow Ice Hammer. This is the same hammer that the Snow King had earlier. Qiao burst out that this is all wrong. How can a card creator even receive sword energy? This is the legacy of the Swordmaster. What is the point of letting the card maker come first? The guy must have cheated somehow, or his sister is hiding somewhere to help him. Vu said that if he lost, he could try himself in the next challenge. You still need to follow all the rules. The young man hissed that he agreed. The rules must be followed. But was there really a ban on fighting? An energy field instantly appeared around the old man. The girl asked what they were both up to. Lu said it's just a hammer. No need to hurt each other. He really doesn't deserve the prize. There must be a bug in the mechanism that caused the moon shadow to misjudge the rating. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for him to do. You can just talk about everything and review it. There must be fair competition, and showed the amount on the phone that he wants to receive. The young man immediately calmed down and said that they had agreed. He paid even more than necessary. Sioxian was indignant that he was too hasty. This hammer can enhance the sword energy in all 4 mountains. When the young master grabbed the hammer, the old man became suspicious and shouted at him to throw it away immediately. But it was too late. The young man began to be struck by electrical discharges of such force that his skeleton was visible. The man immediately stated that he did this on purpose. Our hero replied that it had nothing to do with it, since he thought that they had all read the rules. On the pedestal, it was written in small print that the thief could be electrocuted. The old man did not understand what to do because the young master could die right now. After which, he turned to our hero and said that he was begging him to save the owner because only he could take the hammer. The young man condescendingly replied that, okay, for the sake of his old comrade he would try. After which the weapon instantly flew into his hand. The system immediately congratulated Min on receiving the 1st place prize. Suddenly, his original card began to fill with powerful sword intent. In her mind, the black cat said that she and the base of this sword were very suitable for each other. The base of the ball absorbed energy strong enough to quench a 5-star cultivator. Coincidentally, it and the original card match. The animal cannot believe what the guy had to go through during his absence. When our hero saw him, he immediately rushed to hug him, asking if he knew how hard it was for him while he was gone. First of all, the cat decided to remind him that he did not accept such an attitude towards himself, so he tore his face. Then she explained that there was a core in the body of the sea monster, so it took some time to get to it. The young man muttered that he was at sea. How did he even manage to return? The animal replied that it found it very quickly, so all it had to do was go ashore. And in general, he's tired, so don't bother him and let him leave. Min noted to himself that this wasn't even funny anymore. When the guy opened his eyes, Xiaoqin exclaimed that he had finally woken up because she already thought that he was paralyzed by electricity. Holding his head, the young man asked where his hammer had gone. The girl replied that he turned into countless sword ki that flowed into him and disappeared. Then our hero turned his attention to Chao, foaming at the mouth, and asked what was wrong with him. The old man replied that it was all thanks to him. Lu immediately came up with an idea. So he repurposed the cart that had the god of war in it and made it into a wheelchair. When the guys put Sinshan in it, the guy added that money is not needed for this. It can simply be considered compensation. Then they decided that they needed to go further, and after a while they saw a light in the distance. Faye noted that the blizzard test was over. Now there was lightning ahead of them, or something. You can still somehow cope with lightning strikes, but what about explosions of magmatic lava? Zhao Qin immediately stated that Min was first in the last test. Why shouldn't he set a good example in this one? Our hero was indignant that she was probably joking. Who said you have to go first to get first place? Vu, who had been listening to this entire conversation, decided that his finest hour had finally come, after which he jumped forward shouting that now he would pass the test and become the best. But in the air, the young man immediately began to be struck by powerful energy discharges. Falling to the ground, the slightly charred guy said that this lightning could improve their energy and increase their cultivation. Lu said no need to lie. An old man intervened in the conversation and said that it was so. When he was young, he learned lightning because he was weak. It is divided into poles yin and yang. One of them has qi in the form of a tree, mostly cool in color. Another kind of lightning is the current yin of the 6 senses of the earth of vermilion yellow thunder. Their trajectory is scattered and uneven. Sword cultivators are yang, while most auxiliary professions are physically weak and are yin. This is nothing less than a blessing from heaven, so you need to take advantage of it. Without thinking twice, the girl decided to do the same as the others. Our hero thought that they were all crazy. Are there any normal people left at all? This 5th mountain is too ridiculous, and in general, everything is somehow strange. Suddenly, he was pushed off the mountain by Chao, who shouted that now he too would taste the taste of lightning. Min only managed to exclaim that he thought he was paralyzed. The guy said that he is not the only one who knows how to make a scene. The young man defrauded him of money, and now he will get it for everything. The lightning bolts immediately began to energize the original Lu card. The cat was indignant that it was so noisy, after which she stood up and lazily walked over to absorb all this energy. The guy noted that when he was struck by lightning, it felt like the original map was being torn apart, and then it disappeared in an instant. How did he manage to absorb it all? Immediately, the voice of a black cat was heard, declaring that everything was simple. His original map swallowed everything. At this time, the old man was happy that he was finally in his element, so he would take first place. But suddenly the voice of a young man was heard behind him, who asked for forgiveness and added that it would not happen as he wanted. There is often lightning near him, so let them be careful. The old man shouted that he was using his original card as a lightning rod. Are all creators really that strong? The old man shouted that most likely he simply used the legendary Thunder Tree liquid so that he could isolate himself from lightning. Our hero put his hand on his shoulder, and lightning immediately began to strike him. After which he said that he had never heard of this, but would definitely try it. Chao couldn't believe that Bei was paralyzed because he is a 5-star magician. It just can't be you. He is not as good as Yan in sword cultivation, and his foundation is not even as solid as that guy's original card. The guy just never admits it. How can he lose to the card maker? Faye supported him and shouted that it was right. They should not disgrace sword cultivators. Young people will never lose because they are representatives of one of the strongest professions. After these words, they began to be struck by lightning bolts, which simply threw them into the air. Min then reminded them to be careful with their words. The guys immediately began to ask for forgiveness. The girl noted to herself that these lightnings had significantly improved her source of formation. She must persist to the end to prove herself. If you can't take first place, then you need to get at least second. Xiaoqin will not let his big brother down. After a short period of time, our hero began to see a way out of the test, and all his rivals were so far away that they weren't even halfway there yet. Suddenly, the voice of a black cat was heard, telling him to come back. The guy was indignant. In what sense didn't she have enough energy? What actually happened to her, because she is a completely different breed? Is it really still absorbing energy even in this state? In general, the problem is that it will be useless for him since the original map is full. But then he realized he could help someone else. He was amazed by Xiaoxin's endurance, which was already catching up with him because she is a weak woman, but she was able to hold out for so long. So the young man extended his hand to her and told her to let her take her for a walk. When she asked what other walk, the guy responded by asking if the girl didn't want to become stronger. She replied that she wanted to. I noted to myself that it works with two people, hand in hand, much more powerful than alone. This is enough for the cat to absorb as much as possible. Xiaoqin thought to herself that he was willing to go through the lightning again just to hold her hand, and he seemed happy about it. The guys did not understand why they passed so quickly. They go hand in hand, and the lightning bolts look like a heart. Each of them wanted to be in their place, but for their own reasons. Therefore, one cried, and the second was angry. Our hero's older sister watched this whole picture. The lightning in the shape of hearts, the way they go hand in hand, and she really didn't like it. All that was spinning in her head was obscene language addressed to, in her opinion, the insolent Xiaoxin. Sometime later, the young man stated that with his help, she managed to increase her level. Therefore, he joyfully congratulated the girl on her promotion to a 4-star formation master. But suddenly, she began to fall down exhausted, so the young man quickly picked her up. Xiaoqin decided that he was worried about her. Min thought to himself that she scared him. The girl must reach the finish line, otherwise the cat will not have enough energy, and then the animal will scratch him to death. Suddenly, the system's voice came out and said that Gao had won first place in the 5th Heavy Mountains Auxiliary Group. Second place belongs to Lu, and third place to Fei. The old man clapped and said it was just wonderful. The guy is courageous enough to give primacy to the lady. Our hero replied that he didn't even notice who came first. He's not interested in win-loss rankings or anything like that. I thought to myself that I should have known to change my position. But it's not scary. There is no special prize for first place at this level. Suddenly, the voice of Qiao was heard, who shouted, which means they are assigned to the auxiliary group. And what about them, sword cultivators? The elder muttered that the two had actually fought their way through this test with the basics of the sword. He had told the young master from the very beginning that these 6 earth thunder flavors were yin, so they were not suitable for sword cultivators. Lu added that this is exactly the case. This 5th mountain is a two-way test. Their sword cultivation group had to dodge lightning and magma, test dynamic vision and reaction speed. Qinshan yelled that there was no need to teach him. They, the auxiliary troops, can withstand lightning, but he cannot fight it with a sword, no way. After this fiery speech, he was struck by such a powerful discharge that it was like an explosion. After this, the system announced that the ranking of the 5th mountain sword cultivators had been updated. First place, Van Suan. Second place, everyone else. The young man muttered that if he wasn't number 1, he didn't even deserve his name. The old man immediately said that there was no need to worry. His sword base is now very fragile and needs to be restored. It dawned on our hero that Van Swan was not that young gentleman in love. He took first place, which means that their group overcame the 5th mountain. Therefore, he immediately said that they needed to hurry up, since they could not stay behind. A little earlier, the young man was sobbing and shouting that he couldn't see anything at all. He seems to be completely blind. His uncle immediately came up to him and brushed his hair out of his face. Then he added that he was a stupid boy because he was told that a short haircut is what guys need. Having calmed down a little, Van said that he felt somehow strange. He didn't see any other practitioners on his way here. The man replied that this means that they are strong and strong people are always lonely. Then he added that there was no time to talk, since there was no time to waste because the 6th mountain was waiting for them. Sometime later, the guys found themselves in a beautiful area. The girl exclaimed that the air was so fresh. It is very rare to find such a beautiful valley in the midst of trials. Suddenly, the ground under their feet began to shake. They didn't understand what was happening. Was it an earthquake? Immediately, the voice of the system was heard, which said that the swordsman would have a chance to receive the inheritance, so let them do everything possible to escape. While the guys did not understand what they were talking about, Suan appeared, running as fast as he could and yelling that he needed to get out of here. The system added that the test numbers for the 6th heavy mountain have been updated. All must be destroyed, after which the names of all those present were listed. Chow screamed that they couldn't handle it. Tian Dun said that this is a real test of life and death. Then he activated the portal and said that first you need to go through it. The moon shadow challenges are truly insane. The girl was worried about our hero because she couldn't find him, but suddenly she managed to catch his hand. When she pulled him towards her, it turned out that it was Faye, who immediately began to think about what he knew was in her heart. Lu tried to shout to Xiaoxin and shouted that she was there, but it seemed that she did not hear him. They really know how to run away better than him. He focused so much on attacks and explosions that he didn't develop a single escape map. His leg was crushed by falling stones. It seemed that he would not be able to escape. When such a big guy attacks, it is almost impossible to dodge. There is no other choice but to fight. Therefore, she uses the Heaven's Destruction card to try to deal with him. Suddenly, an energy beam appeared from somewhere on the side and passed right through the center of the monster's giant hand. It turned out that it was something similar to a laser, so it cut my hand in half. Our hero did not understand what was happening because he had not even had time to use the card yet. Suddenly, Yan appeared and said that she would have been useless anyway. This level is not enough to even leave a scratch on it. Min shed tears and exclaimed that she had finally come. Does he know how much he missed her? The girl replied that she did not know. All he knows is that he was very happy when he held Xiaokin's hand. Then she set the bone for him and told him to use a special medicine that he had obtained fraudulently. The young man, dumbfounded, asked how she knew about this. The girl replied that there was nothing that his older sister did not know. The guy was outraged that she was spying on him and invading his privacy. Yan replied that she was the sister and legal guardian, so she should shut her mouth. Then I noticed some black thing and wondered what it was all about, after which I realized that the otherworldly creature was being restored, so it was necessary to get out of here. When the girl tried to take him away from the field, the young man heard Van Swan's voice. The uncle told him to leave him and run away, but the guy objected that no, they would die together. The man exclaimed what he was saying. He has a legacy that the young man must fight for. Our hero said that it seems that one of them is wounded. They just have to help them. The older sister countered that this was not the time to worry about anyone else. The young man silently turned around and began to hobble back. The girl was indignant at why he didn't listen to her. The monster repeated the same thing over and over again, that he needed to kill everyone. After which he began to reach out to the guys. The uncle immediately pushed the guy away from him and told him to run as far as possible. As soon as the young man was at a safe distance, the creature struck the place where his relative was located. After which, the monster declared that the elementalist Van Tiantun had been successfully eliminated. Swan immediately decided to do something, but was stopped by our hero, who said that the stone giant had not disappeared yet. There is no need to do anything rash. Then they noticed that the creature was watching them. Min said that as a child, he heard his father tell him what an old hunter told him. If you encounter a wild animal in the wild, you can make it go away without moving and staring at it. Therefore, as long as they just look at him, the otherworldly existence should not attack. But our hero's version didn't work at all, as the monster started attacking them. The monster said in a mechanical voice that it must destroy Lu Min and Van Suan. At the last moment, our hero managed to call upon the god of war, who protected them from the blow. The guy stated that it was not surprising that the old hunter was eaten by a bear. Then he asked how long his assistant could hold out. The god of war replied that it was 7 days and nights. The otherworldly creature spoke their names loudly and declared that the guys had been destroyed. Hearing this, the girl could not believe that our hero was out. How is this even possible? Faye took her hand and said that he knew that she secretly loved him. Xiaotin was indignant that it was simply disgusting. Let her go immediately. Tiandun muttered that Lu had dropped out. Qiao joyfully declared that fate had decided so. This guy is out and no one else will bother him. They just need to stay away from this giant. They will wait until everyone else is destroyed and then they can win. Meanwhile, the creature turned towards Yan and reported that a new target had been found. The girl became completely furious and screamed that this cobblestone should not dare touch her younger brother. The powerful attack of our hero's older sister simply tore the monster into small stones. The god of war immediately covered Min and Suan with his body so that they would not be caught by falling stones. After that, Yan said that she did as he said. What next? Lu countered that she did not follow his instructions. He simply asked her to limit his movements, not to make him a fruit salad. The guys watched it all from the sidelines and couldn't believe their eyes. Is this really the work of Min? Our hero noted that he would soon recover, but first he needed to see what was wrong with his uncle. Black energy spreads around, probably turning him into stone. His sister asked him to be careful and not touch anything. The young man noted that it seemed as if he was covered in black armor, and it looked like the stone of that giant. After the third uncle was attacked, the black energy that was originally on the giant's right arm probably transferred to him, and he became a stone. After that, his right hand returned to the normal color of the stone. Even when the god of war touched him, he did not turn to stone. It turns out that black energy is the key. You can try using a dissolve card to absorb it. Then he asked his uncle for forgiveness in advance and pressed the card to his forehead. The black energy immediately began to be absorbed. The man returned to his true form again, and the guy exclaimed that he had come to life. This is simply wonderful. The relative replied that he was the strongest, so how could he die? Van said that it was Min who gave him back his strength. Our hero noted to himself what he thought. This black energy can create a protective layer and can even revive stone giants. The god of war reminded him that he needed to hurry, because this monster had almost recovered. Swan shouted that it was necessary to run away because this monster was generally impossible to kill. But the young man noticed that the creature had fully recovered, but his right hand had not. Something is clearly wrong with the mechanism of the sixth mountain. Do you just need to survive? If so, how long do you need to live to win? By this logic, they must forever run from this stone thug. This is an obvious trap. The elder sister stated that this was a good analysis, so she would go and simply destroy it. But our hero stopped her and said that this time she should entrust such a matter to him. The girl asked if he was laughing or something. Does he really think he can handle it? The guy replied that if the black energy does not disappear, then this stone golem will be restored endlessly. Jan replied, so what if this happens? Then she will destroy him. The guy realized that he needed to play differently, otherwise he would be finished, so he said that he was simply afraid to tire his beloved sister. The young man believes that it is unlikely that she will be able to cope with this, so it is better to go on her own. The older sister immediately hissed for him to repeat what he just said. The young man began to stutter and say that this was not what he meant. Jan stated that if he failed, she would simply break both his legs and send him home to sit under the supervision of his father. Uncle muttered that now the young people were completely out of their depth. They are brother and sister. What are they doing? This is some kind of perversion. Swan said that they are relatives, so they are quite close, and in his opinion, everything is in order. The man said that he meant that they were really going to kill this giant. This is crazy. Even if he is strong, he should not ignore the rules passed down from generation to generation. The young man immediately realized that he had interpreted his words incorrectly and felt a little ashamed. Suddenly, the monster announced that the sixth mountain had moved to the second stage, which is called Final Destruction. A timer instantly appeared above Chow's head. They didn't understand what it was. Was it really a countdown to his death? The stone golem began to attack randomly, throwing stones in different directions. Siokin concluded that these debris seemed to be attracted by the moon sign on their heads. Therefore, first, you need to organize protection. The young man shouted for the third uncle to be careful and cut the stone that was flying straight towards him. The man said it was nothing personal, but it was because of him that he got into trouble. To be honest, he feels like the stone was aimed at him. Swan exclaimed what he was saying. Then the guy noticed that all these stones were gradually turning into black smoke. Suddenly, Jan appeared above his head and destroyed the stone that was flying straight towards him. After which she said that she shouldn't misunderstand her. She just sees that he and her brother are close enough. Before the giant attacks, the guy must avoid these black stones as much as possible, because if these black stones touch him, then everything will end very badly. Then she pointed to Chow and the old man, who had already turned to stone. At this time, our hero was rushing towards a huge block of stone, shouting that he would destroy it once and for all. Using the moon shadow technique, the young man managed to blow off his head. Swan exclaimed that Lu is indeed very strong. Yan couldn't understand why this guy was more happy than she was. The almost decapitated monster began to repeat the same phrase, as usual, that Lu must be destroyed, and began to hold him with both hands, in a kind of trap. The guys began to worry about him very much, so they shouted at him to be careful. Our hero exclaimed that this is not all. The third uncle stated that he said that this was a crazy idea. Swan was indignant and told him to keep his voice down. Suddenly, black stones began to fall around the guys, but it was not an attack from a stone golem. If you have watched this far, I am very grateful to you. I hope you enjoyed this video because I put a lot of effort into creating it. I would be very grateful if you like this video and subscribe to the channel.